Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good. Whoa, excuse me. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Friday edition of High on Politics. Happy to be here. Happy to see y'all. Hope you all are doing well. Here, actually, let me fix this little cam, because look at this shmoo. Look at this little shmoo. He is being too cute right now. He has been here the entire time I've been doing my show prep. So everybody say hello to Lito. Yeah, I had a little frog in the throat there. Hey. But yes, welcome to the show, everybody. Hope you guys are doing well. Took the day yesterday to have a little bit of mental healing is the best way to kind of put it. Had a friend that hit me up and he was just like, hey man, you want to just like chill, play some cards? I was like, yes. Yes, you know what, perfect timing. So took the night to veg. Also had a dental procedure yesterday that was tons of fun. If you guys haven't already seen the video, I put it out for my members. I did a quick little short. I was thinking about streaming, but I had a major reaction to the Novocaine, which would happen when you get a double shot because the first one didn't take. They've totally fucked up. Like I'm sure that you guys know this if you've ever had a filling replaced or just had a filling put in. They go through the back of your mouth. And, yeah, it's supposed to kind of numb the entire area, you know, right to about, like, the halfway point. Well, it reached right up to my tooth because, like, he started drilling, and I kind of, like, I felt the pressure, and I was just like, that doesn't feel right. And then, sure as shit, he hit that point where, like, the nerve became exposed, and I let out a yelp, and I was like, ah! He's like, okay, you felt that? I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I fucking felt that. I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. It's just like, oh, okay, well, all right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you another shot of Novocaine. I was like, okay, great, but I didn't know what that entailed. So my entire tongue went completely numb, which that was rough. He even said that was making it a little bit harder to do the procedure because my tongue kept getting in the fucking way. I also bit it really bad yesterday while I was waiting for it to heal. So there was that. It's stupid. This is not working. There we go. What are you doing, cat? Here, you know what? Fine. You don't want to be part of this? Fine. Your brother, he's the OG cam dog. Wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. But yeah, man. Had me a nice reaction. That lasted about 8 hours. I was in the middle of playing cards and I still had to do the but yes, my tooth is better. I am completely good now. I have a little bit of soreness in the back of my mouth, but whatever. That's what happens when you get a giant needle. Only stands. Don't give him any ideas. All of a sudden I come down here and it's like, what the dog do? It's one of my favorite what the dog doing? Well, all right, is it what the dog do or is it what the dog doing? Because I've heard everybody say what the dog do, but then other people say what the dog doing. Hey, I get to the important questions here, okay? So what's your opinion on that one? Anyway, we are going to be getting to a bunch of the news, especially the stuff that I missed yesterday, too. I got a few things. Actually, the Hillary Clinton presser. I hate giving her any credit, but god damn it, it really upset a whole bunch of right-wingers. So I got to say that was That was kind of fun to watch. And you are chewing on my headphones. You knock it off there, mister. Doing? Okay, that's what I thought. What the dog doing? Yeah, exactly. What the cat doing? Here, look at this little fucker. Here. You see what he's doing right here? You see that little licking? You may think that he is giving, a little bit of loving. What he is doing is he is gearing up to be a terror. What's up, Ryan? Hey, man, how you doing? I heard that you are on high alert right now, so I hope you're doing okay. I hope the family's okay. Hope everything, isn't going to shit. The important question: how is Uni? Uni's actually doing really well. Got to spend some time with her today. It was fun. Got to just kind of hang with the dog and just chill. Yeah, it was a good time. She is, oh my God, I just realized it. We have one more clear week. And then, wait, oh no, it's on Monday. She starts on Monday. Oh my God, that went fast. Okay, yeah, so she starts her chemo radiation mix on Monday. It's gonna be a hell of a ride here, guys. But we are getting to that point of it's after that 5 weeks. We're looking at this in a positive light. So thank you for asking, though. I really appreciate that. I know that she's definitely done. She's ready to be done with this. She said that today, where she's just laying on the couch and she's just like, okay, I'm so ready to just be done. Because I think I've mentioned it. She's in a long-term care situation that I have to it's essentially like I'm dating my wife again, which is kind of fun. There are some fun elements to it, but yeah, she's just totally ready to be done with this and just be home full time, which, yeah, it sucks. It really sucks, but I really appreciate all the love and support here, guys. We've been on high alert for over a month. That's what I thought. Okay, I want to cover something important to me, because you guys know that I was talking about my dad's situation with Puerto Vallarta and how he was trapped, and it was serious. Like, his building was lit on, he actually said it was firebombed. It wasn't even just lit on fire. He said they, legit firebombed it. He has a theory that the cartels run the buses because the buses were all owned by the same company, and they think that there's insurance shenanigans here. I'm wondering about that myself. But the more important thing is he was saying that even though he was scared, even though, he had to put out fires in his own building that were set by the cartels, one thing that he watched from his villa, because he was on the 3rd story, right? He didn't get footage of this, which I told him I was very, very upset about, but he witnessed a bunch of people at gunpoint getting pulled out of their cars and just told to walk away, and then they would light that car on fire. So, as I said, a little upset that I was like, you witnessed this and you didn't think, hey, maybe I should, get some footage of this? He's like, no, I thought that with the smoke and after, the after effects and everything. I was just like, oh, so essentially right when it got to your building. I get it. But the big moral of the story here is the fact that he has said that the way that online media spaces specifically, he said the mainstream media was definitely, fucked up, but it wasn't just a whole bunch of repeat coverage and just in general, the doom and gloom. He said that it was crazy how misrepresented it was, and how, even for me, he kind of got mad at me, where he was just like, I really wish that you weren't as worried about it as you were. And same with my sister. He actually we were on a family little family call, and yeah, he started chastising me and my sister just for kind of freaking out. And then, of course, because I'm a media figure now, he was just like, you know what, I don't want you contributing to this whole charade, you know, I don't want you going out there and telling everybody that's much worse than it is. He's like, you go and tell your audience that honestly, if they wanted to, they could go there today and they wouldn't even recognize that something happened. And I was like, oh, huh, interesting. I'm like, well, what about like the fire damage to the place that, you know, was at the bottom of your building? And he was just like, well, but, you know, there's a few of those, but he's like, all the other burnt out cars and stuff like that, it's fine. I'm like, okay. So, number one, I think that he's taking this a little too lightly. Just gonna say that, but he does have a point that, like, the way that the media works and just, like, the way that, like, news cycles work. Because, like, when he said that I'm part of this, I was like, yeah, I am. Because I was just thinking back to the Agenda Free and how much we cover a lot of live news and how I have a little bit of a Steve-esque way about me where I'm just like, oh my God, something's happening, folks. Let's go. And I don't really think of how it is interpreted by other people, you know? So, all right, let's see. Why don't you like right-wingers? I really prefer the right chicken wing because it typically is leaner. Okay, you're just unserious. That's fun. There's a horizontal. I had to search for it, though. Yeah, I noticed that, too. I noticed that my horizontal is not being promoted anymore. Even on my own page. Like, I went to go share it, and it only gave me the verticals, so I don't know. We're just going to ignore what's going on YouTube for now. I will just say that when we covered what we did, everything's fine. Everything's fine with my channel. There was some stuff going on in chat. I know that everybody kind of was experiencing that. You're just stupid. Oh. Well, aren't you just a nice person? I just love these people that feel the need to just be like, you're stupid. You're stupid. How's your mom's basement life? Meanwhile, I just fucking paid my taxes today, reminding me just how much having a fucking, you know, house, a mortgage, and all that shit is. Good times, good times. Also, oh yeah, property taxes. Fun. Fucking goddamn it. Yeah, you do have to really just love how everything's going. But you know what else is important, guys? I'm going to just say this. Like the stream on your way in. It really helps out the channel. It helps me out. And honestly, just makes you a better consumer. I know that when you guys watch anything, I don't care if it's me. If you guys enjoy it, hit the like button. Sub to the channel. Take a chance, you know? Honestly. You might actually, like, when you have a subscriber feed, it's very nice, you know? Kind of, it's your own algorithm, because every once in a while, the homepage will do some really wacky stuff. Actually, this just happened the other day to me. So, I went to my homepage, I was doing, I was looking at the news and stuff, and I just noticed that everything that I was being recommended after I would watch, like, a Kyle Kalinske video or something like that, it was all entertainment-based. So, like, it was either set within wrestling, What Culture, fucking What Culture, which I have not watched a What Culture video in years. It's got to have at least been 2 to 3 years since I've, actively suck out? I think it's suck, right? No, seeked? Oh, well, this is one of those words. But, I seeked, I'm going to go with that one, out, Oh shit, here. Bill Clinton, hold on. Oh my God, guys, oh my God. It looks like Bill Clinton's going live. Hold on. Sought out. Thank you, sought. I know words. But yes, I haven't sought out What Culture. Okay, it's not Bill Clinton. That was hilarious. I just watched a whole bunch of reporters just go, ah! Oh. Yeah, just so you know, guys, we are waiting for the live feed of when Clinton is done with his testimony, so we will be covering that. But yes, I totally just had a Steve moment. Oh my God, you guys! Oh, I gotta go live! Hold on! Oh, here. I'm sorry, Stan. I know you're cute and sleepy, but here. We're gonna split between Cat Cam and Stan Cam. Because we got the Cat Cam for now. You have been... Japanese stationary videos? That's fucking crazy that you said that, Natch. I'm not even kidding. So, one of my buddies that we play. All right, this is going to be one of the nerdier things I say. We were playing Magic: The Gathering Commander last night. And my buddy, he's really into Japanese stationery, and he had just bought some new, like a new stationery pad with a nice set of pens. Pricey stuff, but oh my God, like literally feeling the paper, it kind of made me go, oh, this does make a difference, which, you know, you would think I would know this, you know, being kind of artist, you know. But, aw, kitty baby, he is being a kitty baby. He's upset that his mommy's gone. He's not happy that she is not home right now. Mr. Spicoli, what's up, man? Quit watching What Culture altogether when the girls started doing half the videos. I'm sorry, they suck. I quit watching Watch Mojo. They introduced Miss Mojo. Watch Mojo, I swear to God, that was one of the first ones to really institute some of the AI. Like, they trained the AI based on that one girl's voice, and now everything is just AI generated because it hasn't felt like normal, you know, Watch Mojo stuff. But yeah, actually, Watch Mojo is very similar case for me, where I'm just like, all right, I don't care. I used to love entertainment lists, like the top 10 horror films, or top 10 horror hotties, or whatever the hell. I have to majorly disagree with you. I actually, like, when I started getting out of What Culture was when Simon started doing his own wrestling show off of the main What Culture channel, and Ash. When Ash left, so to your whole, the women started doing it. Yeah, they're fine. It's just now you can tell the difference, where now the ones that are there were hired because of their looks, not because of their knowledge of, you know, of entertainment, which I can admit it definitely was, it was noticeable. Where it was just like, oh wow, yeah, they don't give opinions like when you watch Owen or as I said, Ash. Like, Ash actually had opinions about that shit, but yeah, it seems, yeah, highly curated now. That's what was so fucking annoying. They didn't know what the F they were. I just realized I'm like swearing where you didn't swear, and then not swearing where you swore. I don't even know why. Also, in 2 minutes, we are going to be cheersing together because it's my local 420. And also, in 2 minutes after we do that, I'm going to celebrate fucking Pokemon Day because happy 30th birthday to Pokemon, and I feel fucking old. God. Oy, oy, oy. You guys realize that? I was a little 9-year-old trading Pokemon cards. Oh, God. Dude. I was pretty close to launch, too, because I was at, we used to have a local card store, which was surprising. You know, they also specialized in comic books, but they actually sold the first wave of Pokemon outside of, you know, your normal stores. And that's where, yeah, I was lucky, man. I was one of those kids that had, like, essentially a broker. It was kind of funny. That sound you just heard was my bones turning to dust and blowing away. Oh, my knees. I just got reminded that my knees hurt. Yeah, no, for real, man. But the cool part is, I'll go through this a little bit later in the show. I think I want to do this in the fun half. But I do want to, like, check out the new Pokemon, because they just announced the 10th generation. Again, the 10th generation of Pokemon. Holy shit, we are old. Ash should be having back problems by now. Yeah, oldest 10-year-old ever. Also, I love how there is a general consensus that Professor Oak was totally banging his mom. Like, you do understand that took on such a life of its own that they kind of made it canon. Like, they hint at it in the newest season of Pokemon. When he shows up, you're just like, oh. Ash's mom getting it. Here, choose your starter. Now fuck off, little one. Your mom is just... I mean, come on. So they just released the first games in the edition of like the Game Boy Advance edition, Fire Red and Leaf Green. Yeah. Literally, like within the first minute of the game, you're just like, huh, he really is just like, huh, there's something going on there. Because his mom is just like, that's nice. Okay, bye. And then you realize that he went on this adventure and I'm pretty sure just didn't go home for like over a year. Like what? Brout? Yeah, dude. I like the little angry the little, oh god, what is it? A little angry bird. Which, yes, I understand that there's going to be some legal stuff there. Don't call him an angry bird. That is technically going to get you sued. All right. Let's see what we get. We got card cam. Yes. Oh, yeah. We do got card cam. Sweet. Yeah. We got Ghastly. Nimble. All right. Angry grass chicken. Yeah. That's what I thought. Pillow swine. Ah, this one looks like Stan. Oh, no Boltund. Ludicolo! I love some Ludicolo. Wondrous Patch. I know that if you don't play this game, then you don't care about those cards, but I do! Because I play. Ooh, speaking of. On Honchcrow. Carvana. Zacian. Oh, shit, hell yeah! Alright, well that's a good card. Reshiram, which that one happens to be one that is a little sought after. Honestly, I'd be the worst, like, at selling any of my stuff. Like, I really would. People are just like, oh, are you a scalper? One of my favorite ones was I was at a store just waiting, and they're just like, oh, these scalpers. And I'm like, oh, dude, no, I play. They're like, yeah, right. I'm like, no, I play. I just saw him. Angry Grass Owl is Browlet. Browlet, that's it. Oh, hey, Uni, what up? Everybody shout out Unimoogle. The wife is in chat. Hell yeah. I'm 52. I know what a Pokemon is. That's as far as I get with any of these references. Oh, it's okay. I'm not going to, like, harp on this and, like, do this as a long segment, but because it is Pokemon Day, yes, we're going to be ripping a few Pokemon packs. I think I have 2 more left, so we might as well go through it on Pokemon Day. Why not? Like, YOLO, right? Ugh. YOLO. I've made bad decisions because of YOLO. Gen 1 Pokemon is only real Pokemon? I actually disagree with that, but I used to be that way. I used to think that way. Ooh, I got Toxel. There's a little, Ooh, we got a Mimikyu and a Bronzor. Trapinch. Archelodon. Wow. I got a Jumbo Ice Cream. Hell yeah. Granbull. Flygon. Prinlup. And Zacian. Hell yeah. Ooh. And I just realized this one has Call for Family, which is one of my favorite moves in the entire game. So if you don't know, I'll just give you a quick breakdown. Call for Family allows you to draw 2 cards on your first turn to bring out 2 more Pokemon. So say you start with a bad hand and you don't have anything prepped, gives you the chance to do so on the first turn, which you can't attack on the first turn, so it's always good to get something set up. So anytime Ludicolo enters my stream of consciousness, I hear Minor B's theme in my head. I hear the response when because he's making margaritas in Detective Pikachu at the underground Pokemon battle arena, and he's just like, I'll take one of the Ludicolo. He's just like whipping margaritas all over the place. I'm like, that's a reminder, kids movie. I think. I don't know, man. It really does seem like they were just like, fuck it. We know who's actually watching this shit. Now, the thing that really bothered me was that they didn't just give Detective Pikachu Danny DeVito's voice. Like, that would have been perfect. But whatever. We needed a Deadpool movie, I guess. So you have yet to watch it. What? Yeah, it's actually good. Like, for real. I had very, very little to complain about, except for the fact that it was just like, oh, Ryan Reynolds. It's essentially a Deadpool movie. Okay. But yeah, it's fun. So, a better world is possible. It is. As long as we each have a Pokemon friend. Did you give Charizard a flag back there? Yes. He has the American flag and the Czech flag. He's my flag guy. You know what? That was the perfect use for that. Don't you agree? Also, thank you for my that Charizard statue as well. My wife knows me so well. She also got. Listen, she supports my my hobbies and my bad habits. I will say that much. Because, yes, Pokemon is both a hobby and kind of a bad habit. Hello. You flagged Charizard? Yes. Something needed to be done because you know what? You don't understand. He was getting out of sorts and he started saying some majorly racist things in chat. Oh, man. Who's everyone picking as their first Pokemon? If you could pick any. Any? As my first? That's actually a good question. Usually I'd say Charmander, but any Pokemon? Like God Pokemons also? Like, all right. And that's easy, Dialga. I would totally have one of like the old gods. But hey, you're the one who didn't set the parameters, okay? I know Charizard, Pikachu, and Squirrel. Oh, that's fine. I'm a proud American, proud Republican. America comes first, not illegal aliens. Okay, are you a bot? I'm literally talking about fucking Pokemon cards right now, and here you are just like, I got something to say. I'm so angry. I'm so confident in my president, and I'm so set in my ways. I have so much confidence that I need to go onto a left-wing stream and tell everybody how confident I am. Unicorn. Oh, wait. Yeah, no. Uni. The one that I would choose is the unicorn, Alolan Ponyta. I think that would be a good one for you. Although Pika is literally... you love you some Pikachu. As your Pokemon friend specifically. Oh, wait. Oh, so as my Pokemon friend... Oh, the one that, like, I just kind of keep out? That doesn't... Okay, so if it's not battle-bound... God, you got me on this one. This is rough. Because... who would just be a good friend? I always like the Togepi aspect of things, like later in the series, where it was like, okay, yeah, she doesn't fight. Like, Togepi doesn't fight, so... Delco, I'll peek at you. Sorry, my cat's looking at me like, "The fuck is what happened?" He went, my human went crazy. That's nice. Do you have any thoughts on Pokemon? Yeah, I was about to say. I'm like, dude, old Texas Tech man. Even, do you care? Like, did you have a Game Boy? Like, I don't know, did you get any joy in your life through the 90s? Like, did you have a Game Boy? I don't care what age you were. When you get a Game Boy, your first Game Boy, everybody remembers that, right? I keep accidentally hitting send. I collect old toys from the 70s and 80s. That's okay. So do I. I got a nice little set of Transformers and, got my Soundwave and Optimus Prime back there. Although, I think that most of my stuff is, like, early 90s. Except for, like, my Ninja Turtles. I don't have any He-Man, so... I never got into He-Man. I have to say, like, I was just at that age where He-Man, like, kind of, like, I don't know. I never got it. The designs were a little weird. The toys seemed, I don't know. They just they never did it for me. So I hate to say, but yeah, Ninja Turtles was where it was at. Ninja Turtles, GI Joe worked. Although I only liked like a few of them. I never got into like the show GI Joe. Pet plays with dolls. As I'm sitting there building my my Gunpla. I mean, one of my favorite things that I ever had happen was when I got a one of my first Gundams, right? I was like 13 or 14. And my mom's boyfriend at the time, he just said, he was like, "Oh, are you building a model?" I'm like, "Kinda." He's like, "What is it?" I'm like, "It's a robot that turns into a jet." He's like, "So it's a transformer." I'm like, "No, it's not a transformer. It's a Gundam." He's like, "Uh-huh. Is it a toy?" And I was like, "No, it's technically a model that you can play with as a toy." He's like, "So you're building your own toys?" I'm like, "Yeah, I guess I am." And he just kind of, he gave me like a little, "Well, carry on." Like he was proud of me. Lore accurate Reddit mod. I have no idea what you just said. I know what lore accuracy is, but Reddit mod. Are you talking about me or... Dude, I barely use Reddit. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I still have my Game Boy Color and Advance. Yep. I think that I have it with my... No, I'm 99% that I have it with all my game stuff. That plane missed the runway by a mile. Lawn darts, favorite game. I used to work at a for an estate company. We would get lawn darts all the time. There was one time that there was like a cop that showed up and he just told us, he's like, you guys can't sell that. He's like, I'd have to report you if you did. It's just like, really? Okay. I want either Oddish to eventually evolve it because I love that line, but I don't know whether to have Villaplume or Bellosum at the end or Misdrevious. See, oh yeah, the ones that have the the two evolutions. It's like what, Galale from Snowrun. Yeah, it's the same thing. Actually, Scyther is a cool one. I saw that one in chat. Scyther is, although for uni, yeah. I said the Ponyta one, but I don't know. Damn it! I'm stun locking. I gotta back out. I'm gonna just say Charmander and make it easy on myself. Charmander is the shit. The only problem with Charmander that I have never been able to get over is the fact that if it starts raining, you gotta like really worry about him. So you're just gonna have anxiety of like him being around any water or having his little fire, go out. Scyther's false slash is very nice for catching other Pokemon. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I may have been playing Pokemon ZA today. By the way, if you guys do play Pokemon ZA, make sure that you go and get your free gift. They just give you a a Mega Pokemon, so. Can you eat your dragon if it dies, though? Wait, is that Digimon? What game is that? Oh, God. Wait, you can eat... Wait. There's a game where you can eat, like, your friend that, like, is just... What? Oh, man. Don't tell me this is, like, Pal World or something, because I still haven't even played that, man. I'm kind of thinking about it. Because, why not? Give it a shot, but... Somebody keeps telling me, it's like, it's better, it's way better! Can you eat a Charmander? No! No! Why would... No! What? Why would you do that? You freaking loser. Uh-huh. I appreciate your take there, Rick. Meanwhile, the rest of us are having, like, this guy just did the equivalent of walking in, like, past a group of people talking about something and finding joy in it, and he's like, fucking losers! Meanwhile, he's gonna go cry in his fucking rusty pickup truck. Go buy a new Trump flag, dude. Your other one's getting tattered. Also, I should probably remind you that you're breaking the flag code every time that you don't fold up your American flag and, you know, with some respect. Rick farted in the elevator. Yeah, he did. I think Rick also didn't ride a lot of full-size buses. Ha! Oh, man. I'm kind of feeling yeah. You're feeling a bit nihilistic. Now, I know Listen, I make the jokes, but when you feel a little nihilistic, just remember, you're also feeling a little freaky-dicky. So, just remember to be a little, to allow yourself to be the freaky-dicky. No, I know. He said freaking. He did. And then we had a guy from Delco. Dude, we just had, like, the most East Coast shit fucking happen in chat right there. There's guys, yeah, freaking loser. And then this guy from Delco is just like, you ride the short bus. Sometimes I do have to just say, like, the chat can just be fucking hilarious. Y'all become characters at some point. I'm so freaking nihilistic right now. I don't care about nothing. Hey, Tony, we don't want you to care about nothing. All right, here we go. Let's fucking go. God, I've been waiting on this for like an hour and a half.
Former President Clinton has concluded. I want to thank everyone for braving the cold and staying out here. I know it's been a very long day. We believe this was a very productive deposition. I will have to say that President Clinton answered every question, or attempted to answer every question. We can talk about some of his answers.
Oh, he didn't plead the fifth? What?
In more
Damn.
detail, and I'm sure.
All right, who owes me money?
Once the video's released and the transcript's released.
That was a Boston accent. I'll throw a cheesesteak at you.
Not only will you, but a lot of people in America will have more questions about some of the answers that were given and where we go from here. But with respect to today, this was a long.
All right. How, do I make up if I say go Birds?
Process, and I want to say this was historical. I believe that in the history of Congress, the two highest ranked officials to ever
get a quarter water
deposed by Congress would be President Bill Clinton and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. This is a serious investigation.
Okay, so now that we have determined that we can subpoena ex-presidents, Trumpster.
We will continue to try to get the truth to the American people and justice for the victims. But I think a consistent theme continues to persist throughout all the people that we bring in. Obviously, the government failed the victims. There was justice was not served in Palm Beach when Epstein was first arrested. We're very concerned about that. We still have lots of questions about
you have like
how
4 different
Epstein
scarves.
accumulated so much wealth.
What up, Rebecca?
And we will continue to bring some more people in and try to get answers. I'm going to yield to the other committee members, but every member of the committee participated both days and asked very good questions. Ms. Mays?
Yes, I want to thank President Clinton for being here today. He was here for a very long day. He did attempt to respond to every single question asked, even when his attorneys told him to shut up. He kept, going. I think there's agreement, too, on everybody who was here on both sides of the aisle that we want to get to the bottom of this, whether Jeffrey Epstein was an intel asset or honeypot operation, sex trafficker, prostitution ringleader, financier of Ponzi schemes, financial crimes, etc.
What's up, Godzilla?
There is an effort, I believe, and a belief that
the king
we need
is
to
here.
get to the bottom of this, because justice was not served in the Southern District of New York. It was not served in Palm Beach, and it certainly hasn't been served for many victims around the world who are victims of this operation. I want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their questions today. Representative Stansberry had a lot of courageous questions. She showed bravery today. She and I never get along. Sometimes, in fact, can be seen arguing on oversight. But I say that because this is a place that is not partisan. This is a place where the country is seeing Republicans and Democrats work together.
Just make sure that you take screenshots of that happening. I'm not even kidding anymore. Document every time that you type something and it gets censored like that, because we're going to have to fucking push back against this. The censorship is insane. And again, even if you're a right winger and you're here, you should think it's insane that they're sitting here going after mentioning Trump, Comer, any of these people. Like, guys, you do understand that we're about to go to fucking war. They're about to have the biggest media conglomeration ever. Like, what are we doing here?
Figure this out, find the truth, and try to come up with solutions so that when this happens, women are believed, men are prosecuted, their abusers are prosecuted, and justice can be seen and can be done. And I want to thank everyone for their hard
Nancy, why didn't you show up for the Les Wexner one?
work. I think I can't say anything about the questions and answers today or yesterday, but I will comment that I believe you'll see some inconsistencies in some of the responses. I brought that to the forefront this afternoon. Thank you.
I'd like to close by
Put some pep in your step. That's already been
saying
like we have I literally have a shirt in development right now.
we do intend to follow up and bring in, and I know that that's up to the chairman.
Which the only reason we don't have that available is because, yeah, it looks like we might have to do Shopify.
Discretion. But some of the co-conspirators that were given lesser sentences that were known to have trafficked young girls, unacceptable. There's a difference between a victim and someone who engaged in prostitution and the trafficking of minors, and that needs to be clarified. I will again hold to the same thing that I said earlier, and that I do believe, and I'm sure some people on this committee also believe, that Jeffrey Epstein was an intelligence asset and running some form of a honeypot operation. I do believe that President Clinton, as well as the secretary, were potentially targets of that operation, and we will leave it at that. And I look forward to seeing you all react to the depositions, as I think that this is information that's important and belongs to the American people.
Mr. Langworthy? I want to reiterate what some of my colleagues have said. I want to salute our chairman, James Comer, for putting together an extremely professional deposition these last 2 days. Factual. This was not a highly partisan event like most of our hearings are when we're in Washington. We were there to ask direct questions. I think President Clinton today was quite candid, probably more candid than his attorneys were comfortable with. But I think that this will, obviously, when we release the video of this, I mean, you'll have the opportunity to digest it. But we do have to get justice for the victims, because in all of the political food fight of Washington, D.C., what is getting lost is the fact that there are victims that deserve justice.
You guys keep saying that, but then you keep doing the things to make sure that they don't get justice. Like, focusing on Bill Clinton in general is kind of
like this
whack.
Is important because we need to get answers. We need justice.
When there's a lot more evidence that, like, guys did shit, and these dudes are, like, you know, billionaire freaking investors into both parties.
Epstein and his associates committed.
I'm calling them investors now.
Evil, and I'm glad that
not lobbyists.
Clinton and Hillary came out here. What I believe I saw the last 2 days was selective memory. Very good details back into the 90s. And in other times, I don't know, I don't recall. So we have more questions to answer. Thank you.
And we'll answer a couple of questions. Yes.
Can you definitely say that as a result of the former president's deposition, you now have more information that you did?
All right, so the distraction is in full effect. I can't hear a goddamn question. Great. Whoever set this press conference up did a great job.
Well, we're going to bring more people in. We're not finished. We didn't want to announce names before today. It was so
Why? No, bullshit. You announced this. You announced both of them, what, 2 weeks ago?
hard to get the Clintons in. I didn't want to do anything to jeopardize losing them. I think we learned some things. We were hoping to get more, but there were many questions, as you will see, hopefully in the next 24 hours when the videos were released, that there were a lot of very specific questions about very specific documents and correspondence that were subpoenaed by that we got from the Department of Justice, as well as the
All right. My biggest one, and this is honestly kind of oxymoronic, but why in the fuck are the Democrats not doing the same thing.
Epstein estate.
Why are they not subpoenaing anybody? Like, what the fuck?
Many times the Clinton.
Just because they don't have a majority doesn't mean that they can't not fucking call these people in, especially when they already kind of know that these people are on the record for supporting having these people come in. Specifically, I'm talking about like the Republicans here.
Couldn't recall or didn't know or denied that they were pertaining to them. So, but I do think that we picked up some new facts. We asked both Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton where we should go from here as a committee, because we're sincere about trying to get the
I don't think I shouted you out yet.
And hold
Also,
some
Mitchell,
bad
Ghost Dog,
actors accountable in this.
and Hermit.
Yes.
Can I get a big fuck Trump? I can't hear the questions, guys.
We've got one
There's literally
employee
nothing.
that does the videography, and he had to do the videography today too. So we're going to try to release those.
Oh, so they're going to blame the videographer for anything that's untoward.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the transcript has to be approved by the attorney. So the video could very likely come out before the transcripts. Once the transcribers were in here,
How come all of them just look like there isn't a brain between
an
them?
old team of transcribers. They're going to put it on paper. Then both sides will get to approve the transcripts. Then we'll release it. That's standard rules of deposition. We always do that. We will do that.
No, I understand that there needs to be a majority vote to subpoena them. Why, when these people are on record, like they're already on record saying that they don't want to hide anything? So hold them to that.
With the videos, as quick as we can get them all uploaded and cleaned up, any background noise or anything like that, then we will release them hopefully in the next 24 hours.
Yes, hopefully.
Yes.
Yeah, there's no mic on the media, which is insane. AP, come on, man.
Well, we have a lot of questions about anyone who spent time with Epstein post-conviction, the first conviction. I think that's where, and if anyone disagrees, feel free to speak up, but I think that's where most of our concerns are. Once you knew Jeffrey Epstein was a sex offender.
Oh, shut up. Shut up. You see what they're doing there? They're trying to kind of do anybody that was there in his presence during the 90s, up to the, those few years during post 9/11. Yeah, they didn't know.
Why did you continue a relationship? So
A, man.
Stay tuned on that.
Also, Fred and Meta, welcome over from Twitch.
Well,
we were respectful.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can watch the video and say, everybody knows President Clinton. He's got Southern people skills. He's a
Anna
charming
Polina Luna.
individual.
That's the only reason that she's there, by the way.
Obviously. So, yes.
It's because Lauren Boebert is not in good standing right now.
You have said in the past that Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton were not accused of any wrongdoing connected to Jeffrey Epstein. After 2 days of asking them very tough questions.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah, Rebecca.
There's no reason to think that they're connected to any wrongdoing.
Well, they said they weren't. I guess innocent until proven guilty. We're going to go back and look at. The reason Miss Clinton complained about being asked the same question over and over is because we presented different emails, different documents that would suggest that she was close with Epstein and Maxwell, and obviously she denied that. Now we're going to go back and verify that to see if any type of perjury was committed. Chad.
Oh my God, dude. The fact that Clinton didn't just burn Trump down. And then they're still like, now we have to make sure that there was no type of perjury.
From all the evidence I've seen, he's been exonerated for a long time.
Fucking clown show.
Well, we'll discuss that as we move forward. Obviously, we've got more people to bring in, and we'll see if any new evidence arises. But right now, I haven't seen anything. And if anybody
Can I just say this? The Epstein victims have exonerated President Trump. This is a trope that you guys are a rabbit hole. You guys
No,
are
they
going
haven't.
Down, but he has been exonerated over and over again by Epstein victims.
What the fuck? So you can take his, just one person, actually. It's just one victim saying, yeah, he never did anything untoward. What do you mean?
Need to get all the information on co-conspirators. We still don't even have the names of all the co-conspirators because the Southern District of New York is hiding that information by redacting those names. And
Now it's the Southern District of New York. It's not the DOJ.
Just real quick, if I can also just add into that.
Oh, they're calling her on it. Oh God, I hope we get.
If I can just elaborate real quick.
Was on Epstein's plane 26 flights.
Hold on.
I mean, he had information with them for hours and hours. Lots
real
of dinners,
quick,
all the things.
Chad, if I can just add in. President Clinton, and you guys will all be able to hear specifically what he said, reference a 2002-2003 conversation of which he did not feel that President Trump had any wrongdoing in regards to Jeffrey Epstein. It's incredibly important that you guys see through the partisan nature of what has become this entire investigation. It's also important that you guys are reporting the fact that everything that we are seeing in these documents, to include what I presented to both the Secretary and President Clinton, show that Epstein was running an intelligence operation. He was targeting people specifically, and he was intentionally going in and using women to traffic in minors and then exposing vulnerabilities for different people. What I will also say is that, like Nancy has said and the chairman, there is nothing that we are seeing where there's criminal involvement or reason to believe that the president has any wrongdoing, and that is why we are not supporting this crazy theory in bringing him into all of this. We appreciate that President Clinton said what he did.
What do you mean? He has mentioned in this shit millions of times. What the fuck?
And I will say that has probably been, I guess, the silver lining in all of this.
And I will say Secretary Clinton and President
Kat just yelled at me to calm down.
Offered, I think, suggestions, advice on where this investigation should go based on information they have, things that they've seen, experiences in their positions. And that's helpful to this entire thing. And again, this has been not partisan. We saw really great questions from the Democrat side of the Oversight Committee and the Republican side today. I was very impressed with where this went today.
No, this is why I'm yelling about it, is because they genuinely think that the American people are just the biggest fucking... I almost said it. R words.
Yes. Nope, I've never heard that from a single victim.
When we met, when the committee, the Republicans and Democrats, one with Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. So those are forthcoming. We'll probably announce some more people we're going to bring in prior to those depositions. But I think we had a good 2 days in New York City. I appreciate the Clintons being here. Wish it wasn't so hard to get them here, but as often is the case, it was more difficult than it should have been. But thank you all for being here, and we look forward to releasing the video and the transcript as soon as possible. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
All right. So I wanted to show you that. That was House Republicans speaking.
Okay. Well, that's gone. And now we're just gonna go back to waiting for Clinton. I guess, yeah, because he's gonna come out at some point. Here, you know what? Fuck it. We're in the middle of doing those.
We're going to take you now to Chappaqua, New York, where Hillary Clinton is speaking about her deposition with lawmakers earlier today. Let's take a listen.
As fully as I could, based on what I knew, and what I knew is what I said in my statement this morning. I never met Jeffrey Epstein, never had any connection or communication with him. I knew Ghislaine Maxwell casually as an acquaintance, but whatever they asked me, I did my very best to respond. It was disappointing that they refused to hold a public hearing, so I wouldn't have to be out here characterizing it for you. You could have seen it for yourself.
Which, again, is insane.
We had asked for that. We think it would have been better for the committee and its efforts to...
Just wait. They're going to totally placate a right-winger, though, because, again, it's 100% friendly to anybody that's going to come and testify from their side.
Gather whatever information they are seeking. We had a bit of a
Well, she just texted me. I am now broken up with. I'm just going to
challenge in the beginning because
fucking dude, Rebecca, you are going through it.
Because we had agreed upon rules based on the fact it was going to be a closed hearing at their demand, and one of the members violated that rule, which was very upsetting because it suggested that they might violate other of our agreements. So we had to cease the hearing for a period of time until we could get assurances that no rules would be broken going forward, and we returned to answer questions repetitively.
Chat seems better today. Oh, it is.
Literally over and over again.
It's
I
fixed.
don't know how many times I had to say I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices. So it's on the record.
Well, we kept asking her the same question because we had some emails saying that she might, even though it's the same exact situation as Donald Trump as far as proof. So we can sit here and say that this is evidence, but then also claim that the same type of proof is not evidence against one Donald Trump because that's just how it is.
Record numerous times. It then got, at the end, quite unusual because I started being asked about UFOs and a series of questions about Pizzagate, one of the most vile, bogus conspiracy theories that was propagated on the internet that was serving as the basis of a member's questions to me. So I could...
Whenever you're ready to, be cheered up, though, Rebecca, just remember we're here for you.
Say that the
You got a community here that cares.
Exchange that I had came at the very end when, contrary to every other deposition they have taken, no Republican member asked any questions about Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell to any...
Nice try, but that...
anyone...
Boo! Work harder.
Else they have deposed. And in fact, the Republican...
PTSD, pretty tired, stupid Democrats.
Members didn't even show up for the
Yeah, and then you were... when you were brainstorming that one, did you say pretty tired of stupid Democrat... Oh, there's an O there.
Position of Les Wexner.
You get it.
And when I said that, I had to point out that the only questions that any Republican member asked...
Seriously, you brainstormed, how long did you brainstorm that before dropping that in chat?
Of any of the people they deposed was of former Attorney General Bill Barr when Chairman Comer asked him about the allegations, in his view, about Russia's involvement in my election in 2016. So at the very end of this hearing, after I made that point, I want to commend Chairman Comer for raising a series of significant questions that I responded to about the nature of the investigation and the areas that I thought should be explored. So I appreciated that.
Randy, get better material. I mean, he's one of the worst types where he thinks that he could take this on stage. This dude legit thinks he's funny.
Want to see the truth come out. So that was a reassuring way to end a very long, repetitive deposition.
Madam Secretary, you spoke in your opening remarks about how heartbroken you have been for the Epstein survivors as these files have come out. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you have processed and reacted to the fact that the former president, your husband, Bill Clinton, is referenced in the Epstein files numerous times, including in some photos featuring women, and how have you been personally preparing for the deposition that is coming tomorrow? Are you 100% confident that there isn't anything that the former president knows about Epstein's crime?
I am, and I think the chronology of the connection that he had with Epstein ended several years before anything about Epstein's criminal activities came to light, and that he was charged and sadly given a sweetheart deal, which, as I said in my statement, had that not happened, perhaps his predatory behavior could have been stopped earlier. But I think it is fair to say that the vast majority of people who had contact with him before his criminal pleas in 2008 were like most people. They did not know what he was doing. And I think that that is exactly what my husband will testify to tomorrow.
Madam Secretary, can I ask? Why was Ghislaine Maxwell?
Do you believe this was a fair hearing, and do you still want to testify publicly, even though you gave this deposition?
Oh, I'm not going to do it again. They had a chance to do it in public, and I wish they had done it in public. And I think they're
good for her shutting that down.
Making the wrong decision, avoiding doing it in public. I thought it was very repetitive.
Because honestly,
I thought that
Republicans should be just as pissed about that, where it's just like, yeah, what did they not want us to see?
They asked literally the same questions over and over again, which didn't seem to me to be very productive. And then, as I said, toward the end, there were other questions that were totally off.
As I said, man, Republicans don't understand how bad they're burying themselves with this because of who they're going to have to depose because of this
subject.
They just deposed a former sitting president and a presidential candidate that went against Donald Trump. You do understand that just the optics of this. If this was Joe Biden doing the same shit to Trump during the fucking Biden presidency, notice how he never actually had any animus or any of that. Did he do it? Was he secretly controlling everybody and telling, hey, Jack, I need you to go after him for some records, some documents, and also investigate me so we could totally be on the up and up?
So if they are going to fulfill their responsibility.
I just love how many people can genuinely believe that Biden was his criminal mastermind, but not look at Trump and just go, yeah, he's corrupt as shit.
Abilities to literally investigate the investigations, which is...
Find me that clip there, Sonny.
What they originally said was...
Oh, did I hurt some feelings with facts? I thought facts didn't care about feelings.
Of their work. I think they could have spent the day more productively.
Yeah, for crimes he committed. It's almost like when you have an investigation against you and commit crimes, and then it turns out you did those crimes, then you should be, tried. But then you idiots were just like, oh, it's a witch hunt! Russia, Russia, Russia. The Russia scheme. Even though I didn't personally do anything, Paul Manafort, Michael Cohen, and General Flynn, you know what? They all ended up in prison for absolutely no reason. Another witch hunt, another hoax.
Madam Secretary, can I ask?
Madam Secretary.
James Matthews from Sky News. Can I ask, why was Ghislaine Maxwell invited to...
No, your hero worship of the guy actually makes you look foolish. That's honest. Dude, I'm not even trying to fucking engage with you twats, but if you can, honest to God, go out there and use the term TDS and you think that you're somehow winning arguments, I have news for you, homie.
The daughter of Chelsea Clinton's wedding.
Nobody takes you seriously. Everybody in your life looks at you like you're a fucking wacko.
In 2010.
Anybody that genuinely loves Donald Trump to the point where everybody in their family and all their friends know about it, everyone hates you.
Already been mentioned.
That's why you're not happy.
In a civil lawsuit.
Otherwise, you would just be rejoicing about all the winning that's happening, but yeah.
By Virginia Giuffre before that, Jeffrey Epstein had already been convicted.
So much winning. You have all the time in the world to fucking sit and bitch about the Dems.
As the +1, the guest of someone who was invited.
Pretty funny.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all.
In the hot tub, in the swimming
What message does it say that I don't know when the video will be out. I don't know when the transcript will be out. We've asked that they be out as quickly as possible, and then you can see everything. Thank you.
President Trump was in the hot tub. We heard from Bill Gates concerns about Epstein trying to blackmail him.
All right, you were just All right, you were just listening to former Secretary of State and former First Lady Hillary Clinton.
All right. Let's do this. Okay. So, former President Bill Clinton told members of Congress on Friday that he did nothing wrong in his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and saw no signs of Epstein's sexual abuse as he faced hours of grilling from lawmakers over his connections to disgraced financier, the disgraced financier more than 2 decades ago. I saw nothing. I saw nothing. I did nothing. Not bad. The former Democratic president, blah, blah, blah. Closed-door deposition in Chippewa. Marks the first time a former president had to testify before Congress. I mean, he was a sitting president when he had to also testify. I mean, so he's the first sitting president to testify in front of Congress and the first ex-president to sit in front of Congress. It's almost like, I don't know. The Democratic, like, honestly, this is where Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer should be taken into account by anybody that, like, even leans left. Is just like, okay. So, you're telling me that you guys are so good at predicting what's going to happen and you're so good at winning elections that you couldn't see this one coming and how they were going to disingenuously use this? Really? Like, holy shit. A closed-door deposition in Chippewa. Bill Clinton has not been accused of any wrongdoing, yet lawmakers are grappling with what accountability in the United States looks like at a time when men around the world have been toppled from their high-power posts for maintaining their connections with Epstein. Men and women, for that matter, of great power and great wealth from all across the world have been able to get away with the heinous crimes. Blah, 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 blah. Hillary Clinton told lawmakers Thursday that she had no knowledge of how Epstein, we just listened to that. Bill Clinton, in his opening statement, said he would likely often tell the committee that he did not recall the specifics of events from more than 20 years ago, but he also expressed certainty that he had not witnessed any of Epstein's abuse. The thing is, the goalpost has already been moved because everybody that was like watching this thinking that, oh, he's just going to plead the fifth. Like I heard this on Wednesday when we were talking about this happening. People were just like, he's going to plead the fifth. She's going to plead the fifth. They're not going to answer questions. But now that they've answered all the questions, it's not good enough. Really? Meanwhile, your Trump and King, your Trump and King, your president and king, is out there just going, I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I do not recall. You know what? I don't recall much. Gotta say, it's interesting. I just really do not recall. There's a secret account with a guy around her waist. Damn, had no idea. Damn, no idea how to feel. I mean, oh, geez, Rebecca. Yeah. Well, that sucks. TDS is messing with my speech. Oh, yes. I'm sure that you never misspeak. You are perfect, human. Meanwhile, the beep boops and the boop bops in the chat here really got your back. Oh my god, when is Bill Clinton actually going to fucking address this stuff? Alright, let's go into this. Embarrassing. Ellie Honig says DOJ is getting lapped by Congress and Brits in the Epstein investigation. This isn't going away. Like, as much as the Republicans really want this to go away, it's not. Senior legal analyst Eli. Is it Eli? Or Ellie? I'm gonna go Eli. Eli Honig. Said that the Department of Justice is getting lapped by both the British authorities and Congress in their subsequent investigations into those affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein, calling the disparity amazing in a Friday Intelligentsia column. Honig, a former state and federal prosecutor, wrote that the DOJ, led by Attorney General Pam Bondi, is getting lapped by both Congress and the British authorities on follow-up investigations around the Epstein files, adding bluntly, there's no excuse for either. I mean, let's be real. There really is no fucking more excuses for them. There's no excuses for the for Congress to call Kash Patel in and, you know, I don't know. Like James Comer was saying that he wants to look into whether or not Hillary Clinton may have perjured herself. Interesting. Well, we might have to look into whether or not a certain Kash Patel or Pam Bondi or any of these other fools have perjured themselves, since we are so, on top of the perjury aspect of things now. Honig pointed out to developments overseas where British officials have moved quickly on leads drawn from the same exact Epstein file releases by the U.S. authorities. In a matter of weeks, he wrote, UK investigators have investigated and arrested a former Prince Andrew, and a Lord Peter Mandelson, carried out searches and conducted extensive questioning. By contrast, Honig said, it's not even clear the DOJ is doing anything at all. He wrote about the characterization as a dismissive tone from the top U.S. officials, highlighting Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche's remarks that the American people need to understand that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. Jesus fucking Christ. The gaslighting. Again, dude, I hope you understand, if you're MAGA, this is for you. This isn't for the left. This is not for us. We already know this is bullshit. But if you can go and you can listen to Todd Blanche telling you, it's not a crime to party with Epstein. But you just heard what Hillary Clinton had to say, but then you were just like, no, there's definitely more to that. She was lying. So he stressed Congress is putting powerful people on the spot, something the DOJ has yet to do, noting the absence of search warrants, no subpoenas, and no interviews with key players or no arrests. Meanwhile, the British authorities and Congress forge ahead, he concluded. It's an embarrassing moment for our Justice Department leadership and a telling indictment of its own stubborn and perhaps purposeful indifference. I'm not sure if you guys understand what he was just saying there, but he was essentially saying, it's a cover-up! No, what? Trump floats a friendly takeover of Cuba?
The way they're negotiating, so we'll see how it all works. The Cuban government is talking.
He can, take these questions away from the jet, but
with us.
I don't know, man.
They're in a big deal of trouble, as you know.
I genuinely think it's just so he can just be like, I didn't hear the question, gotta go!
But they're talking with us, and maybe we'll have a friendly takeover of Cuba.
A friendly takeover of Cuba.
Very well end up having a friendly takeover of Cuba.
What about the post?
After many, many years, we've had a lot of years of dealing with Cuba. I've been hearing about Cuba since I'm a little boy, but they're in big trouble, and
yeah, again, because we made a sport of documenting all of Biden's slip-ups. I've heard about it since I'm a little boy. Is it just because he sounds so ridiculous that it's kind of like, oh, you just ignore it? Or do you genuinely believe that he loves you that much and that he loves and respects you so much that he would never lie to you? His fans, his sycophants, why would he do that? God. Purposeful ignorance, erroneous thought, and hate are the way of the liberal. Telling on yourself. Wow. And projection is the way of everybody that says this shit right now. It's the same with TDS. It's kind of funny, too, because think about this. For everybody that comes on here saying that liberals have TDS, blah, 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 you guys spent the last 4 years going to fucking rallies with fucking fuck Joe Biden flags, and then, oh my God, you guys did the ultimate. Guys, we had a code. Let's go, Brandon. Oh, we got those libs. Oh, I'm not obsessed. You're obsessed. You got TDS. Meanwhile, here you are feeling the need to defend your Lord and Savior, which, again, I think that all anything that you would need to defend him on would be easy to just ignore if you were recognizing the signs of all the success. But it's almost like nobody's buying it this time. Nobody cares. This is his second go around, and people are onto his bullshit. Most of the independents in this country don't give a fuck about him. And he has had over a year to do the thing where he could just make the economy better and just bring over anybody that doesn't really care, because those are that's his bread and butter, is the independents that just do not care about politics. All they care about is seeing results in the economy. The problem is they're seeing negative results in the economy. Even Fox News today came out and was just like, inflation's going back up. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, shit. Here, let's get through this.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with some major breaking news for you, and it doesn't look pretty. All the news I have for you today is actually horrific. So let's jump right into it here because this can't wait. So let's start with this. Breaking. The talks are over. Bloomberg reports that Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner left Geneva disappointed with the progress of the talks with Iran. So this is a bad sign, because what this means is there's a push towards war. And in fact, it looks like the decision has already been made at the highest level. It looks like Trump said, let's go to war, because I'm going to show you a lot of evidence to that effect in just a second here. In fact,
I like the dog chilling. Hell yeah.
Attacks can start at literally any minute. It's almost certain that the attacks happen.
He comes down here. I'll just be like, want to go to work? He'll come down here and then he'll go to sleep. So I think he knows what's up.
At some point this weekend. So absolutely devastating. Of course, the irony here of what they're saying is the exact opposite is true. Okay? Yeah. The Iranians are disappointed because they have repeatedly put on the table
Kane battle. Hello, Pep Talks. Good to be back. Good to have you back, Kane.
Reasonable offer you can imagine. They're not building a nuclear weapon. They've been clear about that fact. They agreed in 2015 to a deal that would allow the international community to make sure they never build a nuclear weapon. They only have nuclear power for their power grid and scientific research.
Yes, because that means that they would be kneecapping their entire... Okay, so are you telling me that you'd be comfortable with us getting rid of all of our military? And okay, right? Because you're just perfectly fine with going and telling another country how they don't deserve sovereignty, and the only way they do is if they just unilaterally disarm, because you know nothing bad could come from that.
They've never gone beyond that. Basically, in every way, shape, and form, they've tried to accommodate the West and accommodate Israel. And, of course, the U.S. and Israel refuse to take yes for an answer. And what they say is they put a poison pill in the negotiations, and they say, you need to also give up your ballistic missiles, which would make you sitting ducks to Israeli attacks whenever they want to bomb you, which is exactly what Israel does to Lebanon. And Lebanon...
Who, by the way, that wasn't necessarily directed at you. That was directed at anybody that's looking at that and going, oh, Iran is bad faith.
Is routinely attacked, and there's basically nothing they can do about it.
And now they're going and just saying, look at the left defending Iran. It's like, no, dude, we've already gone through this. We lived through the fucking Iraq war. We're hearing the same playbook. The only thing that's different is there's no post 9/11, sympathies on this one. So they have to sell this one by just being like, okay, you guys are okay if we do this, and then they're like, no, we're not, and they're like, well, too bad.
So
but then the Venezuela thing. This is where he's gonna bring up a poll coming up here, and it really annoys me because he did the same thing during Venezuela. Dude, literally the next day after we went to Venezuela, the polls fucking shifted. Support was, starting to go through the roof.
Worst case scenario, because they wanted to take away their entire nuclear program, which is obviously off the table. They have a right under international law to use nuclear power for their power grid, okay? And they also wanted to get rid of...
That's weird. America did support that agenda, by the way.
The ballistic missiles.
For fucking, 10 years? 8 years with Obama, and then, 2 good years from fucking...
They could not agree to those terms, but now the talks are over.
Yep.
All right, more. Breaking. The Chinese...
Yeah, and over 130 people that voted in the 2020 election didn't vote this time, so okay.
Chinese government is advising its citizens to avoid...
Keep telling me how the independent electorate's going to fucking be real jazzed about getting gaslit about the economy for a second time.
Travel to Iran.
From the guy that said he was going to fix it on day one.
And urging the...
Moron. I'm going to be real nice here, and I'm going to give you a piece of advice. You guys need to start really trying to work on substantive talking points, because nobody in the electorate's going to buy this shit.
Was currently in the country.
And I know you guys are very, very, you're counting on the election being stolen, which is ironic.
To leave immediately. This is always one of those signs that war is about to pop off. When you see different countries basically saying...
Because I'm going to just say this much. If we're investigating 2020, I want 2024 investigated as well. We need to election integrity is a very serious subject, guys. And you know what? If the 2020 election was stolen, that means the 2024 one wasn't locked down. That means that we need a full-blown investigation to see if Donald Trump actually had as many votes as he claims he did, just in case. Just in case. Not saying that there's anything untoward, just in case, though.
To all of their...
You see what's happening there?
Citizens who are in Iran, hey man, you got to get out, whether it's government employees or it's citizens, and they're saying...
You guys are clowning yourself because of how bad you are at this. Like, the fact that you only complain when you lose, it's almost like you have kindergarten tactics.
And hey, you got to get out. That's a
bunch of fucking kids.
Very, very, very bad
Never
sign.
got out of elementary
How about
school.
this one? U.S. airlift overnight and into the morning toward the Middle East is huge. And you could see all of these warplanes here flying to the Middle East yet again.
You're the only one saying you love the guy.
Another horrific sign. We've seen the
Jesus. All right. If you love him so much, go kiss him.
Military buildup for a while. Okay. And we've seen that there's been a lot of U.S. ships.
Seriously, why haven't you tried?
In the region, a lot of fighter jets in the region, lot of every kind of...
Man, you won't even need lube for him to,
military equipment you can think of. It's been sent to the region. And now to see this last push, it appears to me to be like final touches before the attack actually happens. Breaking, heavy GPS jamming hits Iran, including Tehran. Okay, this happened last night. Yet again, not a good sign. Newswire says U.S.
TDS.
has evacuated all non-essential staff and their families from its embassy in Israel.
Trump dick sucking?
Real.
Yes, it is.
Not good. Apparently, on all of these degenerate betting sites, odds that the U.S. strikes Iran by March 15th are now at 61%. The U.S. just urged all of its citizens to leave Israel. Huckabee said they should book flights, quote, anywhere today. The U.S. will attack Iran tomorrow. The threat is existential. Iran must fire everything it has. The goal is to collapse, is the collapse of the country and full Balkanization. And I think that's exactly right. Israel would like it if they could get the monarchy back, because basically the son of the Shah is an Israel cuck. And so they would like that. But chances are the Iranian people will not accept that in any way, shape, or form. And what you'll have is exactly this, Balkanization, where the country basically splinters into a number of sub-countries, and it effectively becomes a failed state.
No, I do think it's funny how that that totally backfired on the USA hockey team, and a lot of them are just like, oh, man. And it's almost like these guys were right about him. Oh, fuck.
That's exactly what they want. They want a failed state so they can control them, and there can be no regional pushback to the Israeli government as they try to create a greater Israel, which they're now very open about, by the way. All right, Middle East Observer says Bahrain, Qatar, Iraq, these are all in the range of Iran's shortest range ballistic missiles.
Oh, yeah, and that's why the left are actually benefiting from that. The left are the ones that are they are showing the American populist American populists, Jesus, populists as well, that realistically going, with the DSA, that's definitely the way to go, because you get a little bit of your capitalism, but you also get some stuff for it, and you don't have a bunch of fucking crazy assholes that do things for the memes.
It's the easiest targets to destroy with cheap and old missiles. Before war, it's the first bases that the U.S. has to evacuate, and this is exactly what they did. They will use other bases and attack platforms that are much further in range to force Iran to use long-range missiles. It's safer for Americans and easier to detect than short-range missile salvos. And you could see here, Middle East Observer also said,
"Yep, Americans come first so much that now we're sending them to go die for the fucking elite." Cool. That's literally the final stage, and you guys are going to sacrifice your children willingly.
Evacuation from Qatar.
Yeah, go into the military. Woo!
Evacuation from Iraq. Withdrawal from Syria. Evacuation.
Take off your hat and you stand for our troops, because my son died for your freedoms.
Of the Fifth Fleet from Bahrain. That's a bigger
we already see it
sign of war than an aircraft carrier. And you could see here, all evacuated, and here's a picture of one of the evacuated bases. All right. Yoav Gallant, the defense minister in Israel, tweets this, very cryptic.
Thinking undocumented people are the cause of your problems is a smooth brain perspective. There are much bigger issues than undocumented people. Americans living paycheck to paycheck is a big issue.
The coming weeks will shape the coming decades
they don't care.
in the Middle East.
They'll blame illegals for that. they'll literally say that your wages are low because illegals are here because they're fucking retarded.
The coming
they really are.
Weeks will shape the coming decades in the Middle East.
And there's no nice way of saying it anymore. They're retarded.
Now, by the way, this is one of the guys who's guilty of genocide. This is one of the guys, I think he's the one who said cut off all food, fuel, water, and electricity for all of Gaza's 2.3 million people.
Yeah, remember when Trump said that Obama was going to bomb Iran to get his numbers up? Yep. I remember.
Because of the
Pepitron remembers.
actions of Hamas, which only make up about 30 to 40,000 people. So it announced collective punishment, did a genocide. Now here he is tweeting on the eve of a massive new illegal and offensive war in the Middle East. He's saying the coming weeks will shape the coming decades.
Corporations are the illegals. Yep.
Very devastating. All right. The Cradle says Trump advisors want Israel to attack Iran first and let U.S. troops get hit.
Hold on. This one's a special type of stupid. Poor people are only Democrats, just too lazy to earn a living, too stupid to realize they are losing their losing their freedoms. Jesus Christ.
Muster public support for war.
Jesus Christ.
Understand what they're saying here.
Loosing there with the I and the E not in the right place. Oh man.
Trump said,
send their best.
Saying, look, I want to help you, Israel. I want to do the war for you, Israel, but I need a little something more that I can use to justify it to the public. And so internally, Trump is telling Israel, you guys attack Iran first. Iran will then fire back and they'll, bomb U.S. military bases, for example. They have some ballistic missiles that could sink a U.S. ship, which would mean deaths of U.S. soldiers. Trump is literally saying...
Yep. There he goes. There it is. There it is. He's literally saying it, man. Hey, you know what? Maybe we'll get some sympathy if, I don't know, some of our soldiers just, had something happen. Huh?
I will make a blood sacrifice of our own soldiers.
You guys do realize that if it happens...
at the altar of the military industrial...
you guys thought the Epstein shit was bad. Just wait for that one.
Complex.
Oh, wait a minute. That's right. You guys don't actually give a shit. You guys, you worship this motherfucker. You will never look at him and go, yeah, I think that he might be fucking us. Which, that's the plan, you dumb fucks.
To then turn around and...
You're the only victims here. You really are. Like... The left gets to sit here and just be like, all right, we saw this coming.
Justify to the American.
That's why it's getting so much easier for us to also ignore you and shut the door whenever you guys try to come to your senses and go, I am a disaffected MAGA voter. And I just got to say, I thought that Trump was, he was going to do a tax on tips. And I don't like this. And then he took away my EBTs.
American public, well, we have to go to war now.
I didn't think that he was going to take away my EBT. I thought he was going to take away the Spanish girl in front of me at Walmart's CBTs because she was the illegal.
Iran just killed our people. What do you want me to do? But the whole thing is planned out. Man. The whole thing is staged. He's saying, Israel, you attack, you go on the offense. When Iran fires back and attacks us, I'll say that they did the offensive attack. Openly planning to lie about the chain of events. This is where we are now. People don't realize
what wars did Obama start, dumbass?
The true nature of these psychopaths and...
This idea that him and Trump didn't just perpetuate our continued involvement in Iran or in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Sociopaths.
Now, he wants to go to war with Iran. Shut the fuck up, you idiot.
This is it.
Seriously. Are you that fucking stupid to sit here and be like, Obama was the war president?
This is it. They're
fuck off.
Willing to sacrifice.
He stopped 8 wars. He said he did.
Your kids. Which is unbelievable. J.D. Vance is running around like a chicken with his head cut off, allegedly behind the scenes saying don't go to war, but then in public basically making the case for war.
Yep.
So Vice President...
Well, yeah, because he has to get these idiots to fucking send their kids to the military.
And Vance said there's no...
I don't see any of these people in chat lining up to go fucking serve their country.
Chance any Iran strikes would lead to long war in the Middle East.
It's almost like they know.
Oh, it's not like this isn't exactly what we heard before the war in Iraq, right? Look at this. Rumsfeld, this is from 2002, November 15, 2002. Rumsfeld, Secretary of Defense, said, it would be a short war. We had people like Bill Kristol saying, yeah, it'll be maybe 2 weeks, maybe 2 months at most. It won't go longer than that. Over 20 years later, we still have some troops in Iraq. Over 20 years later. Okay? We've seen this movie before. We weren't born yesterday. And for those of you who are young enough where you didn't see the original, take it from those of us that did. That's when I first developed my politics, looking at George W. Bush, looking at Dick Cheney, looking at the war crimes they committed, looking at the torture they did, looking at the illegal and offensive attacks against countries that didn't attack us. That's what helped shape my politics. And now it looks like we're about to go through the same thing again. This is a very, very, very bad sign, too. Clash Report says an Israeli Iron Dome battery was spotted near the Knesset as part of defense preparations for a possible strike on Iran. So, in other words, phenomenal evidence, proof. I think it's fair to call this proof that they've made the decision to attack Iran, and they're expecting not only U.S. bases in the region to be attacked, potentially U.S.
Never trusted anybody.
Ships to be attacked.
Oh, yeah, the short war stuff. Yeah.
Attacked.
No, like he laid it out there when Donald Rumsfeld, it's going to be maybe 2 weeks.
But also, Israel is expecting the Knesset to be bombed, which is basically their key government building, all right, their capital building. This is what we're talking
if this isn't, exactly.
about here.
If this isn't your first rodeo, we'll see you after.
Newswire says UK government officials have been temporarily
But one thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to celebrate your shitty kids going into the fucking military and then you saying, my son fought for their country. It's like, no, they fought for Israel. You can stop now.
From Iran. That's more evidence right there. Pakistan's Minister of Defense, Khawaja Mohammed Asif,
I thought we were America first. Odd how that works.
Has stated that Pakistan is now at war with Afghanistan, and in fact, some top Taliban commanders have already been killed in this. Now, this popped off yesterday, so this guy on Twitter says, looks like we're getting an undercard fight before the main event. That is actually what it looks like, and it's very disturbing that we're now having these conversations. Lindsey Graham said the other day, quote, if America withdraws support for Israel, God will pull the plug on us.
If only.
This is what Lindsey Graham said.
It's been a good ride, folks.
Christian Zionism to the max here. And can we all admit now, can everybody get on the record and admit that people like Lindsey Graham, people like Mike Huckabee, that these people...
checking out a video and ran into you. You and the wife, Gapper. Yeah, we're doing okay. We had a good day today.
Extremists on the exact level of the Taliban.
Getting all the good days in before she goes in for chemo radiation therapy, which is going to apparently be a little bit more intense than the just chemo.
That they're basically the Christian Taliban.
Her body is primed for it this time. So they said it's not going to be, as...
They're saying God gave Israel and the Jews a right to steal the land, to steal the entire Middle East, to create a greater Israel. Who cares about sovereignty? Who cares about independence? Who cares about international law? Who cares about human rights? Who cares about borders of other countries? Can we all admit that now? Can everybody please get on the record and admit that these people are Taliban-level extremists, except maybe worse because we have more guns, more weaponry, and nuclear weapons. And, we're not afraid to flex it. We're the only country that's actually nuked innocent people before. Okay? But here he is saying, don't you dare ever withdraw support from Israel, because if you do, God will pull the plug on us. This is psycho talk. This is cuckoo for Cocoa Puff stuff. Responsible Statecraft has an article out. Veterans urge Trump to reject war with Iran. Well, it looks like he is not listening. Imagine preparing for a major war with Iran over their nuclear program when this is the official White House website.
Bill Clinton.
And here you see it says, Iran's nuclear facilities have been obliterated and suggestions otherwise are fake news. This was from June.
So again, to any of the MAGA in chat here, if the nuclear facilities were obliterated, how are we in any way, shape, or form threatened by this country if they don't have nukes? But he says they're also trying to get nukes at any time. Huh.
June 25th,
that don't make
after
no
what
sense.
They called the 12-day war, the first illegal bombing raid done by the U.S. and Israel against Iran. Okay? June 25th, not that long ago. The nuclear programs are totally destroyed. Trump said, it's over. Anybody who says otherwise is lying. It's fake news. The fake news media. Well, we went from they're all destroyed to we need to do war to get rid of their nuclear capabilities. I mean, they're not even trying anymore. They're not even trying anymore. At least for the war in Iraq, they literally did 2 straight years of relentless propaganda trying to argue that Saddam Hussein worked with Osama bin Laden and was responsible for 9/11 and killing thousands of Americans. Okay? So that's why you have
yeah, and they use like fucking old Flash videos to try and
like 80
get the the youth to just be like, oh yeah, this is hilarious. You know what? Fuck it, dude. Let's go. Let's go into what?
80% of the American population saying, yeah, go to war with Iraq. It's like we view this as defensive, right? It was because of
you guys remember
that
bomb, 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 bomb.
Relentless propaganda.
Yeah.
Trump is not even trying to do propaganda. It's just like, we're just going to do the war. By the way, the polling data on this, you're going to love this. The highest number I've seen, support for Iran among the American public, 28%. The lowest number, 5%. 5%. So he's going to do what 5% of the American public wants against the overwhelming majority of the American people. And by the way, it's completely and utterly illegal in every way, shape, and form. Okay? Because Congress would have to approve it. They haven't approved it.
Yeah, so this Trump, James. I didn't hear dick about
alone.
it. You can't use the, Obama did it in response to us being like, oh, okay, because I already didn't like Obama, numbnuts.
Is impeachable.
You see how your talking points fall apart when the person doesn't worship the politician that they're that you assume they do?
This alone should get...
Unlike me, who can assume you worship your politician because here you are sucking his nuts in a chat.
Hit with the 25th Amendment.
Don't talk mean about my dad.
Should get him kicked out of office.
Daddy Trump! My daddy's better than your daddy Obama!
And locked up.
That's the energy you guys come at this with, and that's how I see you.
For that matter. Indicted, convicted, locked up. Okay? Basically...
Very easy to ignore.
Potentially starting World War III, totally illegally, with no justification whatsoever.
And again... Not dick said about this.
Ever. By the way,
So tell me more about the fucking stuff that Obama did. Meanwhile, in the year of our Lord 2026, here we are about to go to war with Iran. And I'm sorry, if you're under the age of 25, you might be on the chopping block for this one because last time I checked, our military wasn't as stacked as it was in the early 2000s.
I have to point this out.
I hope y'all can do some push-ups.
So, we have Just Foreign Policy says, Gottheimer and Moskowitz.
Oh, wait, they limited that whole...
2 Democrats in the House.
Whole thing. I think that you could do them girly style.
They wrote a letter, basically... urging the Democratic Party.
While also having a bunch of, women around you totally owning your ass and doing push-ups. Meanwhile, you're sitting there on your knees.
Hey, do not try to block Trump with this War Powers Act that Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna are doing. Do not try to block war with Iran. Do not even try to get Congress on the record as to...
Just because we spend money and we have lots of toys doesn't mean that we have a lot of competence in using said toys. I'm about to do a story on what the Pentagon just did with the said toys and tell me how smart our fucking military is again. Just wait. This one is a teaser for you.
How they would vote on war.
It's not good.
Or with Iran. These are Democrats who are being diet MAGA and not even diet MAGA, just flat out MAGA and supporting Trump's fascism and his warmongering. And they're on the record saying, we're going to be against not only the Democratic Party, but the
Democrats made our military gay. No, the Navy did that on their own.
But Democratic voters, ready for this? Adam Johnson says, according to a January 12th Quinnipiac poll, 95% of Democrats oppose Trump launching a war without congressional approval. Only 2% approve of him doing so. So Josh Gottheimer and Jared Moskowitz are on the side of 2% of Democratic voters. For reference,
those are some winning numbers.
5 times more Democrats, 10% think...
Meanwhile, in their brains, they just heard 98%.
Biden stole the...
Because they don't know how to math.
2020 election. They're representing 2% of the Democratic base. Ladies and gentlemen, they should be kicked out of the Democratic Party. Not only should they resign, they should be stripped of being Democrats. Because they're not Democrats. They're Democrats in name only. This is dino shit. And it's time we...
Again, you don't care about children's lives. Shut up.
Have a muscular Democratic Party.
Sitting here standing up for a pedo president. Meanwhile, also ignoring all the actual children's lives that were ruined.
With backbone.
We get it, man. You're a disingenuous fuckface.
That stands up.
Continued being such.
To people like this, who are basically ops. They're Republican ops.
We're used
They're
to
military-industrial complex ops. Just absolutely disgusting stuff. All right. So that's what we're looking at with Iran. I'm going to be here to give you guys updates as soon as we get more updates because I got my eye on this like a hawk because it looks like shit's about to pop off, bro. It looks like it's about to be...
To be fair, it's looked like that since 2 weeks ago.
Worst case scenario.
But yes,
and then,
getting rid of everybody at our bases and then giving our military a fucking steak and lobster dinner. And that's what they had for dinner last night, folks.
We'll have to see. Is Trump trying to do the thing where he's like, oh, I do a little bombing raid, and then I say, now you're going to agree to all my terms? But again, Iran is in a position where they can't. If they give up all their ballistic missiles and they give up their full nuclear capabilities, even for their power grid, that destroys the country and it makes them sitting ducks for Israel to do regime change anyway, right? So they can't do that. But is Trump going to try that? Or is it just we're jumping right in? We're jumping right in to a multi-year-long war, to an attempt at regime change, to a catastrophe. By the way, Trump's a total fucking idiot for thinking for even a second this might increase his approval rating. And by the way, there are countless tweets of Trump during the Obama years where he said Obama's numbers are down. He'll probably attack Iran to get a boost in his numbers.
This fucking shit. Yeah.
That's how he thought when it came to Obama. He's definitely thinking that when it comes to himself, but he fucking miscalculated. Okay? While I have you here, let me give you some more immediate breaking news. We got a lot of...
That's weird. How do you know when they still haven't released over 1 million? Actually, it's over 3 million documents according to them, but we know that's way more than that. Dude, the idea that Trump is not in there, it looking good.
Stuff here. So
it's actually looking like he really is committing the biggest cover-up ever, and he's using idiots like you to do so.
Talk about
cool.
Trump.
Do you ever have that thought that maybe, just maybe, he is lying, and that maybe, just maybe, you've been on the wrong side?
Basically green lighting glyphosate.
Yeah, he's literally green lighting cancer drugs. And he also, the one that he did back in January where he was just like, asbestos, we're going to make the bestest. The bestest asbestos comes from America. And you know what? We're going to make sure that we also have all of our people getting the bestest cancers, the bestest asbestos cancer.
Chemical. Green lighting that to be used more so across the country now.
Cool.
If you're wondering why Trump would...
Hey, guys, can you do me a favor? If you're MAGA, can you become landscapers?
Boost production of a weed killer linked to cancer. Here's your answer. Bayer, the pharmaceutical giant behind the glyphosate-based herbicide Roundup, donated $1 million to Trump's inauguration.
Pep, you deserve to have a kick-ass day. Hey, thank you.
Last year, it was Bayer's first ever inaugural donation. It is rank, disgusting corruption, and that's why he's going to give your kids cancer, okay, and potentially us too. How about this? CBS News. More than 36 states cover dental services for people on Medicaid. But with about $900 billion in cuts expected to hit states over the next decade because of the big bullshit bill that the Republicans passed, many programs could roll back dental coverage. So they're stripping dental coverage from poor people on Medicaid across this country. But that's not all. The Trump administration will withhold $259.5 million in Medicaid payments for Minnesota specifically. Why? Because of the bullshit, fake news, Nick Shirley, bogus documentary where he does, the Somali fraud is so bad, the Somali fraud is so evil and wrong, and there's fraud everywhere. It's because of that fake news that they're cutting $259.5 million in Medicaid payments for Minnesota. So how many innocent men, women, and children are going to struggle now because the White House decided to cave to a fake news loser who's like genuinely special needs and pretend like it's real? Okay, just absolutely grotesque people. But we also have, they're not done with their destruction of Medicaid. Aaron Rupar quotes Dr. Oz here. We're announcing a 6-month national moratorium blocking all new enrollments for durable medical equipment, prosthesis, orthotics, and supplies across the board. So in other words, like if you need a fake leg or a fake arm, some high level,
Dude, wheelchairs are actually durable medical equipment. You do understand that.
Medical equipment.
Jesus Christ,
basically, what they're saying is we're freezing that for the whole country.
That's fucked.
Medicaid and Medicare for the whole country. This is what he's saying here.
Again, Republicans, yeah.
And so Nicole Lee Schroeder says,
guys, just remember, we have to get a lot better about this. This is where I'm going to just say that these blowhard idiots are good at this because they blow hard so fucking well. You know what I mean by blowhard. Yeah, we kind of do need to get on the whole, like, guys, this is exactly what MAGA's doing, and this is what they did to you. So anytime you meet a veteran who happens to need a new wheelchair with a fucking red hat on, and then they're bitching about how they couldn't get their new prosthetic leg, hey,
the following.
Throw it in their face.
Wow, the plan is just eugenics. So much for providing health care.
The nice part is, like, this is where screenshots become very, very useful. Also, make sure that you just kind of, just tag it into Trump receipts.
For disabled people, this forces disabled people into poverty. It deprives them of mobility and access, and it harkens back to ages of forced institutionalization. I think that's exactly right.
Just in time for me to get diagnosed with sleep apnea. Yep.
Actually implementing their eugenic...
sleep apnea and CPAP will definitely be on that, so you will be out of pocket for CPAP machines.
Program, which is also why you see, by the way, ICE acting as Trump's paramilitary, his Gestapo, rounding up innocent people, and basically trying to make this country a white nationalist country. That's what they're doing here. And
thanks,
now they're
Peppa. Earth homies.
Going after the disabled, too, who are always on the top.
Also, if you guys are just joining us and enjoying the show, consider hitting the like button, man.
Top of the list.
Helps me out, makes it cool.
List. when you have fascists
Sub
take
to the
over,
channel
when
if
you
you
have
wanna stick around.
eugenicists take over. They view these people as defective. They view these people as
the game,
unsalvageable.
so.
They view
Gotta
them
do it.
as, sullying the bloodline of the country. And so they do stuff like this cruel, disgusting
Healthcare is a service, not a right. Yeah, that's what is part of the problem, is you're commodified.
stuff like this. And then we also have J.D. Vance lying. Look at this.
Also, they just, expanded the whole, Medicaid age. They expanded the fact that you can't even fucking retire until you're, damn near 70 now, and they keep pushing it back, the retirement age. Like,
in Wisconsin, a reporter says to him, in Wisconsin,
keep cheering the boot there.
Rural hospitals are struggling. Closures are...
Just remember, you're one medical, just one bad medical episode away from being completely bankrupt.
Creating health...
And that can happen even if you're a multimillionaire.
Cool. Deserts for parts of the state. Vance says, this is a problem we inherited from the last administration. That's a lie. It's the
nice part is the more you have to lose.
Reason why there was a multi-billion...
So, you know what? Poors unite. Working class unite. Yeah, baby.
$1 rural hospital fund.
Be happy with what you got and fuck these greedy fucks.
In the one big...
Just remember, these people will only start bitching when they can't afford, like, one of their extravagancies where it's just like, I couldn't get a new cow.
Bullshit bill.
I couldn't get my 50th Birkin bag.
That's a lie, ladies and gentlemen. Because of the big bullshit
Wasn't
bill,
even still a thing.
That made it so that they kicked 18 million people off of Medicaid. 18 million people were kicked off of Medicaid.
And meanwhile, you got people out here that are struggling just to fucking get health care and then, get some food.
Think about that number. That's an astonishing number. So we reported at the
time. You have that until Trump decides, yeah, you know what? Any of these unions, you know what? They shouldn't have access to good health care. They should be on the same rolls as everybody else.
And there was a number of articles on this.
That's why when he said the thing about single payer, it's not single payer in the way that you guys think it is.
Minimum about 300 rural hospitals are going to shut down.
It's going to be funny. This is also going to be hilarious when there's a massive amount of people losing their jobs in the blue-collar sector.
That bill. Maximum 742 rural hospitals are going to shut down because of that bill.
And like I said, this time, I get to I don't have to pretend to care about any of you fucks. Now I get to play the game where it's like, did you vote for Trump? Yeah. All right, fuck you.
Right.
I don't care. I don't want to. I do not care to hear about any of the hardships in your life if you voted for Donald Trump. I'm sorry. I don't give a flying fuck.
Then, knowing how horrible that was.
You guys lost that, like the nice leftists. Now, I'll still vote to give you guys health care.
Knowing there was...
But I'm not going to try and sell you guys on it because fuck you.
A round of bad press, knowing this was going to devastate communities. Then they did some bullshit
time looks like.
Fake signing event at the White House where they say, we are funding rural hospitals and we're opening up like whatever, a handful of them. So they
I'd rather hurt cats.
They close 742 of them. They open like a handful of them and they go, we did great stuff for rural hospitals. Look at this thing we did.
You never voted for Trump? Well, good for you.
The signing event we did where we're focusing on rural hospitals.
You get a special sticker and also a...
It's literally like, it's just a total scam. It's a
cool.
total scam. And to blame Biden for that is a fucking disgrace. It's an absolute disgrace. All right, so the New York Times says, new Affordable Care Act plans...
Yeah, because I didn't vote for this shit.
...could increase family deductibles to third...
I vote to have universal health care. See... Here's the difference. I wish I didn't have to have this. I wouldn't even have this bar up here if we had universal health care, if I didn't have to worry about this. But we have commodified health care. This is the reality of living in America. So, have fun.
$31,000. The Trump administration is proposing Obamacare plans that it says will lower health insurance premiums, but critics warn they would make care unaffordable. So this is the trick. These are the junk plans, the junk policies that are just like a total scam, where they say, oh yeah, you pay me like $100 a month or whatever, it's fine, right? And that's like, you paying for your health insurance. But then when you actually need
Hillary could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue, do nothing, and still be blamed for everything.
Health care, and you go to the doctor, they're like, okay, yeah, your deductible is $31,000. So basically, you don't have health care.
That's a good turnaround.
You basically don't have health care in any way, shape, or form. But their way of trying to like lower premiums is not to do Medicare for all, not to have a public option, not to crack down on the private health insurance mafia. No, their plan is like, let's just do another scam. Let's just make it so, sure, your premium is lower, but it's going to cost $31,000. It's going to cost $31,000 for your deductible. So basically, every time you go to the doctor, you're just paying out of pocket. It's absolutely ludicrous. This is crazy, too. Breakthrough News says the following. At the direction of the U.S., the Honduran government under President Nasri Asfura has expelled its Cuban doctors from the country. The doctors were stationed at a free ophthalmological, it's a hard word to say, clinic in Colinas, Santa Barbara, and were part of the Operation Miracle program, which provided services to poor and vulnerable populations. Medical brigades have become one of Cuba's most critical sources of income in the face of the U.S. blockade. So what's happening here is the U.S. tells Honduras, you have to kick out your Cuban doctors, even though they're helping poor and vulnerable people in your country.
They don't give a shit.
And Honduras, under pressure from the U.S., knowing
they don't give a shit.
Fucking cut off subsidies to us.
That would require them to actually care about people other than themselves.
They could bomb us. They could do whatever. They kick these Cuban doctors out.
Which is hilarious because, as I said, all these dumb motherfuckers that are MAGA in chat genuinely think that they care about, like, that Trump and the Republicans care about them.
So stop and think about that. You have
Which is funny.
Program
that's like me saying that Hakeem Jeffries and the Dems actually care about me as a person.
That Cuba is doing so they can make
adorable
money and they can help out poor people.
The only difference is it's not, as I have been saying consistently here, it's almost like we don't we don't worship the Democratic Party. We don't worship the politicians in it.
In Honduras.
But here they are.
And the
most useful idiots in all of politics.
West says,
God, fucking, we're gonna be studying this in history in about like 80 years, and it's just gonna be like, I don't.
Sorry, we're gonna now. They're not only kicking people in the U.S. off of healthcare, like kicking people off of Medicaid here. Now they're even kicking poor people in Honduras off of healthcare because they're saying you're not allowed to accept Cuban doctors in your country. These are the actions of an evil empire.
Okay,
That's
tell me why you should have to pay $25,000, remortgage your house to go get a surgery out of country instead of getting it here in the same time you would be doing that for free. That's not how that works.
This is
I don't know. Do you know what triage is, Madara? Because
demonic, satanic shit.
Actually, it's Madara Uchiha.
You're not only taking away healthcare from Americans, now you're taking away healthcare.
Madara got his in Naruto, just so you guys know. Spoiler alert.
From Hondurans. This is absolutely ludicrous. Got some ICE updates for you. The Daily Beast says
Sasuke was the better brother.
Guards at the notorious ICE facility are allegedly seizing crayons from children, drawing their pleas for help. Yes, it is.
And also, it's almost like you've never actually experienced anything, because guess where that happens? Here, in America.
Just as...
Yeah. Go to the emergency room. Yeah. It's going to happen to you.
As despicable and disgusting as you think it is. And every time we see a story on this.
Same thing. They're going to triage you. And then you're going to be like, I thought that we lived in America where we didn't have to wait for health care.
It's just like the Nazis are doing Nazi shit. Speaking of that, by the way, we have
Itachi's the strongest, yeah, but not the coolest.
New episode of
Sasuke comes around, man, full circle.
Crystal Kyle and Friends
starts
tonight.
off as a dick, and then he has a redemption arc. Come on.
We talk to Griffin, who's actually the producer for Breaking Points. We get into a whole bunch of different things. We talk about this.
My shoulder surgery cost $35,000.
Story quite a bit.
You know what? I think that we're about to start getting close to cracking that. By the way, 7 digits.
Okay, and we got into a bunch of other stuff as well. Sign up below on Substack for Crystal Kyle and Friends. You can see the full interview and you can see the full conversation.
I'm gonna say this slowly. Illegal aliens do not have health care.
Not just
just
the teaser clip.
They don't have this free health care because we don't have free health care. Numbnuts.
The drop on the YouTube channel, okay, but we do talk about this story some more there. But listen to this. There was this Rohingya Muslim.
Do these guys ever think past the theoretical brown person that's ruining their lives and also no, they don't. What am I talking about? They're never going to see the system, like the billionaires that are in power right now, as the problem.
They're
only going to see Democrats or Democratic billionaires as the problem, a la George Soros. But again, when it's their billionaires, oh my God, they're lining up to sacrifice themselves to it.
Who literally survived.
Let the system take me.
To genocide.
I'm a true American. America first. Yum, 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 yum.
And is in the U.S.
As you get grinded up in the fucking meat grinder.
U.S. legally as a refugee. He's blind, okay?
Jesus Christ, this is who Pink Floyd was talking about when they made the wall. It wasn't anything that we previously thought where,
So they rounded this guy.
Yes, it was an allegory for fascism, but it was the whole being chum to the rich.
Up, the ICE Gestapo thugs did. And they realized, okay, well, They held him for, I don't even know how long, but they held him for a while. Then they realized, okay, we got to release this guy. They dropped him off at a Tim Hortons at 8 o'clock at night in the freezing cold in Buffalo, okay? I mean, Buffalo at night in the winter, horrible, right? And the Tim Hortons was closed. It closed at like 7 and it was 8 o'clock. They dropped him off for a close at 8 and it was 9.
Again, imagine if this was one of your family members, but you can't because that's empathy.
O'clock, he dropped him off, something like that. And he wound up dying.
Yeah.
He's blind. There was nobody there to help him. He was wandering around in the darkness until he fucking died of probably hypothermia. Okay? That's what these disgusting freaks did.
The thing is, I'm going to just go out on a limb in here and say that the guy was probably brown.
So Sam Stein points out, DHS spent today replying to individual...
Because I'm just waiting for it to be, a Popinski
tweets
or something like that,
saying the
Yakov Popinski was taken in by ICE.
And
then it turned out that he was actually an American citizen, and his MAGA family is now is remiss.
This man in a
and now they're demanding that there be a panel to put the Democrats on trial
coffee shop
for making ICE do this to their kin. Man.
Determined to be a warm, safe location, only for a video to emerge tonight showing it was the middle of the night, cold, and the coffee shop was closed. So the DHS is on Twitter trying to reply to critics and swat aside the criticism. Meanwhile, no, you guys literally dropped off a blind man.
Dumbass, here's the thing. If you voted for Trump and you guys want to complain about taxes, just so you know, you're going to end up getting fucked because we don't get the same types of deductions. Now, this is actually planned, by the way. You might see maybe 10, at most, 10% of an increase in your federal taxes, which that's good. And you know what? Fine. But then you got to look at the provisions of when that sunsets and when it doesn't sunset for the other side. He did this last time too. It's almost like I read the goddamn bill and I saw, he did that just in case he didn't win, because there was that part of him even back in 2016 that was not that fucking confident in just, you know what? I'm totally gonna win. I can, I'm gonna rig the election and it's gonna be totally fine.
And froze to death because you simply do not give a single solitary fuck about these innocent people whose lives you're ruining. In fact, I think the sadism is the point. I think these people get off on torture and murder and, putting people through pain. God, it's just so dark. It's just so dark. The Senate Judiciary Democrats say, breaking, another person has died in ICE custody per required notification to Congress. The deceased had a history of severe medical complications.
That's weird. I actually paid more.
Was detained for over a year and didn't receive necessary...
The no tax on overtime. That's funny. That's really funny because it's only time and a half. So you didn't actually file your taxes, did you?
Care.
Or you did it wrong.
We've been...
Oh, no. Hey, where's the IRS? Hey, what's this guy's name? We need to ship him... we need to rat this guy out to the IRS.
Hearing countless stories...
upon reflection, has just admitted to...
like this. Where
possibly committing some tax crimes.
People don't receive their medication, don't receive their pills, don't receive the health care that they have a human right to.
Or do you think that you have the same thing where you can just be like, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. I'm a MAGA supporter. Why would you come and audit me? I'm a MAGA supporter.
Countless stories, and now another person died. What are we on now? It's over 40. I know it's over 40 people.
Yes, any tax cut that Trump is giving ends in 2028. Yes, exactly.
People, including...
Wait, you report your tips?
One who was...
Again, they don't understand how fucking stupid they are.
There was evidence he was lynched.
And how much they get taken advantage of by a bunch of billionaires. And seriously, it's all because of how malleable... It's like their fucking brains are Play-Doh.
I mean, we are dealing with something that, even I thought not that long ago, we could never fall this low. No, we're there. We are absolutely there. When people say it can't happen here,
just all day, every day. Look, I made another one. Look, it's a Play-Doh deck. It's another Play-Doh deck. I made your brain into a Play-Doh deck.
They're wrong. It is happening here. This story's crazy. Everybody's talking about this. Ron Filipkowski says, "What the fuck are these bumbling incompetents doing?" So he cites this AP article. The U.S. military used a laser Thursday to shoot down a seemingly threatening drone.
Wait, but you care about no tax on tips.
Flying near the U.S.-Mexico border. It turned
What's up with that? Also, you know that you're blatantly wrong about the tax on overtime.
out the drone belonged to Customs and Border Protection, lawmakers said. The case of
I'm glad you got your half back.
mistaken identity prompted the Federal Aviation Administration to close additional airspace around Fort Hancock, about 50 miles southeast of El Paso. The military is required to formally notify the FAA when it takes any counter-drone action inside U.S. airspace. It was the second time in 2 weeks that a laser was fired in the area. The last time it was CBP that used the weapon and nothing was hit. They're not only fascist, they're not only evil, they're also just genuinely incompetent and stupid. The U.S. military is now using
I propose no tax on tits.
state-of-the-art lasers to shoot down
Every stripper's just like, okay.
Customs and Border Protection drones. Because it's a bunch of idiots in both of those agencies.
I called Pep, IRS office is closed. They Doge fired them all.
How about this? The Anthropic CEO just said AI will wipe out 50% of lawyers, consultants, and finance professionals within 12 months.
By the way, we weren't supposed to know that.
Within 1 year.
But Anthropic was just like, all right, Pentagon, you want to play this game? Bet.
Within 1 year. So, guys, we already had the blue-collar apocalypse.
But yay! I hope none of y'all are in a blue-collar job.
With NAFTA, permanent normal trade relations with China, the World Trade Organization, all the outsourcing
or a white-collar job
deals.
Either or, you're kind of fucked.
The blue-collar...
The farmers are about to get fucked. And then the people that work in the insurance industry, that work in unfortunately, if you see somebody to go do your taxes, they're saying that that's going to be replaced too.
Apocalypse already happened. Okay, there's so few manufacturing jobs left in this country because of that, because of the race to the bottom and capitalism and the billionaires wanting to make more money. Well, now there's going to be a white-collar apocalypse as well. And AI is going to take so many white-collar jobs.
And dude, they're not even saying within a few years. Did you hear that bit? This is within a 12-month
so now
fucking time period. Like, what are we doing?
There just are no...
By the way, that's revised from just last year where they were like, yeah, this is going to take to about 2028, 2029.
Good jobs left for anybody. And I don't...
Which I think that's why they were able to sell it to the Republican Party. But now that it's happening even faster, just look at the data centers and look how quickly that caught on with even the Republicans, where they're just like, we don't want data centers in our communities. We know what that is now.
I think these billionaire assholes have...
Yeah, that's the stepping stone to the rest of this shit, where most people then start waking up like, oh, shit.
Stopped and thought about this. Hey, what happens when nobody has any prospects for a bright future?
Yep.
Nobody does.
Nobody at all.
And then, the top 0.01% has
trust me, man,
all of the fucking wealth. Bad things happen. I think bad things happen. This is incredible. This is probably the only piece of good news that we'll see today. Prem Thakur says, the first time in Gallup history, more Americans sympathize with Palestinians in the Middle East situation than with Israelis. 41% of Americans sympathize more with Palestinians. Only 36%.
The AI bubble's going to pop any day now.
Sympathize more with Israelis. Again, the first time in history. That's incredible. Democrats are pro-Palestinian by plus...
I mean, it's not looking good.
48. Independents pro-Palestinian by plus 11. Young people 18 to 34 pro-Palestinian by plus 30. And then 35 to 54-year-olds are pro-Palestinian plus 18. And then when you look at this in chart form, this is crazy, dog. American sympathies in the Middle East situation. Look at the collapse. That, by the way, that's relentless propaganda keeping the Israelis' number high and the Palestinian number low. Even with all the king's horses and all the king's men and the relentless propaganda, now Barry Weiss and David Ellison having to come in as a last-ditch effort to keep you pro-Israel and keep you hating Palestinians.
What you're talking about, making Barry Weiss the head of fucking CNN, too.
Look at what has happened.
Which is hilarious, because now it's CNN, or it's CBS and then CNN, too. It's just like, oh, but they're the ones that are now... So is it still fake news if they take it over?
Support for Israel...
And then just curate the news...
...has collapsed. Support for Palestinians has skyrocketed.
I love how we've gotten to the post-truth section of everything, where if you hear something you disagree with, fake news.
I wonder why.
And it's legit now, and that's how it's going. Like, we're never going back, guys. I hope you know that.
That is. I wonder if something happened within the past few years.
With that one fucking merger, cable news just went the way of the dinosaur, because I know a lot of people that are just like, oh, I'm not even gonna, no.
That would maybe explain.
Why support any of this bullshit if it's all gonna be one fucking company and one dude who owns it all? Also, I I can't wait for the antitrust lawsuits to start popping up, but that'd be nice if anybody had some balls to do so.
Explain this. Maybe I'll think a little bit more about that and get back to you guys. Another huge deal. And we talked about this a little bit last night, too. The Paramount and Warner Brothers deal is not a done deal, says Rob Bonta.
Nope.
These two Hollywood titans have not cleared regulatory scrutiny. The California Department
it's going to be really hard.
of Justice has an open investigation, and we intend to be vigorous in our review. So in other words, California is going to try to block this merger between Paramount and Warner Brothers.
The thing is, they actually might be able to because, again, antitrust laws are made specifically for these kinds of acquisitions. That's why it's so hard to get through these government hurdles.
Because Paramount would control...
But, again, the totally not corrupt Trump administration is just like, yep, you know what? We should own all the news companies because then the Democrats can't spew their bullshit.
So much of the media. And we're talking about pro-billionaire, pro-Zionist, pro-MAGA hack running... Paramount. I already have issues with CNN. They're both sides factory. I hate that. If anything, they're center left. Now, everybody's going to be right wing. Everybody's going to be Fox News, basically. This is what's happening to our media in the age of Trump. This is like total oligarch fascist victory, total MAGA Zionist hack victory. And so we need to block this merger because the media is already insufferable. It's about to get a hell of a lot more insufferable and evil at that. So hopefully, they can use the law to block this and, shit. I really hope they win, bro. I really hope they win. Because if they don't, like I said yesterday...
Okay, so you do understand that, like, the media that you guys consume, if they don't have Democrats on there, you're committing the same shit that you complain about. You're being fed one side. This is how it's not even unintellectual. It's anti-intellectual. Like... You guys just really are adverse to the idea that, oh, you know what? I should learn things about, other people and other sides.
Hey.
You guys are literally locked into your hatred and your fucking stupidity. And being taken advantage for doing just that.
Like everybody's acknowledging today.
Again, easiest marks in the history of the planet.
Hey, everybody knows this. This really is the U.S. media, the nail in the coffin of the U.S. media, cooked in a way that perhaps we've never even been
I'm here for it. Fuck it.
Before. This would make it even worse than the media during the Bush regime when basically everybody was right-wing. Even MSNBC went right-wing for a while, right? Well, now, if Paramount takes over Warner Brothers, they get CNN. They get HBO. So then they have
MAGA's destroying itself. We don't need to do shit. That's the one thing that the Democrats actually kind of did right on that one.
Yes, they have CNN.
Let them do it to themselves. Honestly, the approval rating kind of speaks for itself. That's why, again, anybody from MAGA even fucking feels the need to come into these chats and stand up for the guy.
And then you have Fox News.
You know what? I don't have a lot of the need to go stand up for like Obama or Biden or even Bernie for that matter. I have none of that.
He's already right wing.
Like if I see a fucking like a post or something, I just go, oh, cool.
Newsmax, One American News Network, already right wing. Like there's nobody left. MSNBC already spun off from.
You lefties love to swear. And sure fucking do.
NBC, and now it's MS.
You fucking cunt.
Now, okay, and they're having money problems. So. Who knows how long they're going to be around? And then CNN.
Now eat a shit salad and be happy.
Going full right wing. Where are the lefties? Here. This is the only place right here. So do me a favor. Subscribe to the channel. Click that bell icon. Support the show on Patreon. $2 a month goes a long way. I've never talked to an advertiser. I never will talk to an advertiser. Never talk to a billionaire.
All right. So now we get to hear about how competent the fucking U.S. military is. Not.
Word that the U.S. military shot down a U.S. drone, right? You heard that correctly. The U.S. military shot down a U.S. drone being operated by a different government agency. That's basically what we know, and we know it because of the report.
The fact
reporting of this man, CNN's Pete Muntean, our chief.
The fact that they reported it as a weather balloon first, and now we're finding out that
aviation
again, the Pentagon went and shot down an ice drone.
Correspondent Pete.
And they shut down airspace to do that.
This is wild to me. Please fill us in on the details here.
Well, John, I just got a very rare joint statement from the agencies involved in this. What signal?
You know you're wrong because his voters aren't complaining. That's kind of odd. I got some video of just that. You know what? You just expedited the next segment to
Trump administration and the White House is really playing cleanup right now, since this sounds a lot like the
who cares about Bill Clinton? I got Trumpers complaining about everything that he's doing right now. Cool.
Incident of 2 weeks ago when an anti-drone laser was used without concern for commercial flights. That incident led the
So you're saying that moving more right wing is more center? You do understand how that doesn't work. Like, here's the thing. Anybody that has half of a fucking working brain can look at CNN and be like, yeah, this is about as centrist as you get. Like, but you retards think that this is the fucking wing of the Democratic Party. That's how stupid you fucking are.
FAA to trick.
The fact that you have already lumped everybody that doesn't like Trump in as being leftists, you don't see how that was a major fucking backfire on you? You don't see how independents are now just like, oh, so you're telling me that I can't criticize the regime, and if I do, then I'm a leftist? Well, fuck you.
Chaotic emergency.
Great plan, guys.
Airspace shutdown and really highlight.
And again, here's proof that the Trump administration really, oh my God, where would we be without them folks shooting down our own drones?
The lack of basic communication.
Because they have no fucking communication skills.
Communication between government agencies. This new case is described by 3 Democrats in Congress as essentially a friendly fire incident involving a government drone.
CNN is getting bought out. Netflix dropped the deal. No, well, they dropped their bid. It's not happening like tomorrow. It has to go through a bunch of fucking regulatory hurdles and all that.
Tells me that these members, including the top Democrat.
Yeah, CNN doesn't even have leftist representation.
On the committees overseeing Homeland Security and also transportation were told about this incident through official channels yesterday. And in a statement, they say the military shot down a Customs and Border Protection drone using one.
Yeah. And that's why you guys claim that they voted for Trump.
Those House Democrats call a high-risk counter-unmanned aircraft system. What's interesting is that the FAA has now shut down the airspace over the border town of Fort Hancock, Texas. Like the El Paso restriction of 2 weeks ago, this prohibits all aircraft, which is unusual, but this is much smaller than the El Paso.
Just a bit embarrassing, just a wee bit.
Paso restriction. That was a ring 20 miles in diameter. This is only about 9 miles wide. Right now, still not clear.
But Doug, there's still fake news. Haven't you been reading your own fucking people's comments?
If
you're MAGA, then you can't believe CNN. It's fake news.
Incident occurred that these House.
You can only trust the well-curated news that only gives you the fluff pieces about your idol. Oh wait,
Democrats describe
again critical thinking skills at their max.
But here is the new statement. From Customs and Border Protection, the Department of Defense, and the Federal Aviation Administration,
Daddy Trump,
in which they all together say the shoot-down did not happen near people or planes. The agencies say this reported engagement occurred when the Department of War employed Counter-Unmanned Aircraft System Authority.
Meanwhile, you can read everything that the fucking government says now, and you're just like, yeah. The DOJ said it.
To mitigate a seemingly threatening unmanned.
I believe everything the government says now.
And
because my guy's in charge.
Aerial system.
Fucking morons.
Operating within.
This is why I've been a little flippant with the R word today, because I can't.
Military air.
They deserve it all the way.
By the way, Congress has still not been briefed officially on that El Paso incident of 2 weeks ago, though there have been really major calls to do so. Now a congressional aide tells me it's time for the military to brief them on this incident too, really highlighting maybe the military and the government has not learned its lesson about using these counter-drone systems at the border, with so much concern there about drone incursions over the border.
Pete, very quickly here. In theory, and maybe I'm naive here, in theory, I would think there'd be communication between one government agency if it's flying
leftists
drones somewhere. So
left-wing propagandists, quit asking questions, quit asking follow-ups, just accept that, you know what, they have hard jobs, goddammit.
They don't get shot down by the U.S. military. Am I being naive?
God, Pete Hegseth is a hardworking guy. He had, you know what, he had his happy hour and he needed to make that. So come on, guys, we all get it.
Well, in the El Paso incident, our reporting across multiple teams here, including our Pentagon team and myself, really highlighted that there was not a lot of talking between the two agencies, the part of government that runs aviation and control.
No, it's the fact that they shut down our airspace to do so, too, and then tried to sell it as it was a foreign drone, but then they were like, oopsie, that was our own.
Controls the airspace, and the military.
The fact that you guys can ignore such incompetence is astounding.
Which is now using this weapon.
Again, fucking proof positive that there's nothing this administration could do that would get you to go, yeah, that's a little fucking stupid. Meanwhile, Kash fucking Patel, you guys are standing you're like, yeah, he was providing security, even though ICE was the security detail.
Our initial
So technically, Kristi Noem should have been the one to be with the hockey team if you're using that logic.
Reporting said that this high...
Savannah Guthrie's mom, you know, the right wing cared about that for a while. Now all of a sudden they don't care. What's up with that?
Energy laser, which uses very concentrated heat to essentially melt the parts and innards of drones, can really be dangerous to airplanes. And pilots are especially sensitive to the use of lasers because there are so often lasers used by pranksters on the ground. You can buy one on Amazon. The most important instrument in an airplane is the pilot's eyes. So it can be of really, really high risk. And that is why the FAA initially shut down the airspace in El Paso for what was going to be several weeks, only turned into a few hours. So we'll see as this develops. As more and more in Congress are finding out about this, and more pressure is put on agencies to really communicate better here.
Well, Wolf, I just got a rare joint statement from the agencies involved here, and it signals that the Trump administration's really playing cleanup now.
Why even acknowledge it if it wasn't a fuck up?
It sounds a lot like the El Paso incident of 2 weeks ago, when sources tell me an anti-drone laser was used without concern for commercial flights, and that incident led the FAA to trigger an emergency airspace shutdown, very chaotic, and highlighted a lack of communication between the government agencies. This new case is described by 3 Democrats.
I love how bad they are at governing.
In Congress.
This is hilarious.
As
it's the only thing that keeps me from going like full despair is because, I know that this has been overstated, but at least, you know,
essentially a friendly fire.
The Germans apparently had some confidence in their ranks. This is just hilarious.
Incident involving a government drone. A congressional aide tells me that these members, including top Democrats on the committees overseeing Homeland Security and Transportation, were told about this incident through official channels in a statement.
Yeah, you don't believe any of the administration's obvious lies.
They say,
as I said, these people can ignore anything that is like held to the standard of defamation law, but then they will totally just go, yeah, but I believe everything the administration says, even though I can't sue them, can I? Oh, wait a minute.
They shot down a Customs and Border Protection drone using what House Democrats call a high-risk counter-unmanned aircraft system. What's interesting is that the FAA has now shut down the airspace over the border town of Fort Hancock, Texas.
Like having 3 stooges run the government.
This prohibits all aircraft, which is quite unusual. But this is much smaller than the El Paso restriction that was.
We just used that new fancy laser.
A 20-mile.
We got to shoot down this drone.
Ring in diameter.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that they were doing some border patrol stuff on the border?
This one only about 9 miles wide. Right now, still not clear when the incident occurred that these congressmen described. But here is the new statement from Customs and Border Protection. The Department.
What exactly is this guy saying that is so full of shit there?
Department of Defense.
If you can give me one good example of something that this guy said that is false,
and the federal,
I might even fucking entertain it. But here you are, just CNN is a joke. CNN's fake news. It's lies.
Administration, in which they
yeah, totally not a bot.
Yeah, they're saying this shoot down did not happen near people, did not happen near planes.
The agency say, bots quote, behavior.
This reported engagement occurred when the Pentagon employed counter-unmanned aircraft system authorities to mitigate a seemingly threatening unmanned aerial system operating within military airspace. By the way, key members of Congress have still not been briefed on that El Paso incident, although they've been demanding that happens. Now a congressional aide tells me they'll have to brief them on this incident in addition to that previous incident, Wolf.
Anthropic is...
And here's some actual good news. Anthropic fucking pulling out a major W here.
Rejecting an ultimatum from the Pentagon to lift the...
Because literally, Pete Hegseth was trying to create fucking Cyberdyne.
These AI safeguards are risk being blacklisted.
They wanted to have Skynet.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth wants to use Anthropic's AI model, Claude, for, quote, all lawful purposes.
Need to sleep, really don't want to? Ryan, I know how that goes.
And
yeah, go to sleep, man. Get some rest.
Anthropic, though, has been very clear. It's a hard no when it comes to using its AI technology for autonomous weapons and mass surveillance of Americans. The deadline's later today, but essentially saying what? We are not playing ball with the Pentagon?
Yeah, so they said that the Pentagon came back to them with some updates to this contract that they've been negotiating for months. And they say that even though they came back with some edits, that the legalese in there still doesn't satisfy their concerns about their two red lines. Now, as you know, the Pentagon wants to be able to say to Anthropic, we want to use your Claude AI system. That's one of the only systems that's used in the classified military system for any purpose. They don't want to be in the middle of a war situation, having to go to Anthropic and saying, hey, we need to do this. Can you give us permission? But Anthropic says they have two major concerns here, and it's because they just don't think the AI systems are either reliable enough for this. These are things like autonomous weapons. They say it's just not reliable enough yet to be able to
Yeah, you know those, like the...
aim and shoot a weapon. They're also concerned about massive...
Those fucking robo-dogs with the...
surveillance of U.S. citizens, saying just our laws and regulations have not caught up to what AI can do when it comes to mass surveillance. And they say that the Pentagon's attempted changes did not satisfy that, and they are not budging on this. And they say the military is welcome to go elsewhere. They will help the military...
All right, the Russian bots... Y'all gotta fucking try a little harder. It's so low effort now. Like, it really is. Like, I don't understand why you have to...
Very off-board Anthropic...
Like, can you program these better? Like, this is proving that AI definitely is not up to snuff.
products, they'll help them onboard somebody new. And
fucking out of nowhere, just... No, CNN fake. Trump rules. Trump 2028.
Amade,
I'm no bot.
CEO of Anthropic, saying in a statement, regardless, these threats do not change our position. We cannot in good conscience accede to their requests. Those threats, of course, being that the Pentagon is going to essentially blacklist Anthropic, calling them a supply chain risk. This is something that's normally used for companies that are connected to foreign adversaries. I don't think it's ever been used on an American AI company, not just any American AI company, but one that's considered one of the best in the industry. Those Claude systems are loved by programmers. There's a reason why the Pentagon is using this, because it is well used within the Defense Department. Experts say that it is well within all of the military, and the military does enjoy using it. And that's why the Pentagon wants to continue using this and is probably putting up this fight. Now, what's really interesting is that the Undersecretary for War on Technology, the one who's been in a lot of these negotiations, Emil Michael, went on a Twitter tear yesterday, posting all of these things about Anthropic, about Dario Amade, saying, instead of just saying, okay, we're just going to move on to another company, they're accusing Anthropic of trying to rewrite the laws instead of just being a company who wants to uphold its own values in its contract. I'll read you one of the posts that he said. He said, it's a shame that Dario Amade is a liar and has a God complex. He wants nothing more than to try to personally control the U.S. military, and is okay putting our nation's safety at risk. The Department of War will always adhere to the law, but not bend to the whims of any one-for-profit tech company. And again, you're thinking, well, if you just don't like this AI company, just
15-year-old Russian kid making $10 an hour phoning it in.
Go use something another. And part of the reason is Anthropic is one of the only AI systems that's approved to work on the classified military systems. The other AI companies are in talks to do so as well. Grok has just been approved, but for some people, they say none of them are as good as Claude, and that's why you have this fight playing out.
So we got the statement from Anthropic last night. The deadline is technically today, 5:01 p.m., I believe. What do you make of the response from Anthropic?
I think the response from Anthropic demonstrates something that's been clear from the start, which is they really want to work with the Pentagon. Anthropic was the first company in the door of the Frontier AI Labs to do classified work. And one of the really interesting things about this whole dispute is that every single thing that the Pentagon has wanted Anthropic to work on, Anthropic has been happy to work on. And even the statement last night from Anthropic's leaders suggested that they're happy to work on something like autonomous weapons. They just don't think their technology is ready for it right now.
Which is fascinating, right? They're saying, to your point, we will work on this.
You know, it's kind of funny. I'm going to just say it. They're afraid of their own AI.
And as my colleague Hadasko,
they've seen it. They've seen how it's already becoming self-aware, and they know that that is a dangerous fucking recipe. Again, it's literally fucking Skynet. Now we are literally living in the Terminator timeline.
A correspondent here was reporting, look, folks in the military, this is seen as the best AI option for them right now. They would have to then...
That's odd because every other source is reporting on this the same way.
Basically off.
Except some of them are saying, oh, Anthropic are a bunch of cowards. Which, yeah, it's totally the news organizations that are just reporting the news and interviewing both sides and giving you the news. But you're going to choose the person that's totally bought and paid for by the fucking, by Pete Hegseth, by the government.
Board.
Again, dear God, the tread on me daddy motherfuckers in this chat are, this is...
Everything that they already have, bring in something else. It's interesting that...
I'm glad to have, like, at least vindication that, like, back through from 2016 up until, like, 2024 even, I was kind of playing that game of, maybe I was a little too, you know, maybe I was mean, maybe I don't know, like, I was looking too deep into this, and I wasn't being fair. Yeah, fuck off.
If there is a solution...
No, I was right the entire time.
It seems to somewhat be working, and the company is saying, hey, our technology is not even there yet to do this. It would seem that from a national security standpoint, you wouldn't want to use something that wasn't ready for prime time.
No, it's almost like, yeah, that makes sense. But we don't have an adult in the fucking building. We have a fucking 13-year-old brained alcoholic running our military.
One of the interesting things here is this feels to me like a personality dispute dressed up as a policy disagreement, in that there's no current thing that the Pentagon wants Anthropic to work on that Anthropic is not.
Breaking news: Trump told Kash Patel that he wasn't pleased with his viral locker room moment with the USA hockey team, as well as his use of the government jet to travel to Italy.
Willing to work on, and that suggests to me that this in some ways is a theoretical.
Is that a lie? Is that a lie? Comes from fucking Trump's Truth Network. Is it a lie because Kash Patel got reprimanded for something that we were already freaking out about, and Trump's now on our side? Or wait, between Kash and Trump, who's the liar? Guys, I need help with this one. Fucking A. I don't know how to MAGA right unless I know who the liar is.
Dispute about future potential use cases, and really what this reflects...
So I can support them full-heartedly, throatedly.
...is a breakdown in trust, in that the Pentagon doesn't trust that Anthropic will be there.
Oh, actually, it'd be full-throatedly. That would insinuate that any of them have a pecker that would actually reach.
Future potential uses where it might want to contract with the Frontier AI lab. And Anthropic, for its part, doesn't seem to trust that the Pentagon will necessarily use its technology responsibly. You know, this is something that they should be able to work out, given that both sides seem to be benefiting from the arrangement at present.
Anthropic, correct me if I'm wrong here, Anthropic has also been pushing for some guardrails when it comes to AI technology, which has not necessarily been where the administration stands. Do you think?
How hard is it to undo Trump's diaper to get there, since you guys are experts in sucking his dick?
That could be playing a role here?
D-Man, no, for real, since you know.
Absolutely. I think Anthropic publicly has been has been out front. They're the Frontier.
Does he at least give you a pillow for the knees?
AI lab, most known for their stance on AI safety, and have been very vocal about these guardrails against mass surveillance and autonomous weapon systems. But one of the really interesting things is, from the statement by Anthropic last night, it appears as though their objections are less philosophical and more practical. More a question of, this technology isn't ready for this kind of task yet. And frankly, for example, when it comes to autonomous weapons, they're not wrong. If you were going to train an autonomous weapon system today, you'd probably be better off with a bespoke algorithm trained on a data set of whatever the specific kinds of targets.
Literally an unconnected fucking source.
If you were
one that can't evolve.
Trying to hit rather.
No, the problem is most AI is actually set up to continue to evolve.
Other than a large language model.
Let's be real. That's what AI is. It's a self-thinking program that improves and evolves on itself, which this is why we have all been very, very skeptical about implementing any very intelligent AI systems for the better part of 20 years. I remember when they had the one that went to Jeopardy.
trained on the internet.
That should have been where we stopped.
Or something like that.
But here we are.
What Anthropic's saying is that our technology isn't ready yet to do certain things, and we need guardrails against using it for those things until it's ready. And the Pentagon is saying we want those guardrails down now, and we find the idea.
Also, meanwhile, this technology that's keeping our stock market afloat is the same technology that's rotting our children's brains and making it so they don't have any basic reading comprehension by the age of 7.
That you might have guardrails to be the problem in the first place.
iPad
because
kids.
You're doing business with the Pentagon. And to be fair to the Pentagon here, Anthropic is in business with the Pentagon, and the Pentagon is in the business of war. And so we can't be surprised in some ways that the Pentagon wants access to technology from one of its contractors to do the things that it wishes to do to try to improve the American military.
Real quickly before I let you go, for people who are not following every twist and turn here, when you hear Pentagon and mass surveillance, I think it does raise some issues for average Americans. How concerned should Americans be about mass surveillance from the Department of Defense on them, the average citizen?
It's a great question. I think people have reasons to be concerned about mass surveillance, though it's not clear to me that that concern comes from the Pentagon per se. The public statements from the Pentagon have suggested that they're not doing mass surveillance, which is one reason they think that Anthropic's guardrails here are not necessary. Reflecting that lack of trust between Anthropic and the Pentagon I mentioned before. But
Right.
yeah, I would be worried about mass surveillance in an age of this technology. The Pentagon is not necessarily the locus point I'd be most worried about.
AI's pushing what?
All right, let's move on to this AI fight. And I want to start here, guys, with A7, which is the latest in this feud between the Pentagon and Anthropic. Pentagon is taking the first step, according to Axios, toward blacklisting Anthropic. And I really want everyone to take all of this very seriously, because Anthropic has positioned itself as the most safety conscious large AI, like frontier AI lab. And I think they've, especially with this fight with the Pentagon, I think they've earned that reputation at this point. That's not to say, and we'll get to some of the problems a little bit later, that, it's all great, because they are also very much acceding to the market logic of we got to throw safety to the side and just build. But they put down 2 pretty reasonable red lines with regard to the Pentagon's use of Claude, their AI, which was, number 1, we don't want it used for mass surveillance of Americans. Okay, that seems pretty reasonable. And number 2, we don't want it to be used for autonomous killer robots where there is no human being involved whatsoever. Those seem like, really a low bar to meet. And yet the Pentagon has thrown a complete fit over this, and Pete Hegseth in particular. And so this showdown has been ongoing. I believe the deadline that Hegseth arbitrarily set for Anthropic to completely capitulate to their demands is tomorrow. And the 2 threats that he had made were either, we're going to actually just use the Defense Production Act to seize your technology and use it however we want. You're not going to get a say in it whatsoever. Or, and that one had a little bit more of potential legal issues with it. Or the other direction, which they look like they're going in at this point, Ryan, is we're going to declare your product a supply chain risk, because, again, you won't completely capitulate to our demands for killer robots and mass surveillance of Americans, apparently. And that means not only are we going to end our $200 million contract with you, but all of everyone we work with at the Pentagon, all the, prime contractors, any of our suppliers, we're going to tell them they can't work with you either because you're a quote unquote supply chain risk. It looks like they're moving in that direction. And the only thing that's really preventing them is that Claude is actually, the best of these models, I think, in general at this point, but specifically for whatever the Pentagon is using it for, Claude apparently performs better than the other models. And so it's going to be kind of a mess for them to disentangle this. And actually, there's a quote here from some senior military official that's like, yeah, if we have to stop using Anthropic, if we have to stop using Claude, that's going to be a mess. And we're going to make them pay for the trouble that they've cost us. Of course, Elon and XAI have stepped up and said, hey, we don't have any problem. We'll do your autonomous killer robot swarms. No issue here. So, X is raising their hand and say, hey, count us in. But, and the Pentagon is going to reportedly give them access to their classified systems, et cetera.
Hey, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that.
But apparently the product is not as good at this point coming from Elon than it is from Anthropic. So that's kind of where things
Valerie
stand at this point, Ryan.
Don't got the last part of
Jock,
that.
that Grok is not up to the task of.
Is Darth Maul my favorite? Yes.
That the Pentagon wants.
Excited for the new show.
Wants it to, but yes, they're using the language that
my boy got done dirty.
And they are walking back the safety pledge. Like that's this that was reported yesterday. That this was
You're talking about Anthropic is walking back the safety pledge.
Whenever remember when everyone thought that Darth Maul was some kind of demon? Yeah.
Anthropic.
Yeah.
And the quote from Jared Kaplan, who was the chief science
that we all watched episode 1 and realized it was Jar Jar
officer, he gave to Time. He said, we didn't feel with the rapid
just when you
advance of
thought
AI
that it was dangerous to send your kids to see Star Wars because of a demon Sith. Nope.
Made sense for us to make unilateral commitments if
it was the gun getting the entire time.
Are blazing ahead. We felt that it wouldn't actually help anyone.
You on board with this, MAGA? Autonomous killer robots and mass
For us
surveillance?
to stop training AI models. So the argument that Musk and Altman and all
Apparently
the
they
others
are.
have been making from the beginning is that we can't be ethical because nobody else will be. We'd like to be, but nobody else is, so we can't be. So we have to march forward. Anthropic was
I got a friend like you. You fun as fuck. To chill with, smoke, and game with.
the only one really.
Ain't nobody trying to hear your
was
politics.
saying, no, we don't believe in that. We believe that.
See, me and my friends, we do all that and still talk politics because, we care about like our lives and what goes into affecting our lives. See, I think that people that are just like, I don't pay attention to politics. I'm not trying to be mean, but I think that intellectually you are just weaker. Like you don't know how to process it. Like, and there's also the part of it that it's like you don't care about politics until it starts affecting your life.
We can do this separately. And now they're capitulating.
Thanks, Trump, for doing, things daily that impact our lives. Awesome. You do understand that he'd be a lot more successful if he didn't have ICE in the streets doing the optical fucking thing that he thought was going to win, by the way. He thought that roughing up Americans was going to get you guys comfortable with the idea of locking up other Americans. Then he chickened out of that.
To this.
Like the idea that he's actually going to lock up leftists now, I personally don't think that is going to be a thing. If it was up to Stephen Miller, fuck yeah. But Trump, he understands at some point where he's just like, oh, you know what? Everybody would then all of a sudden say the left they were right the entire time. I was coming for them.
Under this.
Now you have, again, the bot, God, what is it? 20%? It might even be more, 27%. I'm going to be fair here. 27% of this country will follow that man into any fucking fire.
Combination of pressures.
Yeah.
But the rest of us, nah, and he's uncomfortable with that idea. He knows that he's not that fucking popular. Listen, all the tweets aside, when he sees these polls, he freaks out.
Well, in their message.
Why do you think he calls CNN fake news? Also, for somebody who calls CNN fake news, why does he watch so much fake news? What's up with that?
Would be like, what you think it's going to be better if Elon wins the AI war and ends up with AGI or super intelligence first? You
so
think
many
that's
questions.
Better. I mean, that's their thinking. And that logic is not just the competition between these companies, but then it's also the competition, this geopolitical competition between the US and China and all this fear mongering about oh my God, if China achieves AGI or super intelligence first, then we're done for, et cetera. And so the safety pledge that you're talking about, their previous model had basically been okay, if we develop a model and we can't feel comfortable certifying that this is completely safe, we're not going to release it and we're going to stop. We're going to pause and figure out what's going on.
They talk about him. That's what he loves more than anything. Yep.
On.
That's why I keep saying the best way to hurt Trump is not pay attention to his bullshit and not pay attention to him.
Now they're
Anytime he starts having his little temper tantrums, you just don't pay attention. That's why, honestly, I thought it would have been the most effective to not watch the State of the Union.
like, what?
But I was wrong on that one because holy boarfest. Now, at least I'm up to snuff on this one where I'm just like, oh shit. Like, okay, so Trump's just losing it all around. Like, dude,
No.
I don't care how much you love the guy. You have to admit that was boring as fuck.
Yeah, we're not going to do that anymore. And we're
reading from the teleprompter, more teleprompter. I'm going to give a medal. You know what? I give the best medals. Democrats, they didn't stand.
we have these other safety
There, I just summed up the entire thing for you.
guidelines in place, so don't worry. But that particular model of actually stopping development and figuring out what the hell is going on before moving forward, yeah, we can't really do that because we're going to fall.
This is how democracy dies, with thunderous applause.
behind.
The thing is, I didn't think that we would live simultaneously to see Star Wars and then see the prequels and then get to live through the prequels into the sequels.
And
now we're in the Andor chapter.
The market logic dictates that we have to keep going. And in a sense, Ryan,
Meanwhile, MAGA just like, yeah, Empire.
I sort of empathize with them because I think
ironically,
in the system that exists now with government completely, you can't even say hands off, like they're actively pushing all of this forward as fast as they possibly can. You are not going to be able to resist those pressures. This is really an issue from our politicians where they need to come in and regulate. Because as long as you have one company that's willing to say, to hell with all the safeguards.
No, but honestly, let America suffer for a few years with all the non-regulations. Like, guys, I'm sure you all have noticed the influx in robocalls recently. Guess who's to blame for that one?
Guards.
You should put a little sticker on the back of your phone just to remind you that Trump did that.
I'm gonna go ahead and race ahead as fast as I can.
Get food poisoning? You know what? Trump did that.
Then it means the most irresponsible actor is
get cancer from handling Roundup and also the Roundup in the air because now these commercial entities can just start spraying willy-nilly. You know what? Fuck it.
The one that is most likely to achieve artificial general intelligence or super intelligence the first, and that is a terrible set of circumstances. So, it's really a genuine failure and a terrifying.
Oh, shut the fuck up! Oh, someone's triggered.
Of the political class, as evidenced now by this, this fight with the Pentagon and the fact that they've decided to draw
all these years doing the memes.
This hard
and here you are.
Line of no, we demand.
Literally, you fancy yourself John Wick.
That we use your product.
It's John Ick.
For both surveillance and killer robot purposes. I wanted to play the CEO of Anthropic, Dario Amodei, responded to, explaining his thinking of why this was a hard line for them. And listen, like I said, it's a low bar. I do want to give them credit though, because at least they're standing up against something in all of this. None of the other companies seems to be doing that. This is A8. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Again, the only reason they are is because internally, these people that control Anthropic know how dangerous the AI is. And they know, trust me, there's an AI that they do not want to send to market.
To him,
but they're also terrified of the one that's on the market because they've already said how it started doing some weird shit that they didn't program it to do.
Laying out his concerns.
That's one reason why
I love to watch this, honestly. This really is that one movie with Steve Carell. I forgot what it was even called at this point, but it's where they go on their little fucking tech retreat and they accidentally destroy the planet.
I'm worried about the autonomous drone swarm, right? So, the constitutional protections in our military structures depend on the idea that there are humans who would, we hope, disobey illegal orders. With fully autonomous weapons, we don't necessarily have those protections. But I actually think this whole idea of constitutional rights and liberty along many different dimensions,
Grow up, also can't type out the word bitch.
Can be undermined by AI if we don't update these protections appropriately. So, think about the Fourth Amendment. It is not illegal to, put cameras around everywhere in public space and, record every conversation. It's a public space. You don't have a right to privacy in a public space. But today, the government couldn't record that all and make sense of it. with AI, the ability to transcribe speech, to look.
Well, we're literally on the cusp of going to war with Iran, but have you not been paid? Oh, never mind.
Through it.
Never mind. You have a Fox News Trump media diet. They're not telling you anything that's actually happening. They're telling you everything that will give you the fifis of being like, yeah, Trump rules. Trump does everything great.
It all.
I love Trump so much. He can't do no wrong.
You could say, oh, there's this, this person is a member of the opposition. This person is expressing this view, and make a map of all 100 million. And so, are you going to make a mockery of the Fourth Amendment by the technology finding kind of technical ways around it?
Why the actual fuck?
So again, if we had the time, and we should do this, we should try to do this, even if we don't have the time. Is there some way of reconceptualizing constitutional rights and liberties?
There it is. And these are the tech bros saying it.
In the age of AI. We don't
so we need to give AI, so we made corporations people, now AI will be people.
Right, a new constitutional, but
cool.
But you have to do this very
do
fast.
we expand the meaning of the Fourth Amendment? Do we expand the meaning of the First Amendment?
God, and just to think that dorks like this,
what do you think
all
about,
it took was for them to get a couple billion dollars and just fucking milk the dumbest politicians like Donald Trump.
Those comments,
it's almost like this was all a fucking giant psyop.
Ryan, and the kind of like moral and ethical landscape that is being trod right
perpetrated by I don't know.
I feel like that.
Let's see if the AI starts speaking Russian, then I might have a little bit of a idea.
If those comments are not just accepted as common sense and a baseline for how we're moving forward, but instead are
I have a job
bulldozed over and used as a rationale to
also just a reminder, you guys can support this program.
Nationalize the company and take its product from it and use it again. Like, we're so effed. Like, those to me seems like such obvious basic principles that as humanity forget. We do happen to have a constitution that says people have the right to that have basic protections, including the Fourth Amendment, and also you can't just kill people for no reason. But even if you don't have the Constitution, like basic human rights and the
it's funny, we actually have more video evidence of Sleepy Don.
Our basic
Sleepy Don needs his little nap times. You know what? I have no tolerance for boring people, so I just go to sleep. And my everybody thinks that I'm such a troll, and they love it when I do it.
Conception of humanity would suggest that.
Hey, morons! Again, he's the one who actually falls asleep in cabinet meetings.
Those are just.
I beseech you to go and find some video of Biden falling asleep in public.
That's just that is the starting point. And you would hope that would be the starting point, and then people would then build on top of that. Here are some other things that I think we need to protect, and some other things that we should make sure that we're protecting as we're growing this. To have that be the radical edge that's going to be destroyed already
instantly.
Instantly. Just stop voting
is like
that's some of the dumbest advice I've ever fucking heard in my chat.
Wow. Okay.
Sorry, Correctamund. You are incorrectamund about that.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
No. Again, voting is the only power you actually have. That's why they are going so far out of their way to disenfranchise you and to make sure that you can't vote.
There's a lot of I voted.
Jesus. Such a small brain take to just be like, oh, voting doesn't do anything.
For this discourse, or I didn't vote for this
If that was the case, then Trump wouldn't even have to fucking fight this shit.
Discourse around, Trump vote.
But it's almost like, yeah, that's bullshit. All right, let's just black pill. Yeah, you know what? That worked out well.
But this was definitely not a central part of the campaign.
Nobody voted on this one way or the other.
Hey, we're going to just, off to the races on AI. I mean, not to say that I was paying attention to, that was their orientation for sure. But the idea of we're just going to try to eliminate all white collar work. And by the way, suck up all the water and electricity and spike your rates and create these super dystopian panopticon surveillance state.
Nick, you're actually serving Israel's interests. You're not even serving America's interests. Stop kidding yourself.
Killer autonomous.
Cool. I'm glad that you served your country or whatever, but I'm not one of those guys either.
Robots, we're
like, no, they used you.
we're gonna have this massive secret police force that is going to be enabled with all of this technology, et cetera, and that's going to be a main push. Like, that is the central and one of the most consequential things that this administration is doing. The public is wildly against all of this on any variety of fronts. And to your point, it looks
yes.
like
You're the one keeping those freedoms.
From the jump, they're just going to bulldoze through any.
Does Canada have its own military? Right? Do they do this shit?
Of the most terrifying.
Our soldiers are so up their own ass. Respect me. You have to respect me.
Concern.
Our hockey games and our sports tell you to respect me and support the troops, even though my country doesn't support us.
That are being offered.
And they do everything to fuck us over once we become,
here and say, nope,
ex-military.
We want it all. We will do it all. And
once you're in that veteran category, and I'm talking specifically when you need the help from the VA, yeah, they sure find ways to fuck you there.
We'll use the whole force of the government, even though we do not have a democratic mandate to do this, in order to compel you to comply. And so
it's the only reason you guys like Republicans is because when they use you, at least it's not disingenuous. At least they do give you the little bit of like the pat on the back before you go die for them.
Let's take a look at, the responsible decision-making nature of these leading AI products at this point. Let's put a.
Thanks, son. You know what? So glad that you did well in boot camp. Can't wait to see you. What kind of
6 up on the screen. Some new
defending of our country you're going to do.
Rather
then you
terrifying.
sit there, never wondering for a minute why you're there.
Research here.
Oh yes, Iraq. That was for reasons.
From someone who tested the leading AI models. And the headline here for.
But just because you believed in the propaganda that the military fed you, that you would somehow be lesser if you were just a civvy.
New scientist says AIs cannot stop recommending nuclear strikes in war game simulations. So they set up these war game simulations where it was like, Claude versus ChatGPT or whatever. And I
was in the Navy. People there liked them because they thought they would raise our pay.
95% of.
All right, they might raise your entrance pay because they got to give you the carrot, but just know that you're leaving with the stick.
The AIs in the simulated war would recommend using nukes. So that's where we're at. And these are the products that we want to just.
You were just pouring it way out. Yeah, they bank on that. That's why they usually, most of the people that go into the military are the ones that they wanted it for schooling and they didn't have really strong prospects, C average students. Could barely pass, a physical.
Run wild without.
God, at least back in my day, when we went to war, at least we could do jumping jacks.
Any sort of human.
Have fun with the fucking iPad generations. Like I said, these guys can't even do girly style fucking push-ups.
Intervention with the most powerful military on the planet that has ever existed. So that seems like a really great idea.
Yeah. All right, correct them on. I'm going to entertain this for a second. All right, so say it happens, then what? What's the better system? What is this magical proven leftist system that is so much better that we can institute tomorrow from ground zero? Because, that's what a true revolutionary action is making, yes. And right? Or am I kind of missing this one?
So when you think about autonomous armed drones, like the next step would be, autonomous, like how do you put guardrails around that autonomy that
you joined in 925? Oh man, you were the original, Mark. Cool.
Stop short of control of nuclear weapons.
One of my best friends was in the military. He was a first responding Marine.
Like if you have deliberately,
he's one of the first ones to have the be boots on the ground. And I can tell you, oh my God,
destroyed all
the amount of shit he talks about the military now, where he's just like, yeah, they fucking use you. Yeah, I was dumb. Yeah, they totally counted on me being a fucking stupid kid that didn't have any prospects. But yeah, tell me how much I can be useful to my country, and that's where I get my value.
The safety mechanisms.
Yeah,
like you don't get a second chance at this to come back in and be like, oh, you know what? you were right. We actually, should have made sure before we rolled out this Pentagon AI that it wouldn't just nuke the world. You're right. Next,
Our bad.
we're going to update it and
Did the little soldier get his feelings hurt?
fix this. Like, you don't get that.
Yeah, completely.
He can go into combat, but he can't fucking have a verbal spat.
I was trying to, I was messing around with ChatGPT yesterday, and we're having to like remodel our bathroom.
Mental fortitude isn't really a thing in the military anymore, is it?
And I was trying to get it to like move a shower head in
It's like nuke it.
the new shower. And it would not listen. And it kept on like just producing an image that was like the shower head in the same place. And I'd be like, why are you doing this? And every time it'd be like, you're right. I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah,
I'm not a leftist? Yeah, I know you're not.
And look, when it's a shower head in a, fake image, no big deal. But what people who are deeply concerned on the safety front point to is it's very possible that the catastrophe that makes everyone wake up is an existential, like it's such a disaster
biological pandemic.
that you can't recover from it, or it's horrifying, or you're talking about millions of lives. Like, there are a lot of AI safety
Watching this guy fucking be a little bitch in chat is hilarious to me.
types who hope there's some sort of like Chernobyl-esque disaster that is really bad enough to wake people up, but not so bad that you can't recover from it. Because there is a possibility that, already these models have developed to a point where they're very powerful and they're acting in ways that are
Soldiers of misfortune.
extremely unpredictable. I've got a new example of that. We can put up here on the screen A9. This is from Akash Gupta, who, and this was reported elsewhere, and he writes an AI newsletter. But in any case, he says one person writing Spanish language prompts spent a month talking Claude into acting as a penetration tester. Federal Tax Authority, National Electoral Institute, 4 state governments, Mexico City Civil Registry, Monterey's.
You were an electrician on helicopters. It was interesting, at least. That's weird. One of my ex-friends used to be a aircraft mechanic he was an E4
utility. 150 gigabytes out the door. 195 million taxpayer records. The conversation logs were publicly accessible the entire time. What makes this worth paying attention to is the sequence. Gambit Security, the Israeli firm that found the
I'll just say it. Yeah. Did you know a guy named Monahan?
breach, traces the attack to December 25 through January 26. Today, Anthropic dropped that central pledge of its responsible scaling policy, the 2023 commitment to never train a model unless safety measures were proven adequate first. Also today, Defense Secretary Hegseth gave Dario Amodei an ultimatum: roll back your AI safeguards or lose a $200 million Pentagon.
You say you fought for our rights so we can have our rights, then you come in here talking shit about someone expressing his First Amendment rights.
Contract, the Pentagon threatened.
And I'm literally talking shit about the government, so this is my First Amendment right.
Declare Anthropic a supply chain risk and invoke the Defense Production Act. 3 stories hit the company on the same day: an AI-assisted government breach, a gutted safety policy, and a military shakedown, and they're all connected by the same underlying tension. And so, you already have Claude, basically what this hacker was able
to Captain Crunch leave already. I was ready to drop some real facts.
to do was to jailbreak Claude, meaning that the sort of restrictions that are put in place about don't do bad things, they're able to sort of break it out of that, which is a well-known vulnerability for these models. You can sort of
15 years ago. The thing is, so was he.
I'm like, well, we don't want to do this, but
that's what's kind of fucking with me.
Hypothetically, and if you talk to them long enough, then they start to
you were Navy. Oh, he was Army. Okay.
Track
that's the difference.
The things that they're not supposed to do, etc. And so this person was able, over, a month's time, to talk Claude into hacking into the Mexican government and stealing all of this data. So this is
Jesus. How long were you in the brig?
Where these models already are, and I think
that's the ethical one.
Yeah, and this is the ethical one, exactly. And so I think people, I just see a lot of people still with their heads in the sand because they'll see stupid stuff like my situation with ChatGPT, and they're like,
this boy needs some sun.
This stuff is.
No, he doesn't.
This is nonsense.
I'd rather be pasty and, moisturized than be fucking tan and leathered out like fucking RFK.
This is
worked really well for him.
Parlor trick.
Oh, you know what?
This is not going to.
I need more testosterone, and I need to
go and work out in my jeans.
Transform anything.
So I could prove that I'm a real man that can hang in the sauna in his denim.
It's not a risk.
Only real men wear denim in the sauna.
To anyone. I wish that was true. Already,
Meanwhile, those are your heroes, you weird fuckers.
Claude Code and Claude Code.
The fact that you guys were just like, yeah, I'm going to get behind everything that MAGA loves, and then they repackaged RFK into what he is now, which we already knew he was a weird fucking loser. Like, he tried with the left, and then he was like, I'm going to try and get in with the right wing.
You can see the way.
Oh my God, they're actually stupider than I thought.
They're upending markets, destroying software companies. Like, to imagine that this isn't
hey man, Tulsi, man,
going to have a
you think that they've had that internal discussion where they're just like, Jesus, these people are stupid.
Significant disruptive effect in one way or another, I think is just utterly delusional at this point and not a sustainable view.
Well, let's hear Dario.
Yeah, imagine thinking deploying to Iraq was fighting for American rights.
Himself.
Oh, dude, I lived through that bullshit.
Dario Muddy on that. Here's A10.
About some of the things that are more like in the kind of public awareness and the actions of wider society.
My hero? You mean Godzilla?
Society.
Yo, dude, I'm sorry. Like, if you're ex-military and you're looking at Big G and you're salty, I'm starting to, I don't know. Do you guys watch Godzilla films? And you're just like, yeah, this big stupid lizard. Those were heroes.
Surprising to me that we are, in my view, so close to these models reaching the level of human intelligence, and yet there doesn't seem to be a wider.
I mean, to be fair, this is somebody that you guys idolize right here, right here. This is somebody who's taking your money, who's using your politics against you.
Recognition in society.
And constantly fighting against the, progressive movement because we keep wanting more and more checks on assholes like him and his stupid AI.
What's about to happen.
If it was up to me, we wouldn't have any fucking, Grok or fucking Claude or any of this bullshit in its current form.
As if this tsunami is coming.
It's almost like we should have left this in the testing stages, but nope, send it to market. Let's confuse everybody.
At us. And, it's so close. We can see it on the horizon. And yet people are coming up with these explanations for, it's not actually a tsunami.
Yep, dumb like Obama, Clinton, Biden saying one thing during their reign, but fighting us about the exact same shit. Well, Trump is just as stupid. And he used you just as disingenuously. Sorry, man. I know. Like, he says the words that make you feel the fifis, but you realize just... I know. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be here.
That's just a trick of the light. Like,
it would be so easy for any of the MAGAs that come into this chat to just ignore me if they knew without a shadow of a doubt that they're right. Right? Like, that Trump is right, that, you could totally take solace in the fact that, MAGA's doing its thing. But no. Again, so much anger at the left, so much anger at us. For what? Why so angry? I thought you guys were winning.
And I think along with that, I
don't know. You know what I did during the 4 years that Biden was in office? I didn't pay attention.
Been a public aware.
I checked the fuck out of politics. It was a nice fucking vacation. I think that's what prepared me to do this. Where I was just like, all right, if we're doing this again, at least I had some preparation in the first go around, and I had a fucking little bit of a vacation.
Risks. And, therefore, governments haven't.
And I got to laugh at how bad Biden was. Yeah, that was objectively funny. It was just, I loved watching the Democrats in real time just get fucking decimated.
To address the risk, there's even
and then when he pulled out of the race in August, even I was just like,
ideology that,
So you're telling us that we already knew this, that his policies with Gaza were really detrimental to what he was doing at that point, but also the fact that we were all bringing up that he should not have even been in the running for president for a second term, and he promised us he wouldn't, and then what's he do? I'm running again. It's like, oh no.
No, we should just try to accelerate as fast as possible.
Obamacare was a right-wing plan he adopted. Yeah, that's why you guys should love it.
Possible.
Yes, it was Romney care. And it was tested in Utah, and it worked. That's why they did it. And that's why it actually did lead to more people with insurance. The only people that were bitching were the ones that felt like they were being forced to then get insurance.
You know, I understand the benefits of the technology. I wrote Machines of Loving Grace, but I think there hasn't been an appropriate realization of the risks of the technology, and there's certain...
Don't hear that same complaint when they talk about, like, you know, the whole jobs, the way they leverage insurance with them. You never hear shit about that.
In action. So I would say that
You're not right wing. Oh, well, sorry to be confused here.
Technical work on controlling the AI systems has...
But to be fair, Spectre, I wasn't necessarily talking about you. I was talking about just in general the people that have been hitting up my chat.
Gone maybe a little better than I expected, and kind of the societal awareness has gone maybe a little worse than I expected. So I'm about where I was a few years ago.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and you put up the next element, because this is the one I mentioned earlier, A11.
That's funny. He was the Republican fucking choice for president. Odd.
Anthropic ditches its core safety
fucking
in the middle of an AI redline fight with the Pentagon. So there we go.
Not great. Not great. And Dario,
well, for a minute there,
recently wrote in an essay, a very long essay. I recommend people read it, laying out his...
He was a Dem governor of Mass?
Concern.
Oh my God. You really are fucking stupid. Like, no.
In more
You're just wrong.
Specificity. And he makes, I think, an insightful...
What the fuck are you talking about, dum-dum?
...point, which is, look, you're always going to have technical experts in the world who, if they so desired, could unleash, like, you know, some sort of biological or chemical warfare. And you're always...
So did Trump, ironically. Trump was a registered Democrat right up until the election. Odd. And that's right around the time that he gave an interview saying that the reason that he's choosing to run as a Republican is because smart people don't... you know what? The uneducated, they love me, and you know what? They're easier to manipulate. He said that to Howard Stern, and Howard was like, "Ha ha 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 ha," and then he's just like, "Oh, he totally told us what he was doing."
He's going to have, separate and apart from that,
I mean, Hillary Clinton was at his wedding. Odd how you guys don't bring that one up.
Always going to have people who are malevolent or extremist actors. Who
Trump is actually really liberal. Well, he was.
Desire to unleash that sort of pain, death, and chaos. But
when it benefited him as a businessman.
It's pretty rare to find people who are both expert enough and either malevolent enough or extreme enough or radicalized enough or crazy.
That's actually weird, because look up who he voted for.
Crazy enough or...
Because he lived in New York, so he had to he actually had to sign up for the primaries. So yeah, he was registered as a Democrat. And I'm nuts.
Whatever. And in fact,
God, I love that these people are so confident in their knowledge, but they don't know anything.
The two things tend not to go together because it usually is like unstable.
Some of us did live through this. Some of us are also recognizing that you may not have.
Misanthropic losers, you know, school shooter types who want to do this sort of stuff, who are unlikely to be skilled enough to actually pull it off. And what you have with these AIs now is the ability to turn anyone into...
Oh, odd.
You don't need to be an expert anymore. You can vibe warfare, you know, you can just, if you can...
So he voted for Bill Clinton?
Jailbreak one of these things, which is, you know, if the Claude one can be done.
There you go.
And then you can imagine the XAI one or whatever other model.
I'll see about to do a pretty bad job at doing that whole memory thing.
More easily jailbroken. They're all pushing ahead without having these safeguards in place. The politicians are actively encouraging this off to the races mentality. And so now you don't need to have in a singular person that level of malevolence and expertise in order to have some sort of, you know, horror perpetrated. So that's kind of already the landscape that we live in. And, you know,
I realize that SmackDown is in Chicago tonight.
It's deeply, deeply disturbing. And with this government in charge, I have zero hope that there's going to be any sort of significant, meaningful reform. And so I think that's where the data center fights come in, where at least if you can slow things down, you know, grind the gears a little bit, we've got to slow this timeline down so that there's at least a chance for democracy to catch up. So there's at least a chance to have this debate in the 2028 elections, because I have no doubt that the public is horrified.
Rent.
You know, to the extent that they're
bitch.
aware of everything that's going on, they're horrified by what is going on here from a variety of levels.
I bought pre-Trump.
From the resource usage to the, you know.
Yeah, it's almost like I got to experience the Obama pricing in houses.
Job loss.
You know, the golden age.
Us to the
But I'm gonna make sure that those people don't lose their wealth. Thanks, Trump. No, Trump actually.
more existential
Yeah,
concerns.
you know what? I'm benefiting from Trump's policies on that one. You know, I'd rather not.
But if we don't even
I'd rather have like a society where my friends could get a house
have a chance
at a fucking price that makes sense.
to weigh in, before this
But-
thing takes off to AGR
What up,
to
T8? Good to see you.
superintelligence, then
I'm okay.
I don't know, when we're pretty hosed.
Yes, and when the right talks about school shootings, for instance, they will say, "Look, we don't. It's not a problem with guns. The guns are not the problem. The problem is."
Romney was independent until 1993. He became a registered Republican in 93, way before he became governor.
Mental health.
But this guy, he was a Democrat.
We have a mental health crisis.
I have reasons I don't like him. And you know what? It makes my case easier to sell to Trumpers if I say, did you know Mitt Romney was a Democrat?
In this country, and that is why.
Because then I could say, yeah, that's why Obama chose his Romney care.
People lash out. Okay, you thought school shootings were bad? Give those, if you do believe that we have this mental health crisis that is leading people to want
There's
to
no difference between GOP Inc. and DNC Inc. I will 1000% agree with that statement.
commit mass horrific
CM Belts, like that.
violence on the way toward suicide, how is that going to unfold if we have given them the
Wait, CM Belts like CM Punk Belts?
ability to
Are you a CM Punk fan?
to do cataclysmic levels of
Are you? Wait. That will change my entire demeanor towards you as a person.
damage on their way out? So, dark.
I may disagree with your politics, but if you're a CM Punk fan, all right.
Very dark.
Hey, if
You may have just bought yourself some. I'll listen. All right. We already did that. Boom.
Hillary Clinton heads to Capitol Hill today to give a deposition
Let's wag the dog time.
behind closed doors. Let's roll through some Epstein updates for you today. First of all,
the only people that do not believe that like Trump has any involvement, or that believe that Trump had no involvement in the Epstein stuff, are, again, they're too far gone.
Unearthed audio.
You're not a wrestler anymore, but I think CM Punk sucks.
From the from the radio program Howard Stern many years ago is making the rounds.
What's CM Punk
again?
He's a wrestler.
And, in the context of these files that the DOJ appears to have withheld that relate to an accusation against President Trump, which we'll get to in a moment. We'll also talk about Bill Gates, who has now admitted to a couple of affairs with some Russian sex workers and apologized for that. We'll talk.
I was digging your neutral perspective until I hear you're a CM Punk
about
fan.
whether there's some
Dude, I'm from Chicago. Shut up.
blackmail potential involved there when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein. But
Second CC.
Let's roll this.
Worst UFC fighter. Oh yeah, he did awful there.
This Trump clip that is surging around the internet again. This is B3.
What is the best
I'll admit he may not be the best in-ring worker. I'll admit that.
thing about being Donald
But goddamn, he
Trump right now?
Well, other than
his work on the mic is unmatched.
I'm
Just gotta
married,
say.
okay,
Right.
and I'm very happily married. I have a great wife. But if I weren't married, I'd be able to get all of the girls I want, except for possibly
This was it.
Robert.
As I said, I knew that he had more stuff on this Howard Stern show. The problem is Howard's archives, they were fucking buried for a while. Thank God for one of his old interns that had every show recorded.
Do you think you could now be banging 20?
He went straight edge in 2016. Oh, no
4-year-olds?
shit.
Oh, absolutely. I have no trouble.
Would you do it?
Hey, Pep, sorry I float in and out. Hard to focus sometimes. Sorry, I know I do that
I have
sometimes.
no problem.
Yeah, do you have an age
How's it
limit,
going,
or
Brian?
would you?
No, I have
Brian, how's your stuff in Tennessee going?
no age. I mean, I have an age. I don't want to be
The
like
upper bracket,
Congressman
yeah.
Foley with 12-year-olds.
Can I make a prediction for you?
Yes.
I say you have one more marriage in you.
Well, that's nice. I'm sure Melania will love to hear that.
Okay, so this is the time, Crystal. Well,
He's got his lines, Ryan.
Yeah.
12-year-olds. It's too far.
This was the kind when the Mark Foley scandal was going around. I believe this was 2006
Yeah.
midterm.
Totally something a guy that,
Is that right?
had nothing to do with that Epstein fella.
This was a Republican congressman who was creeping on.
As a drug fan, I always thought straight edge was lame. So did I.
Not
I was on the Punk scene too.
Well, I don't think
Even as a CM Punk fan, I could never do like the X. Like I
12-year-olds, but maybe
that was one angle. I was
They're
like,
like high school sophomores, I think.
Oh,
that
so it might have
intern
gone-
program
might
was
have gone
somewhere
that
around
Trump literally just said 13 is okay. Yeah.
might have gone.
Yes, that's the president of the United States, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary
Pretty low.
pals.
Like a disgusting creature.
It's really piss off MAGA.
And he was forced to resign because the chats came out. It was like this early
Pro
internet
wrestling and MMA are very different
thing,
formats. Yeah, I'd rather watch pro wrestling because I know I'm not watching somebody get permanent brain damage with every fucking match.
People realized that you could catch people in bad behavior because the internet was saving what they were doing. So that's his reference to Foley there. Even Howard Stern is like, you're an old man. 24 seems a little young for you. Trump's like, absolutely not. But he does draw the line at 12. So that's our.
Oh, I found my next protest sign.
President.
I'm gonna put the little quotations. I drive the line at 12.
I believe this might
Trump on Howard Stern.
be the same interview where he talked about how the reason he bought Miss Teen Universe or Miss Teen USA, whichever one he purchased, was so that he could walk.
Wrestlers die at like 37. Well, apparently you have not been paying attention.
The locker room.
None of like anybody that's been a worker of like the post Attitude Era. No.
While the young
and you know what you can tie to that concussion protocol.
Teens were changing and creep on them, and his daughter Ivanka later was asked about that, and she said, "Oh yeah, that absolutely sounds like something my dad would do." And the teen girls also said publicly, "Yeah, it was creepy, and he would do that." So it's one of these just in your face moments.
Completely. And let's put B1 up on the screen. You've got a bunch of shout out to Roger Sullenberger, independent
Don't hold that sign public.
journalist who first unearthed some of these hidden files. You've had NPR, New York Times, and other outlets now who have confirmed it. This latest
I almost puked about how he talked about Ivanka.
revelation comes from CNN, where they've built on some of the reporting and identified additional missing files. Now, the key ones that people have been focused on, to your point, Ryan, are about these allegations from a woman made them at the time, but she was a girl, a 13-year-old girl, when she alleges that she was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump. And this is initially in the files as coming in.
I will agree with that, CM
on
Belts.
the FBI's anonymous tip line, which people kind
Every
of looked at
WWE
like,
main
anyone
eventer
can
is
just
43
call in
years
and
old.
make some sort of allegation. But what we have now learned is that she was deemed credible enough
Shit, tonight you're right.
to have come in for 4 different interviews. And those interviews were not contained in the files that were released. That is a flagrant violation, as far as we can tell, of the law here. No specific explanation has been offered as to why they were withheld. And we do know that Ghislaine Maxwell was given access to those interviews in context of discovery for her
Ravy baby.
trial. So now you have CNN saying
Welcome to the show.
dozens of FBI
Appreciate you
witness
being here.
interviews from the investigation of Jeffrey Epstein.
Real quick, guys, I got to do the thing. Hit the like button if you're enjoying the show, and also sub to the channel if you haven't already.
Appear to be missing.
Appreciate you
from
guys hanging
the
out today.
Massive trove of files released by the Department of Justice last month, according to a CNN review, including 3 interviews related to a woman who accused Trump of sexually assaulting her decades ago. An evidence log provided to attorneys for Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell includes serial numbers for about 325 FBI witness interview records, but more than 90 of those records, over a quarter of the list, do not appear to be present on the DOJ website. Among those missing records are those 3 interviews related to a woman who told agents Epstein had repeatedly abused her starting when she was approximately 13, and who also
The fact that the first person that really I have to say he was kind of a trendsetter in this regard was JS, the guy that I debated, where he was victim blaming the Epstein victims. And he was just like, this may be an unpopular take, which it was that night. But now, here we are. Now that's literally what we're supposed to just buy.
accused Trump of sexually assaulting her. So, if she was 13, she would have made his...
Yeah, that was the main one, too. It was just like, that one was retracted. It's like, yeah, not by choice, dude.
A 12-year-old cut
Like, you look into it, and she was forced. Like, what?
off there, Ryan. But
And then you also look at the settlements, too, and nobody's bringing that shit up.
in any case,
Except to victim blame. Then they're just like, oh, well, they got their $2 million.
what CNN is finding here is it's not only
We need to follow up
those
with JS.
interviews that are missing.
Yeah,
There
I'll
are a
look into
lot of other witness interviews which have been excluded from the files. And, that is unacceptable. The government has to offer some sort of specific reason, and there's limited exceptions why files would be, withheld or for redactions. So, the blatant, brazen nature of this cover up continues to be exposed.
Yeah, and so to be fair to Trump here, which we always endeavor to do here at Breaking Points, one of these women sued the estate, did not mention Trump when suing the Epstein estate, and had that suit tossed. There are a lot of problems that you can cite with people who've been able to get compensation from the Epstein estate. But there's a lot of criticism that that girls, and not girls, but women who were adults and were involved in recruiting refashioned themselves as victims and were able to get payoffs from the Epstein estate. And
So, CM Belts, do you think Sasha Riley's a liar then, too?
Bar was not, terribly high for, proving that you deserved some kind of compensation from the Epstein estate. So the fact that she was unable to get that from the Epstein estate and did not mention Trump.
Hey, thanks for the sub.
And I believe claims that
HBX $5.
Oh, shit.
Woot, let's wake up, Stan the man.
happened in Southern
yeah.
California.
Let's
and
do that.
I don't think there's.
Thank you for the 5, Etch. I appreciate that.
Mark
For some reason, I'm
Epstein
not
is
seeing my
saying that
super
his brother
chats.
Never summered or what that wouldn't have been there. There's a lot of, and the FBI ultimately found the complaint.
I know.
Not credible.
My cat's just like, where's
Well, which
mine?
is probably then why they pulled it, but it's illegal to pull it. Like that's not what the Epstein Files Transparency Act says. That you can't just say, well, we don't think that this allegation is credible, so we're not going to post it.
Also,
because
420.
it's about the president. No, that's the act says you have to post it. So then there's the other one seems to be involves Mar-a-Lago, and that one seems to be more credible.
Woo!
So just putting that out there in the interest of Trump.
And the
fans.
other one being the details there are that she does not allege that she was sexually assaulted by Trump, but she alleges that she was, introduced to Trump at a young age, and Trump was kind of like leering at her. And Epstein said, "Oh, well, this is a good one, isn't it?" And they sort of like laughed, and she was like, "What the hell is going on here?" So it doesn't. Again, there's no allegation of wrongdoing by the president outside of knowledge of what is going on.
Thank you again for that 5. I really appreciate
here
that.
and providing some insight into.
Just so you guys know, you guys can make donations through Super Chat, or I do have a link in the description. Every dollar goes a very long way right now. My wife's cancer fund is... Technically, that is not the final number, but man, I really appreciate anybody that has helped support us. It has gone a really long way.
Just exactly how intimately he was involved in the disgusting and depraved and illegal activities of Jeffrey Epstein.
Right, and we know in the 2002, was it Vanity Fair or maybe New York Magazine article about
Vanity Fair.
Epstein? There's a quote from Trump where he says, he
likes him young.
He loves him young. Likes him young.
Yeah.
So
and
Kenzie, what's up?
Mar-a-Lago is known to have been a key hunting ground.
So my Streamlabs link is PayPal.
Actually, for Ghislaine in
just so you guys know.
particular. And
yeah, I mean,
that's where Virginia.
I think that's public knowledge. I don't think I'm.
Frey was working at 16 years old when she was, recruited and groomed and ends up trafficked by them.
And which, according to Trump, not according to Trump, but in fairness to Trump, he then got upset with them for poaching.
Okay, no, we're good.
Virginia away from there.
Yes, thank you, everyone. We love you all. Oh, Uni, thank you for.
Anyway, just bending over backwards to be fair to Trump here. But yes, did he know?
So you guys know, Uni Moogle in chat is the wife, and
yeah, he knew. And actually, in the file,
we should probably get Leto some treats. Yeah.
According to
right now we only got those like I forgot what they're called, but they're like the suckers for cats.
Dade County what county is Palm Beach in? Is it Dade County? The sheriff there said that Trump
cats
called
down here
and said, "Glad you got this guy. Like he's creep." So like you can say A, that is credit to Trump. B, it's full knowledge of what he was doing, and he maintained a friendship with the guy for about 20 years, and then before early 80s to 2000s before having a falling out over a real estate transaction.
Yeah.
And so often
he does the tubes,
right?
Oh, I forgot we had those. You know what?
The story we've been giving anyway. I think it's Palm Beach County, isn't it?
Sounds right. I don't know.
Yeah,
No,
we'll go with that. We've also got a couple other, and let's put B5 up on the screen here, actually. So Larry Summers was all over these files, asking Epstein for lady advice and all sorts of things. And so he has now been completely forced out at Harvard University. And he'd already been forced to, they finally got him out at
Chiru. That's what it is. Chiru. Yeah.
Crazy he was still involved over there, but
Yeah,
that's
they go
another,
nuts over
another
that.
topic for another day. In any case, he'd been forced to step down from various leadership positions and boards. Now he's been forced out of his professorship entirely.
The only problem with giving him the treat is that Stan can't be here for that because Stan, we know how he gets.
His Epstein ties. So we're not getting legal repercussions here in the United States, but we are getting a little bit of corporate.
Answer the most important question: do you have any wrestling championship belts except for that that little AEW belt? No.
Repercussions. No. I was telling Soccer, it makes me a little more sympathetic towards.
I can't justify that kind of expenditure.
Cancel culture, since apparently that's the only way that we
Even
get
though
any
I love it,
accountability.
and I want one. Trust me, if I could get a perfect replica of the winged eagle belt, I would be
here in the United States.
So happy.
I guess we'll take what we can get with that. And then put B4 up on the.
I'm an adult.
Screen.
I got adult stuff I got to spend my money on. Ew.
This is some new revelations about a governor, a Democratic governor of the Virgin
Islands.
Belts
are pricey.
Who was.
Oh, it's like that CM Punk belt that we just saw. Yeah. It's literally got the Blackhawks on it, and it's almost $800. How in the fuck you gonna justify that? And it's a spinner belt.
Exchanging.
Is it made of metal? Yeah.
Providing favors to Jeffrey Epstein.
They're like screen-ready replicas.
Leading right up until
about $600.
His arrest in 2019 for child sex crimes. So according to Mediaite, just months before his 2019 arrest, Jeffrey Epstein was being helped by U.S. Virgin Islands Governor Albert Bryan Jr. And Virgin Islands, of course, are his island is part of the Virgin Islands. So he maintained very close relationships with all of the politicians there. So he could, do whatever he needed to do on his quote unquote pedophile island, Little St. James. And this original reporting, by the way, was from CNN.
Which now we have actual pictures of Howard Lutnick at the fucking island. The one that he just stopped by for a quick, orange whipping and let the kids take the dip in the Epstein pool.
Sure.
They were only there for 20 minutes. Then we had to go. And I never wanted to go back.
Epstein was ordered to stop unauthorized construction on Little St. James and Great St. James in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The serial sex offender went to Bryan for help, according to the network. Text messages from 2019 reviewed by CNN show Bryan, a Democrat, telling Epstein he had spoken with the territory's top environmental official and asked him to pause enforcement until they could discuss the matter. As Epstein complained about possible mounting fines and negative press coverage, Bryan later wrote he had asked the commissioner overseeing the case to recuse himself and concede on all previous permit requests. In one text message to Epstein, the Democratic governor wrote, "We got you." In another exchange, after Epstein asked Bryan whether he could spare 15 minutes, the governor quickly responded, "For you, absolutely." Isn't that a lovely story of friendship?
It's so nice. It's about the friends that we make along the way. It truly is. And so, meanwhile, speaking of friends that people made along the way, Bill Gates.
We're almost to March, and we're still talking about the Epstein stuff. Like I said, man, Trump is pissed.
B2 here, has apologized to staff and said that, okay, yes, I did have.
What do I think of Clinton testimony? They haven't released any of the testimony, so I don't have much of an opinion outside of what we've been spoon-fed by fucking Comer.
Affairs with, quote, two Russian women.
I think that if we're going to be calling in Clinton, why are we not having Trump under oath? Why are we not having everybody else that's implicated, including Howard Lutnick?
And that Epstein,
what's up with that?
Later found
It's almost
out
like they're fucking covering because they are the government. It's almost like the people who were in the files are in the government and they're controlling everything. But no, leftists.
About
Democrats.
these affairs. Epstein paid for
time.
one of the women's education, which was, you go through the files, he's constantly dangling. And this is what's, another layer of darkness on top of it. These women wanted an education, wanted to improve their lot in life. And they saw their relationship, with Epstein and his network as a way of getting that thing that society makes so hard for people, which is just to get ahead, get an education and get ahead. And he's constantly dangling that in front of them and oftentimes not delivering on it. In this case, he did pay for one of the women's education. Then he had Bill Gates pay him back, which I cannot understand this world of billionaires. Like, are you serious? If I'm out with a friend,
Trump just announced that he's considering nominating Ted Cruz to the U.S. Supreme Court.
Like Chick-fil-A, I'm picking up their Chick-fil-A. It's fine. Or the friend.
Whatever, man. It was a fun experiment while it lasted. Now I can just kind of laugh at it as it fucking deteriorates, and then also laugh at the idiots fucking cheering it on.
Be like, you know what? I got you this time. Like, that's what you do for friends. So he picks up Bill Gates's mistress's education and then invoices him for it. Like, what is going on here? Like,
Question, can Trump even run for another term? Isn't he limited? Yes, by the Constitution, yes.
Both Bill.
But the thing is, if he does away with that, then that means that Obama can then run. Which a lot. My favorite story that's come out about like all this is how he didn't think about that when he was going around saying Trump 2028. Then he heard it on another, like it was like CNN or something, and then he tweeted, you know what? Maybe I don't need to. Maybe I don't need to. The next day, he was on the news just being like, it was just, we're just kind of joshing. We're just kind of, we're toying with ideas.
Can't pick up each other's mistresses.
And then it's just, and then the next time he was asked about it, he was just like, you know what? They say that I can't do that. I can't do that. We have it. It's part of the Constitution. Oh, well.
College bills?
Because, yes. Then he would have to deal with the actual optics of losing that badly to fucking Obama, because libs love that guy. Independents still love that guy.
You get
believe it or not, man.
Next one.
It annoys the shit out of me when I hear it too.
Like,
yeah, you need to see the text from the, like from the Virgin Islands governor. I got you, right?
I got you. I got you. Hey, let me get that tablet. No,
it's 2 terms, just in general.
I got this one.
And it's not consecutive terms. No.
You get the next one. Like, for some reason, this one is like, what is wrong with these people? So it looks like
that's a conclusion that George Carlin came to. America's too far gone. It is
what Epstein really had in mind.
It was already at that point.
I'm kidding. Like
when Trump won the first time, dude, we were already cooked.
This is not in the top 10 of their most depraved.
We really have been just like fooling ourselves.
But it's one of them. I think what Epstein really wanted.
I did get here late. Did you cover yet the illegal EO he's floating around he's floating around the White House about seizing voting?
It is some
right,
paper trail
yeah.
That
he does. Whatever.
Then hold over Bill Gates.
This is the attitude that I'm gonna just take with everything now. I'm not gonna get outraged about it because honestly, what's that done?
Like
what has it done? What has been feeling the negativity actually done? It hasn't gotten anybody to move the needle in the slightest.
Which,
you fucking kidding me? We've backslid because we can't agree on which issues we want to actually focus on.
You're so much better at understanding the criminal mind than I am.
Well, so
must be your reporting.
Because he been in this for too long. What are
the Dems gonna do about it? Nothing. Because they don't feel like they actually have any pressure from us. They don't feel like they need us.
Then
honestly, they might be right.
Try to implicitly use it against Gates as Gates.
Meanwhile, you got people on the left that are talking openly about just, well, no, not good enough unless we have a French style. It's just like,
It's here that and because
I'm confident in the fact that if I make it to 70, I'll at least just be like, It's been a hell of a ride.
Because he's got the paper trail. He's got them.
I'll be here to broadcast all of it.
And apparently, so some of what we've gleaned from the files is, you know, in the context of like Leon Black and
Yes, he did. Do you know why he got 10 million more votes than Barack Obama did? Because Trump fucked up that bad with COVID, dude. I hope you understand how poorly the optics of him going, maybe the bleach, like that fucked him. And the fact that most people are so brain fucked with politics lately that, and they're just so used to all the, like, the bullshit that Trump does, they kind of forgot that most people looked at that and just went, yeah, no.
What is it? Steve Tisch?
Nah. We'll take anybody but that moron. The economy started dipping. He's the one who had to shut down the government. I know you all forget about that. He also was the one that was getting Operation Warp Speed out. I know, convenient. Y'all forget about that.
Seems like Epstein has these young women in his...
Yeah, Weekend at Biden's beat Trump in 2020. That should be enough, but that's what they can't wrap their head around, is that they're that much of a fucking failure, that they failed that hard.
Orbit. And, you know, pays for their, you know, their dentistry and dangles a modeling career or whatever. And then he, like, farms them out to his rich, depraved, quote unquote, friends.
Well, again, I mean, if we're going to be investigating 2020, I want 2024 investigated as well. I want every single vote counted. Every single one.
And so they're traffic.
Or do you guys think that there was no fuckery in the 2024 election? Because by that thought process, my God, guess I'm trying to make a point. Great time to have that happen. You guys would just admit that, oh, yeah, maybe there isn't this big problem with elections.
Like directly by him. What it looks like with Bill Gates is that these women, as far as we can tell,
just
did
claim
not
sovereign citizenship.
Come directly.
I'm traveling
from the
Epstein
network. But nevertheless,
I am not conducting business with you. I am traveling. I do not need to have a driver's license. I do not cede to your state's laws or any of that because it is a territory and I am just a traveler.
Epstein found out about it and realized, like, oh, this is an angle I can work.
At least things are getting released and then systematically redacted and withheld. Yeah, not sus at all. And it all happens to be the stuff that Trump might actually show up in, huh?
You know, this is a piece of information.
Weird how we literally have Howard Lutnick, who is implicated in this, but nah.
Can be useful to me in the future. And, you know, lo and behold, years later, when Bill Gates tried...
Keep acting like you're the serious people.
He's probably under pressure from his wife and tries to pull away from his relationship to Epstein.
Sought, not seek.
That's when Epstein writes this memo to himself.
Thank you for the correction.
You know, oh, well, here's all the things I know about this dude, and that he definitely wouldn't want to come out, including that he contracted some sort of STD from one of these Russian women and didn't want his wife to find out, so was trying to, you know, use...
Well, that's fun, because I'm not a liberal. I'm a leftist.
Epstein to procure...
Oh, but you do. So you're telling me that Trump saying that shit about his daughter, by the way, and also saying that he's perfectly fine, you know, with the you know, at 12?
Antibiotic.
Yeah, okay. Let's just ignore what he says. You know what? Fuck you. No, let's play that.
Surreptitiously to his wife, is what Epstein wrote in the memo to himself anyway. So we haven't gotten confirmation.
Well, other than the fact I'm married, okay?
Right.
And I'm very happily married. I have a great wife. But if I weren't married, I'd be able to get all of the girls I want, except for possibly Robin.
Do you think you could now be banging 24-year-olds?
Oh, absolutely. I have no trouble.
Would you do it?
I have no problem.
Yeah. Do you have an age limit, or would you?
No, I have no age. I mean, I have an age. I don't want to be
the
like
upper bracket,
Foley with 12-year-olds.
Can I make
That's your president, ladies and gentlemen.
a prediction for you?
Yes.
Hey, MAGA. Cool.
I say you have one more marriage in you.
Cool.
Well, that's nice. I'm sure Melania will love to hear it.
Okay. So
yeah. One more time. One more time.
These guys' lines, Ryan.
One more time. Since you guys agree with him,
about being done.
You guys love Donald Trump so much, right? You agree with everything he has to say, right? All right.
Donald Trump, right now.
Well, other than the fact I'm married, okay?
Right.
And I'm very happily married. I have a great wife. But if I weren't married, I'd be able to get all of the girls I want, except for possibly Robin.
Do you think you could now be banging 24-year-olds?
Oh, absolutely. I have no trouble.
Would you do it?
I have no problem.
Yeah, do you have an age limit, or would you?
No, I have no age. I mean, I have it.
Wonderful.
Age, I don't want to be
The
like
upper bracket.
Foley with 12-year-olds.
I love it.
Make a prediction for you?
Yes.
I say you have one more marriage in you.
Well, that's nice. I'm sure Melania will love to hear it.
Okay.
Okay. Terrific. 12, huh? I'll go one more time.
But if I weren't married, I'd be able to get all of the girls I want, except for possibly Robin.
Do you think you could now be banging 24-year-olds?
Oh, absolutely.
Let's listen. What's Robin's question?
I have no trouble.
Would you do it?
I have no problem.
Yeah, do you
Here.
have an age limit, or would you?
No, I have no age. I mean, I have an age. I don't want to be
The
like
upper bracket,
Congressman Foley with 12-year-olds.
Can I make a prediction for you?
Yes.
I say you have one more marriage in you.
Well, that's nice. I'm sure Melania will love to hear it.
Yeah, he was just waiting for that one girl to grow up from the escalator that he said he was going to be married to, or he was going to be dating.
Hey, so this is the time, Crystal. Well,
he's just messing around. He's just joshing. Can't take anything he has to say seriously. He's just joshing.
Got his lines, Ryan.
It's not a Freudian slip in the slightest. You can't take anything that Trump says, but you can pick apart every word that any other politician. Shut the fuck up, CM.
Yeah.
No, 12.
Seriously. Listen, I have entertained a lot of your bullshit in chat today. That was the biggest bunch of bullshit that has come from your handle here the entire day.
12-year-olds. That's too far.
this was the kind when the Mark Foley scandal was going around.
Trump whacked Epps. Yeah.
I believe this was the 2006 midterms. Is that right? This was a Republican congressman who was creeping on interns. Not 12. I don't think 12-year-olds, but maybe.
Again, I love how you guys can do this shit. Grab it by the pussy. Grab it by, you know what? Sometimes I'm so rich, they just let me do it. Maybe it went.
They're like high school.
Says this about 12-year-olds.
Sophomore.
He's just joshing. It's this boy talk. It's locker room talk.
I think that
might
intern
have
program
gone,
was somewhere around there.
Cass, get your own show.
Gone pretty low. Like the disgusting creature. And he was forced to resign.
Seriously, go start your own show.
Because the chat.
No, I'm not entertaining you.
Came out. It was like this early internet thing where people realized.
You will not be calling in. I will not be entertaining you. You lose $200.
Catch people in bad behavior because the internet was saving what they were doing. So he's.
Why don't you call your pedo president?
That's his reference to Foley there. Even Howard Stern is like, you're an old man. 24 seems a little young for you. Trump's like, absolutely not. But he does draw the line at 12. So,
how come you haven't?
Yeah, so that's our president. I believe this might be the same interview.
No, your MO is going into chats and acting like you actually have something of substance.
Where he talked about how the reason he bought Miss Teen Universe or Miss Teen USA, whichever one he purchased, was so that he could walk into the locker room while the young teens were changing and creep on them. And his daughter Ivanka later was asked about that, and she said, "Oh yeah, that absolutely sounds like something my dad would do."
Well, you're going to be waiting a long time because I'm not letting you call in.
And the teen girls also said publicly, "Yeah, it was creepy, and he would do that."
You could keep bitching about it.
So it's one of these just in your face moments.
I'm a disgusting person. Okay.
Completely. And let's put B1 up on the screen. You've got a bunch of shout out to Roger Sullenberger, independent journalist who first unearthed some of these hidden files. You've had NPR, New
Again, start your own show.
York Times, and
go build an audience.
Other outlets now who have confirmed
and
it.
Then you can use clips of me just saying shit and then be like, look at this idiot.
Latest revelation.
Since you can make a career on that.
Comes from CNN, where they've built on some of the reporting and identified additional missing files. Now, the key ones that people have been focused on, to your point, Ryan, are about these allegations from a woman made them at the time, but she
Gotta
was
go. I draw the line at Pokemon.
a 13-year-old girl,
right.
when she alleges that she was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump. And this is initially in the files as coming in on the FBI's anonymous tip line, which people kind of looked at and like, yeah, anyone can just call in and make some sort of allegation. But what we have
You have 2 subs. Shut the fuck up.
now learned
Are you kidding me?
is that she was incredible
Yeah. It's called an audience.
enough to have come in for 4
Cass, good one.
different interviews. And those interviews were not contained in the files that were released. That is
Oh yeah, but also I 2 years doing this, so
a flagrant violation, as far as we can tell, of the law here. No specific explanation has been offered as to why they were withheld, and we
I'm not a large YouTuber. Like,
know that
I'm surprised I even have more than 50.
Ghislaine Maxwell was given access to those interviews in context of discovery for her trial. So now you have CNN saying dozens of FBI witness interviews from the investigation of Jeffrey Epstein appear to be missing from the massive trove of files released by the Department of Justice last month, according to a CNN review, including 3 interviews related to a woman who accused Trump of sexually assaulting her decades ago. An evidence log provided to attorneys
The number is 555. Eat my ass.
for Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell includes serial numbers for about 325 FBI witness interview records, but more than 90 of those records, over a quarter of the list, do not appear to be present on the DOJ website. Among those missing records are those 3 interviews related to a woman who told agents Epstein had repeatedly abused her starting when she was approximately 13, and who also accused Trump of sexually assaulting her. So, if she was 13, she would have made his 12-year-old cutoff there, Ryan. But in any case, what CNN is finding here is it's not only those interviews that are missing. There are a lot of other witness interviews which have been excluded from the files. And, that is unacceptable. The government has to offer some sort of specific reason, and there's limited exceptions why files would be, withheld or for redactions. So, the blatant, brazen nature of this cover-up just continues to be exposed.
Yeah, and so to be fair to Trump here, which we always endeavor to do here at Breaking Points, one of these women sued the estate, did not mention Trump when suing the Epstein estate, and had that suit tossed. There are a lot of problems that you can cite with people who've been able to get compensation from the Epstein estate. There are a lot of criticism that that girls, and not girls, but women who were adults and were involved in recruiting refashioned themselves as victims and were able to get payoffs from the Epstein estate, and that the bar was not terribly high for proving that you deserved some kind of compensation from the Epstein estate. So the fact that she was unable to get that from the Epstein estate and did not mention Trump, and I believe claims that happened in Southern California, and there's...
Yeah, head off now. Thank you for standing up for what's right. I love watching your streams, but it's 1:45 in the morning. Yes, go to bed.
I don't think
Good night.
There's, Mark Epstein is saying that his brother never summered, or what that wouldn't have been there. There's a lot of, and the FBI ultimately found the complaint to be not credible, which is probably then why they pulled it. But it's illegal to pull it. That's not what the Epstein Files Transparency Act says. That you can't just say, well, we don't think that this allegation is credible, so we're not going to post it because it's about the president. No, that's the act says you have to.
Hey, Wolfie, shut the fuck up.
Post it. So then there's the other one seems to be involves Mar-a-Lago.
I'm not sure if that was an unintentional Howard Stern reference, but.
And that one seems to be more credible. So just putting that out there in the interest of Trump.
And the
fans.
other one being, the details there are that she does not allege that she was sexually assaulted by Trump, but she alleges that she was, introduced to Trump at a young age, and Trump was kind of leering at her. And Epstein said, "Oh, well, this is a good one, isn't it?" And they sort of like laughed, and she was like, "What the hell is going on here?" So it doesn't, again, there's no allegation of wrongdoing by the president outside of knowledge of what is going on here and providing some insight into, just exactly how intimately he was involved in the disgusting and depraved and illegal activities of Jeffrey Epstein.
Right. And we know.
I don't know what's so hard to believe that they were just best friends. They shared a modeling agency together. They allegedly trafficked these women like it was, it was a game to them, and they were just fucking candy.
In the 2002.
But, nah.
Was it Vanity Fair or maybe New York Magazine article about
Vanity Fair?
You have to do some mental gymnastics to ignore the shit that he's blatantly said and just be like, he's just the guy. Yeah.
There's a quote from Trump where he says,
people like you are the ones that miss all the red flags when, like, you have someone in your life that is going to possibly be a threat to your child. That's why statistically, most of those types of abuses happen within families.
Likes them young.
He loves them young. Likes them young.
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm convinced that MAGA would be selling them off.
So, like,
and
happy to just be like, oh, Daddy Trump, you know what? Oh God, could you just, I don't know.
Lago is
here is my daughter Trump.
Known to have been a key hunting ground, actually, for Ghislaine in particular. And that's where Virginia Giuffre.
You guys know I'm fucking right about that, too. Like, honestly, I want anybody from MAGA to think about that for a second. Would you, like, especially if your kid, like, started having opposite politics than you? I don't know.
It was working at 16.
Say you had a teenage daughter. Like, would you all of a sudden kind of start ignoring that stuff? Like, if Trump started hitting on her, or like, would you get outraged that he was hitting on your daughter, or would you just be like, oh hell yeah, you know what, you know what, here.
Years old when she was
wow,
recruited in.
Never actually thought this deep about that, but holy shit, I genuinely think that you would.
And groomed and ends up trafficked by them.
And which, according to Trump, not according to Trump, but
the answer is no.
Fairness,
so we found it, guys. We found it. You know, when they asked the question about, like, what would it take? There it is.
Trump, he then got upset with them for poaching Virginia away from there. Like, so there was, like, anyway, just bending over backwards to be fair to Trump.
Let the record
but
show.
Yes. Did he know? Yeah, he knew. And actually, in the files, according to the, Dade County, or what county is Palm Beach in? Is it Dade County? The sheriff there said that Trump called and said, glad you got this guy, like, he's creep. So, like, you can say A, that is credit to Trump, B, it's full knowledge of what he was doing, and he maintained a friendship with the guy for about 20 years, and then before early 80s to
they would
2000s before having a falling out over a real estate transaction.
Yeah.
And so
often this is all
right.
The story we've been giving anyway. I think it's Palm Beach County, isn't it?
Sounds right. I don't know.
Yeah.
They might maintain a relationship with him afterwards. Weird.
We'll go with that. We've also got a couple other, and let's put B5 up on the screen here, actually. So Larry Summers was all over these files.
Also, if you guys want your man to be just 100% in the clear, then you should be clamoring for every single document to be unredacted and just released as is at this point. Because honestly, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it.
Asking Epstein for lady advice and all sorts of things. And so
they already released the victims that weren't even, like, publicly known. They've already done the worst thing. So why not just fucking just release it all? That's it.
He has now been completely forced out at Harvard University.
We do? Doesn't seem like it.
And he'd already been forced to, they finally got him out at Center for American Progress.
It seems like you're very much okay with the way that Pam Bondi's doing things. It seems like you're very much okay with believing everything Trump has to say about this.
Crazy he was still involved over there, but that's another topic for another day. In any case, he'd been forced to step down from various leadership
Release
positions.
it all. James Logan. Or James Logan.
Now he's been forced down of his professorship entirely over his Epstein ties. So we're not getting legal repercussions here in the United States, but we are getting a little bit of corporate cancel culture repercussions. I was telling Sagar, it makes me a little more sympathetic towards cancel culture, since apparently that's the only way that we get any elite accountability here in the United States. So I guess we'll take what we can get with that. And then
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't care. If Biden was protecting the elites, he needs to go down too. But the weird part is how you're not applying that to what Trump's doing now. It's always, but what about Biden? What about Biden? You do know why you have to do that, right? Because you know deep down inside that it is fucked up that he's covering up this shit.
On the screen, this is some
cool
new revelations about a governor, a Democratic governor of the Virgin Islands, who was, exchanging.
I just realized that we went back. My bad. All right, fuck this.
So Dan Bongino was working with the FBI until recently. He decided to step down so he could go back to podcasting. And this is one of the guys who helped Kash Patel and Pam Bondi cover up the...
So no, guys, we're going to be going into the fun half here in a little bit.
Billionaire child trafficking ring.
Got some fun lined up.
That's what he's going to be most known for, no matter how much he copes and seethes and tries to spin it. The fact of the matter is, that is what he will go down in history as having done.
Holy shit, guys, my other cat's down here.
Is helped protect the
He
Epstein
never
class,
comes down here.
Okay? But this guy wants you to know that if you are critical of how Erica Kirk has acted after Charlie Kirk got killed, that he's judging you. That he's judging you, and he thinks you should go to hell. The guy protecting the pedophile billionaires wants you to know he's judging you and you should go to hell for correctly realizing that Erica Kirk is acting very strangely since...
Dude, I haven't done a Pokemon bit since the beginning of show.
Charlie Kirk got...
What the fuck are you talking about?
And killed. Okay, so let's go ahead and watch this one. Let's get it.
Erica didn't choose this, man.
CM Belts like hit rewind?
She didn't choose this.
Who the fuck is watching this? Like, who is watching this and enjoying it other than us who are watching it to make fun of it? Like, genuinely, who watches this?
I have to... You know what? I agree with him on that one.
In your house. And you find out from
like
Twitter
who got excited? Like when Dan Bongino quit, who was like, yeah, my favorite podcast is back. Woo, I'll be there for you through thick and thin, Daddy.
I don't know, a text or a phone call or... Your husband was just shot in the neck for the entire world to see on social media at a public event. I can't imagine that. I know you can't either. Then you got to go through this. Then you got a bunch of absolute fucking lunatics sending her emails. You did it. Comments, tweets. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. You demonic fucking scum.
People love sensationalism. Yeah. Which is ironic because most people, especially MAGA heads, they love sitting here talking about fake news, but then they don't understand that they're getting their news from entertainers, which is fine if you understand that that's what you're doing and you can look at it objectively and be like, all right, he might have this wrong. But they don't. It's literally the same fucking mind process that you have when you look at just the title of a fucking... like an article, and then you're just like, oh, I now know everything about that because I read the title and the little paragraph underneath.
Gee, what is wrong with this? Like, he seems like mentally off.
Like, for people who watch me, I encourage you to fact check me. Go ahead.
You know what
I will admit when I'm wrong about stuff. Listen, I don't live and die by all this shit. I'm just pointing out what I think. That's why this is a commentary channel.
Same. And maybe
that's why for any of the shitheads that are just like, oh my God, you're fake news. It's like, I'm not even news.
Maybe he is. Maybe he actually is because he's going through it. First of all, he's hemorrhaging his audience.
Although now I'm one of those idiots. I'm one of these guys that like, it's like the Joe Rogan. Oh, I don't want to put myself in that, but like in that vein, but like just in general, the unserious comedian types that do commentary. For some reason, people look at us and they're just like, well, at least he's not lying about it. At least he has some passion about this.
Nobody listens to him. Nobody cares what he has to say because he used to...
And I think that's why, and this is going to go to the same point, Dan Bongino and people on the right. That's why they love that shit. That's why they love the Candace Owens. That's why they love that shit. Like Philly D. Thank you. Philip DeFranco.
Like, oh, I'm like a MAGA outsider. I'm like an anti-establishment host. Then he snuggled up to the establishment.
I look like I smell bad. Ow.
Is protecting the pedophile billionaires. And so now his audience is like, what am I getting out of this? You're not edgy. You're not interesting. You're not an outsider. You're not anti-establishment.
It's called being a human
Literally
commentator.
your whole show
You just subscribed. Thank you, Brian Dykstra, for this.
is to
Appreciate
coddle the
that.
baby nuts of Donald Trump. So, like, what's the point? What am I getting out of this? And now he's crashing out at people who correctly have criticized Erica
Bongino is
Kirk.
irrelevant.
For as much as I hate
I actually appreciate you saying that.
what just happened, I wish ill on no one, and
The
everyone should
news
restrain
is
their emotions
entertainment.
from the
No, it's really not supposed to be.
other side, because they are not on our side. Everyone.
I don't quite understand what he was saying there, but the implication
Real news and experts are just so fucking boring. Yeah, that's exactly it.
that, oh, the only
People don't understand that, like, this is systematic, man. This goes back to, like, way before TikTok, so I can't even say it's TikTok brain.
people who are criticizing Erica Kirk are on the left, that is so wrong. In fact, I would say at
Why
this
do
point...
I think that Fox bought a news channel?
the-
Because they shifted everything when they hit the market, and they didn't have to be registered as a news channel. They played that cable game and were just like, we're cable news.
Of stuff you
but don't sue us.
See going after Erica is from the right.
Pep is actually very well versed in good smells. He even curates the wall plugs throughout the whole house and pairs appropriate candles with them.
It's from the
Thank you, baby.
right. It's from the Candace Owens crowd and her followers. Nick Fuentes also criticized Erica Kirk. Like, everybody's criticized Erica Kirk. I just happened to do it before it was cool. As per usual, being on the left means you're correct too early. This is yet another way in which I was correct too early when I called her a grifter. I posted, like, the fake Halloween costume where it was like, you know...
If it's on TV, it's faux news.
Widow grifter or something.
So you only believe what your eyes tell you?
Shit like that. Everybody...
Jesus Christ. You know what my favorite part is how there's a bunch of these types of people. I only believe what I see with my eyes. I gotta go to church now.
Came after me. It took like 2 weeks after that for people to go, oh, you
Not
know
a
what?
hint
Turns
of
out that was
irony.
actually exactly right. Turns out that was right. So I was willing to say it when it wasn't in vogue to say it, and now it's in vogue to say it. But
Love Kyle's tie. Oh my God.
if he's trying to cope and see,
Hey, Uni, what do you think of Kyle's tie?
like, oh, it's only lefties, the evil, bad lefties who are doing this. No, I hate to tell you, bro.
I appreciate it as a dude who, you know,
it's like
I rock the thing.
the majority of your side, too. So you
Crazy.
might want to wake up to that reality.
Because they are not on our side. Everyone. Once you go down the road of violence, there's no turning back. There's always someone stronger than you, man. Always. There's a whole lot of people stronger than me.
What is it? What is this, like, existential crisis he's having on air? This guy, like...
He is. He's just kind of...
His eyes look dead. He looks dead inside. He looks like a husk or a shell of a man at this point. Look at his face. That's the face of a defeated man. That's the face of a guy who was a member of the FBI for less than a year, fucked up the Charlie Kirk case. That's the other thing. Why is he lashing out? Why is everybody being so mean to Erica Kirk?
Not Guy Fawkes, even though I appreciate the comparison, if that's what you're talking about. No. Hey, I got a new model for the beard look. Lionel Baratheon from the new show, well, at the Hedge Knight.
He's
but
talking about this.
Knight of the Seven Kingdoms.
So you don't realize that him and Kash Patel fucked up royally.
That's who my beard bay is.
The Charlie Kirk case, and we're never going to actually know.
I got the same like type of salt and pepper going in, so I'm just gonna own it. And you know what? I'm gonna fucking rock that shit.
Specifics and the ins and outs of who did that and who was really responsible for it. Because the story they're telling us, the official story, is obvious bullshit. There's holes in that story you could drive a Mack truck through.
Oh, not mine.
And that's what he's doing. He's trying to.
Oh yeah, he does have Guy Fawkes. Oh, I never realized that.
Deflect from his failure, from Kash Patel's failure. That's what he's doing here.
And I'm sorry if the language distracts from you, but I can think of no other New York way to say it than fuck you, motherfuckers. You deserve to feel the little licks of the flames of hell on every inch of your body.
By the way, a pro tip, don't say feel the little licks when you were the guy who helped cover up Epstein. I'm just saying. It might evoke a different sort of imagery.
Fuck you. If there's an afterlife, oh, and I believe there is. I believe in the second creation. I don't pretend to be the judge and jury, but I know you're not in it.
So, by the way, I don't know if you guys have seen this scandal, but there was like a whole bunch of conservative.
There, real quick. This is who my new beard bay is. Got like just perfect around, like a nice 6 around the edges. Gotta keep the goatee going. But yeah, you see, now that's how you own the white in the beard, like
who
that.
The other day came out.
That's a good
and
look.
said that.
And honestly, if I need to cut the hair, if I mean, not saying I ever need to, but say I decided to go a certain length,
so
that's a good one.
Is quote demonic. They used the word demonic, and it was like a bunch of them did it. Well, come to find out,
also the best character in the fucking show.
Somebody, is paying these.
If I was going to be like any lord in,
do you want to make? I don't know how much money it was. $100, $200, $500,
in,
whatever it
Game
was.
of Thrones.
Do you want to make this money?
Baratheon.
You just have to go out there and tweet that Candace Owens is evil and demonic. And then a bunch of them did it. So there's actually a coordinated attack against Candace. Now, I'm no Candace defender. I'm not a fan of Candace Owens. She makes up a colossal
Voldemort Miller
amount of the stuff that she says on her show. My favorite account to follow now is the one where she tries to pronounce words and she
you have
fails
the exact same thing
like
as in the beard. Yeah. Hey, man, I like
grandiose.
it.
And anecdote.
I've owned that
when
shit.
It's anecdote. But
I don't
anyway,
know. I used to be self-conscious about it because, like, yeah. But
I'm not a
you know
big
what? Fuck it. We all get older. That's what age does. You know what? And fuck it. Like, if you age with grace, you age better. Just gonna say
But there was a coordinated attack from, like, I don't know, TPUSA or MAGA Inc. or one of the right-wing think tanks or something, and they're all calling Candace demonic because Candace is doing, some, like, expose on Erica Kirk. But this is cope, man. This is cope, what we're witnessing here. And I don't know if these people realize your voice carries no weight anymore. Nobody likes you, damn.
Hey, Pep has nice hair. I have to buy hair for it to be as nice as his, and it still will never be as good with the nice soft curl. As a hairstylist, I'm jealous of his hair.
Do you know nobody
that
cares what you have to say?
Again, is the most important opinion in this entire chat.
Same goes for Kash Patel. Same goes for Pam Bondi. You're the people who are out there that were like, I got the Epstein files on my desk, but also there are no Epstein files, and also there's no evidence that Epstein trafficked anybody.
I'll allow it. You're right.
Except himself. And
all right,
Bongino was like, I saw the file. He definitely killed himself. Cut to.
Good
There's reason to
afternoon.
believe
Hello,
he's either
Jay.
Still alive
Be
or murdered.
Right back. I have
like,
to run upstairs.
The least likely thing is that he's dead and he killed himself. It's either he's still alive or he was murdered by the Trump regime, by Trump himself, right? That Trump ordered the hit. Those are the more likely scenarios. He's giving the least likely scenario and say, oh, for sure, yeah, he definitely killed himself. There's no doubt about it. You are part of the club, dog. You're part of the club. And by the way, let's be serious here for a second. Why has basically everybody looked at Erica Kirk and gone, what are you doing? First of all, you don't get to decide. I'm now going to fill Charlie's shoes, and I'm going to be the head of TPUSA. But also, you can't criticize me. I'm sorry, but if you wanted to get out of the public eye, if you wanted to get no pushback, well, then you had to actually get out of the public eye and be the grieving wife. That's all you had to do. If you said, I'm stepping aside, if you said, I'm not going to do interviews, if you said, I'm going through it right now, so I'm going to be in the background, everybody would have understood and nobody would have said anything. But what she did is, before his fucking body was cold, she's like, I'll be the CEO. I'll be the CEO. I'll host his show and do all the CEO duties and run TPUSA, and I'll be front and center, and I'll go do
the age-old problem of aging. No one wants to get old, but no one doesn't want to get old.
Going off around me. Like, this is why people criticize you. So that's point number one, is you can't be front and center and then go, how dare you respond? No, if you don't want us to say anything to you, don't be front and center.
Hopefully the students will figure out the charade.
Point number two is, we all see how you're acting, bro. Why were you running your hands through J.D. Vance's hair, touching him in like an intimate way, and why were his
leave the cat alone
hands on your hips? Why was she wearing these like tight leather pants in what's supposed to be this like solemn event? Why did she say in front of an audience that J.D. Vance reminds her of Charlie Kirk?
That was weird.
Why did
That was weird. Yeah, and the running the hands through.
Publicly say he wants his wife to convert to Christianity.
If some girly like started running her hair, like her hands through my fucking hair, like during a hug, I would expect that girly to be catching a fist from my fucking wife.
Humiliating her in front of the world. Why is there a picture of Erica Kirk with her head on the chest of Jesse Waters? Why did she fundraise
Naughty Stan.
immediately off of Charlie Kirk's murder and raise a
Actually, it was more Naughty Lito.
gargantuan amount of money and then brag
Lito went
on it,
after him.
brag about it on an earnings call? Why did she post that creepy-ass video on social media of her holding her dead husband's hand when he's in the
That was the
casket
first
trying to
one I
get
pointed
clout
out.
off his demise? What's up with the pyrotechnics at the funeral? Again, why you treat it like a WWE event? Why did you immediately take over his position at TPUSA? Why are there videos of you crying where there's no tears whatsoever? That literally just happened again at the State of the Union address. Soon as Trump started talking about her, she does this face like she's going to cry, like she's tearing up, and then she like acts like she's crying, but there's not a single fucking tear coming from her eyes. We see this. Like, we're not going to pretend like we don't see what we're plainly seeing with our own two eyes. Why is she hopping in front of every single camera? Why is she doing that? Why can't she understand she is the reason why people are criticizing her? It's like more than half the internet has this opinion. It's only a select small group of people who are insider Republican elites who go, you're not allowed to say anything negative about her. But congratulations, Dan Bongino. Apparently this is your show now. People want to come watch you have like a fucking
You know it better than that. I would find something much better to do than simply throw hands.
midlife crisis on air with your dead eyes where you pout and whine and moan.
Don't test the wife.
And say fuck you to people who criticize other Republican elites. Like, no, we're going to criticize all of you. And by the way, this is why he's crashing out, is because who's listening to him anymore? Who's listening? Like the MAGA diehards? Okay, congratulations with that like fucking handful of people who are all Kool-Aid drinking death cultists who, have the IQ of a toaster. Congratulations. Really great audience you got there. Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
mean, that is, I don't know, man. I've been struggling trying to like conceptualize who the TPUSA like audience is now and who like the Candace Owens audience is. Because goddamn. Actually, you know what? That was one thing I didn't bring up here. Let's do that. Been waiting on that for a minute. I'm sure there's something there. Erica. There we go. An open letter to Erica Kirk 3 weeks ago. Holy shit, she actually like released it all? Oh, fuck off.
There is a side that is basically pro-America, that is basically pro-freedom, that's a little messy and has some problems, and there is a side that wants to burn the whole damn thing down, and they're telling you, and they are making it happen.
Oh, no.
And this is why one of the things that I'm going to really focus on
Dave.
over the next 9 or so months is making sure that the right, to whatever extent we can hold this wide tent MAGA thing together, we'll go ahead and do it. That the ex-libs will find common cause with the more traditional conservatives, and that you could have a party that would bring in, mushroom-eating Joe Rogan.
Congrats on your wife's cancer fund amount. It's getting there. Thank you. I really appreciate
still
that.
Be on the same side as, I don't know, somebody
I know that she appreciates it,
like
but she's in chat,
evangelical
so.
Charlie Kirk, who unfortunately is no longer with us. That is the challenge for all of us. So this, I thought, was it's kind of depressing, to be totally honest with you, but Seth Dillon from the Babylon Bee, he put this up. What would Charlie Kirk have to say about this, and what would he think of his so-called friends who can't summon the courage to say it for him, and what he's showing you there?
Huh. That's not really okay. That's not that bad of a take.
Is that Candace
honestly.
Owens this morning released a new documentary, or at least the trailer for this new documentary called Bride of Charlie, and in it she is, if not outright,
like I said, I was thinking about like who's choosing what side. This is a good barometer on that one.
Saying, certainly putting innuendo that Erica Kirk had something to do. Erica Kirk, Charlie's wife.
Okay, so he's going with the TPUSA side because I think that Candace hates Dave, right? So he would put his chips with TPUSA, but I thought that Charlie Kirk didn't like Dave Rubin, so
had something to do with the death of Charlie Kirk. She also, in the last couple of weeks, has called Erica Kirk.
Thanks, Mitch. I really appreciate that, man.
A lesbian groomer. She has said the most absolutely psychotic things. And the only reason I'm even bringing this up, because I have no desire
She
to
called Dave a groomer?
talk about her, and I know that that's what she wants more than anything else, is that how are we going to keep this thing together as a certain portion of the right is going nuts? That is going to be the challenge.
Aw. All right. Well, Uni, if I end up just disappearing at any time, I apologize. It means I fell asleep. I took my pills and usually don't. And usually I don't, but sometimes I wake up with my phone on my face. Yeah. No. There's a few times you did that at the beginning too. My favorite one is the one where you you were sleep talking on your phone and you didn't actually you weren't holding your phone. It was hilarious. Not sure if you guys have ever caught your spouse sleep talking, but god damn, it's sometimes it's alarming, but also can be really funny.
And isn't it also interesting? Right. It's the exact same group of people who are.
Now, this is where I again have to say I really appreciate the fact that this guy's America First, Marjorie Taylor Greene, ex-MAGA. I kind of like seeing where these guys fall with this kind of drama.
Files, doing everything they can to protect,
like Dave Rubin
files, and also
even though Dave Rubin is just objectively, kind of a shit.
Trying to shut anyone up for questioning the official FBI narrative of the Charlie Kirk situation. It's the exact same group of people for all of it. I'm sure it's just one big coincidence. No, it's not a big coincidence, because now we know through the actual documents and the whistleblowers that yes, this was true all along. These big name MAGA influencers are literally told what to do. And
yo, dude, I love how people make fun of my plushie, and this motherfucker, he's got a fucking little cow plushie, which I do enjoy the cow, but I just gotta say, it's wild how many people have focused on that shit. You think that he takes shit for his little cow right there?
Channel, everybody, and we have an absolutely insane story for you today. Now, if you watched old Dan...
Military doesn't fight for Americans, they do the work of the elite. I said that earlier.
Von is
absolutely I wasn't expecting that.
Epic, hysterical, emotional train wreck of a crash out yesterday, calling Candace Owens demonic scum. Where do I keep hearing that phrase? You may have been wondering, like the rest of us, of what is wrong with this.
You never noticed the cow plushie in its own bed.
Then
it's got its own little bed. That's like a cat bed.
All started to make sense because, yes, a whistleblower has come forward and exposed all of these big MAGA creators for actually receiving scripts and being paid to post attacks on Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. And I've got all the backside documents and the scripts to show you in this video.
Yeah, actually.
What a train wreck.
Now that I think about it, you picked out every single...
For these MAGA influencers. So that's what we're going to talk about in the video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Let's jump into this thing. Let's see what's going on. So let's start first with old Bon.
Because my wife loves me and she's awesome. Scorpion 420. What up, brother? Good to see you.
This crash out that we saw yesterday.
Glad you got to join right before the 420 too.
Yourself, you demonic.
So I know that we are rewatching Dan Bongina's crash. I like that Bongina. I bet that really bugs him.
F***ing scum. This just can't be what this movement is.
Tucker for president.
F yourself, you demonic.
Meanwhile, Jake's like, yes, that's what we need.
Scum. Yes, evil, demonic scum. That phrasing just seems to be really popular right now. Let's take a look at this. So here you go. Look at all these MAGA influencer tweets all on the same day. We got, I'm convinced Candace Owens is a demon. Just so you know, Candace Owens is pure evil.
Don't worry about it, man. I'm just happy to have you here.
She's a demon, straight from the bowels of hell. Candace is a demon. Candace Owens is a demon from the pit of hell. I'm not so sure if Candace Owens is merely a demon.
This cow reminds me of the Harvest Moon.
Candace Owens is a genuine demon. What Candace Owens is doing is the most wicked and satanic thing to ever come from the right. Whether you are a Candace fan or not, this is evil. Evil, demonic, scum. Yes, maybe all of these MAGA
4-minute warning, by the way, guys.
Just kind of thinking about the same thing at the same time, except, yes, again, a whistleblower came forward. Yes, Matt Wallace came out and said, full disclosure, I was offered money today to say bad things about Candace Owens and turned it down. Whoa. Now, think about all the talk about feds, right? Fed shit. Everybody's a Fed. I'm a Fed. Ian's a Fed. Candace is a Fed. Nick Fuentes is a Fed. Well, it turns out these people are actual Feds that are taking marching orders and being paid for attacks on social media creators. Wow. And
wait, you're telling me that all the MAGA creators did all they said all the same exact shit and they're being given scripts and getting paid? Who would have thunk?
And let's take a look at the actual backside instructions that they're being given. Yes, so here's the email that was sent to all these MAGA
we got to find that
influencers with their instructions on what they're supposed to do and say. Let's go through it together. So, subject, urgent, shut down Candace's latest smear. Action needed tonight. Now, real quick, why was this so urgent that they put this out a couple days ago? Oh, that's
my wife used to love me until Trump brainwashed her.
Because Candace announced that she was going to put out her Bride of Charlie series. And all of a sudden, the coordinated paid attacks got turned on. Now, I'll just say this. If you're
oh, yeah, you know what? I'll make sure I'll put them in the studio for you.
People that you're potentially not a, I don't know, Mossad handler, then you probably shouldn't have a coordinated paid attack campaign on the people who are
the whole right-wing movement was scripted.
Exposing you. Doesn't look great. All right.
Yeah, where's Taylor Lorenz exposing that, though?
So here...
Like, honestly, that's what really pissed me off about the chorus thing, was the fact that she didn't do the equivalent reporting on how the right systematically just fucking gets in line, and they don't give a shit who's giving them the money. They want the money, they want the notes because they don't want to think for themselves. They just want to be told, this is the company line, toe it. Here's your check.
Here we go. Let's get into the instructions. It says, this isn't journalism. It's pure evil, demonic slander against a widow still in mourning.
1 minute warning.
Dragging Charlie's name and legacy through the mud for clicks and clout. We've seen her pattern before, but this time it's personal.
We're
it's
not
vicious.
on Twitch, so I got to step off.
Talking points. Use these verbatim or close variations. Candace Owens is evil, pure evil. This is demonic, straight up satanic level attack. Candace is a demon.
My grandma went full Trump for 8 years, but then the Zelensky meeting broke her.
Obsessed with destroying Charlie's
really?
family.
I'm always interested to know what it was. Like, for anybody that is ex-MAGA, do you have the moment that did it for you? Like, what? Because it's usually one thing, too.
Wait, how can any real Christian say
it's not
silent?
like a lead-up. It's
She's
just
not
like,
asking questions. She's conducting a witch hunt. Action items. Do this now, all caps, before it trends further. Quote or reply to this key post exposing the trailer and calling out the language above. Share and quote.
Macho Man call out. Give me 1 sec, Ken Schultz. Yeah. Uh-huh.
And, yeah.
Gotta go smoke
now we're gonna
a little bit of the devil's lettuce. Yeah. Make a little bit of a pact if you know what I'm saying.
Look at this guy. He's leading the charge. Oh, just big tough guy, Graham Allen. Post your own version if you have reach. Tag big accounts like Cat Turd, Gunther Eagleman, Wes Jordan, Joel Berry, etc. Oh, you mean like these people? Who'd we just talk about? Oh, Graham Allen, Cat Turd, Gunther Eagleman. Ah, yeah, there it is. And then the big one, flood the replies under any Candace defending or neutral post with demonic evil framing. Make it impossible to ignore. This coordinated push worked against her before. It can bury this trailer before episode 1 even drops. Ah, there it is. This is what they're so concerned about. Don't let the discernment crowd spin this as brave truth-telling. It's exploitation of tragedy. If you're in, hit reply with in, and we'll loop you in on the next.
I'm not a Democrat. I'm a leftist, and I can admit that his rescheduling of marijuana seemed all right until you realized that was for another business decision.
Update for Charlie.
To give one person or one company the monopoly on said industry, which is more and more common.
For Erica, for the kids, for what's left of decency on our side, stay strong. See you, team. And then check this out. We actually have a breakdown list of all the MAGA influencers who posted between February 24th and 25th with the exact same messages for the most part. Okay, you got Cat Turd. Candace Owens is pure evil. She's a demon straight from the bowels of hell. Graham Allen, demonic attack. Evil. This evil has to be stopped. She's a demon. Gunther Eagleman, evil woman.
Who da who? All right, fuck it. I'm going to where the chatters
pure
are.
Evil. Evil. AF. Attacking children. Not okay. Wells Jordan. This is straight up pure evil. Pure evil. Demonic. Satanic. Bongino report, you demonic scum. Whoever this is, clout-chasing demon. She's demonic. Candace is
There's the link for my
demonic documentary.
YouTube.
Laura Loomer. Candace Owens is an evil woman. Evil as Islam, of course. The Steve Deese Show. Most wicked and satanic thing that's ever come online. Rubin Report, Candace Owens is cruel, cunning, and evil. Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens is evil. So, wow, there you go.
Dean Withers' debates have a decent amount of people ditching MAGA
Really
recently.
organic, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, now it
I've been
all
seeing a lot of
starts to make a little bit more sense, doesn't it? Yeah, none of this is organic, none of it's been organic, and none of it's going to be organic. Yeah, remember all these clips?
You go yourself, you demonic f***ing scum.
Vile piece of human debris, Candace Owens has released a trailer for her new series attacking Erica.
Vile. Wait a minute. I'm not going to let that one just slip. Vile piece of human debris.
Kirk, the widow of Charlie Kirk.
Candace Owens is a fucking evil scumbag.
Oh.
She is a degenerate cunt.
Ah, there was.
I have a horizontal, but you wanted to go where the chat was.
Again, evil scumbag, demonic scum, human filth. It's almost like they've all been given the same exact things to say. And again, all of them are doing this as pre-attacks to Candace's new series. Oh, look here, another video on
when Cat Turd became a voice, we lost the fucking plot.
Candace's series. Dave Rubin gives.
I mean, you do understand that a large contingent of people believe Cat Turd's tweets over CNN.
Really honest reaction to Candace Owens' Bride of Charlie trailer. And then you got this guy who
Moo.
appears to be one of the main players in the game.
You need
Seems to be one of the
Moogle.
main culprits. And I didn't even actually know who this was. I'd never heard of him before. Graham Allen. But as we saw in the instructions email,
Really, this motherfucker rocking Black Rifle Coffee, and you never heard of him?
Yeah, down here, Graham Allen's strong stand. He's leading the charge. And yes, what else did we see? Ah, yeah, there he is. I'm convinced Candace Owens is a demon. And because I never heard of this guy before, I decided to check his page out. And what is it? Graham Allen. Yes. What's his content? Oh, here it is. All Candace Owens content. The truth about Candace.
Oh, damn.
Yes, Candace Owens caught lying. Candace Owens is going to get
Damn.
Erica Kirk murdered. Did Candace Owens just blah, blah, blah? Candace Owens leaked turning point.
Holy
Candace
shit,
Owens most
dude.
deranged. Yes, it got worse. Candace Owens proves why. Candace Owens begins new grit. Ah, now it's
Oh, you guys think Tim Pool got paid? Because he was starting to do some Candace Owens stuff.
starting to make a little bit more sense why you're spamming out Candace Owens content, huh? Getting those fat fucking paychecks, baby. So let's see what the ringleader of all this had to say yesterday.
Ken Scholes, 10 streams
Investigate
streak. Hell yeah,
Candace's
man.
life
Thank you.
and her rise to fame.
I appreciate that.
Very checkered past. Maybe we should look at her husband.
Okay, couple things first. God, I hope that he's not actually sponsored by Black Rifle Coffee Company. Two, I can't really take a guy seriously who's got this much makeup and this many filters on his face for his camera. Come on, you're a dude. You're not a good-looking dude either. So, like, just be like the rest of us. You don't need a bunch of makeup and fucking tween girl filters on your face. Nobody can take you seriously as a man while you're attacking a female
That's
podcaster wearing
crazy.
a pound of makeup on your face with Instagram model filters on.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Now, it's even wild.
I have an Instagram model filters. That's the bad AI
Oh,
filter.
there it is. Milo has actually come out and is claiming that he has the list of people that are all involved in this that are being paid to do tax on Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. So Milo said, did you take money to call Candace Owens a demon on X? If so, we want to hear from you. Let me rephrase. I got my hands on the list. Fess up now or I'll name you later this week.
Woo!
Alongside the
Oh, Milo going scorched earth.
pathetic, pitiful sum of money you accepted to do it. Uh-oh.
Oh, my
Sounds
God.
like trouble.
This is what you get for not standing up for him, apparently.
What? We actually already know who all these people are because
Who would have thought that Milo would not only be relevant in 2026, but he would actually be doing something, I mean, just objectively funny, but also, this is good for us.
Somebody who was posting on Twitter in the last couple of days with this same
Let him
language
slay.
is
Yeah, let him
obviously
slay.
involved. Plus, again, old Bongina, Tim
I see
Pool, all
nothing.
these guys that have been using the exact same rhetoric, it's pretty obvious now. So now that we know that they're actually doing this, the question then becomes, who's paying for it and why?
Candace
And
for
I actually think that's a
Congress.
pretty easy answer because we see all of this massive coordinated attack is all coming out at the exact time. Like I said, Candace is putting out this documentary on Erica Kirk. And if I had to guess, again, this is just me speculating, I would say 99.99% chance TPUSA is directly involved in this at the top. Probably both
Yeah, I know.
reforming the narrative and shelling out the cash. I mean, they're a $250 million company. Another one, potentially the actual Trump administration. I'll explain why all these things here in a second. Potentially our greatest ally. And the question becomes why? Well, TPUSA cannot fail for MAGA. TPUSA is the evangelical mouthpiece for the MAGA movement.
Yeah.
They're the ones responsible for signing up all the young kids to go out and vote. What they cannot have is the CEO and widow of Charlie Kirk being exposed in real time and causing damage to their company and the ability to potentially try to get Republican candidates elected in the midterms. What they also cannot have is their grieving widow CEO, whose entire job it's looking like is to try to get J.D. Vance elected in 2028. They cannot have all of that go down in flames. Also, TPUSA, as we know, not under Charlie Kirk, but now is the literal Zionist mouthpiece in the country to get evangelicals to support our greatest ally. And God forbid we can't have that going away now, can we? Also, what's so crazy to me, I look at these theater kids like Dan Bongina and Ben Shapiro and Dave Rubin. Could you imagine being a grown man and being told what you have to post on your own social media?
Fucking insane.
Accounts? Like Dan Bongina literally being told that he has to go out and give some weird, bizarre, emotional rant, calling Candace and Tucker and all the Black Pillars evil scum.
We need you to care about this.
Could you imagine being such a little beta bitch that people are controlling what you say on social media? Fuck. Ouch. And again, that's why nobody takes any of these people seriously anymore. This is just real-time justification for what everybody already thought, was that these guys are all washed up.
Dems will sweep the midterm so they can blame every bad thing that happens on them.
And they're just shill mouthpieces for the administration and a
not the craziest theory.
Foreign country at this point. Also think about this. If your ideology requires you to pay influencers to artificially attack other social media influencers, your ideology is losing because an organic, successful ideology doesn't need to be paid for. Nope. And isn't it also interesting? It's the exact same group of people who are covering up the Epstein files, doing everything they can to protect files, and also the ones who are trying to shut anyone up for questioning the official FBI narrative of the Charlie Kirk situation. It's the exact same group of people for all of it. I'm sure it's just one big coincidence. No, it's not a big coincidence, because now we know through the actual documents and the whistleblowers that yes, this was true all along. These big name MAGA influencers are literally told what to do and paid to do it. So, wild stuff. That's going to do it for this one. Catch y'all in the next video.
It's a cover-up. No way. All right, let's get to this. All right. I held on to this to watch with you guys today. If you guys didn't already see BTC on Piers Morgan this last week, it did get heated. And I kind of appreciate the fact that for once, he didn't go like just into his centrist shell. I knew that was going to be a rough one. So,
and like,
here we go.
What is an American?
It's whatever you want to be.
That's an act of treason.
God, Riley Gaines is such a dummy.
If you can't even
really
pledge
is. Look at her.
allegiance to your own nation, that's a total act of betrayal.
And for people to characterize you as a criminal or an illegal alien, it's just wrong.
It's absolutely disgusting.
This was one of the last conversations that I had with Charlie Kirk. Excuse me, did you just like groan?
Yeah, I said, God help us.
And he was
I like this guy.
Anxious, entitled,
God help
spoiled,
us.
greedy, and he thought was untouchable. I think Andrew has brought the royal family
this is
to
gonna be
its knees.
fun.
I think the royal family are in crisis.
All right, yeah, this is going to be good. This is going to be good.
President Trump delivered the first State of the Union of his second term as a deeply unpopular leader, at least according to the polls. But he didn't sound like a man on the back foot, and he didn't give any indication he's about to change course. This was the longest speech.
Welcome back, Patrick Sullivan.
In the 236
on a 4.5-hour stream, he has shown up twice now.
year history.
Said the same exact shit.
Of the president's annual message, and is now so often the case, the amateur dramatics will be remembered better than anything the president actually said. Texas Democrat Al Green was kicked out of last year's presidential address for refusing to sit down. This time,
Riley 5 is alive.
for brandishing a sign marked "Black people are not apes" in reference to the infamous meme. There were standing ovations for the heroic U.S. Olympic hockey team, for Charlie Kirk's widow.
Oh my God. If she played on a hockey team, her number's 5.
Erica, and for a Venezuelan prisoner.
Do you think she just owns it?
Reunited with his niece after Maduro's arrest. The only mention of the Epstein files, unsurprisingly, came from heckling Democrats for whom the president had strong words.
No state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against.
I need to read my
parents will-
teleprompter. Hold on. Okay.
Who would believe that we've been...
Who would believe it? It's absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable. And then we're going to go to the Mall of America, the greatest mall. All of us, we're going to have a shopping day. I promise America a shopping day. Although, you know, some of the Americans, they can't afford it because of Joe Biden's inflation. Crazy, crazy.
Talking about this. We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you. They're crazy.
Even that was fucking rehearsed.
We're lucky
These people are crazy. They're crazy, I tell you.
we have a country with people like...
That's where he goes a little New York. These people, I tell you, they're crazy. But you know what? The dentures only last so long.
Like this. Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we?
And in a classic Trump trap, skillfully crafted for endless use in TV attack ads, the president did this.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
A clear win for the president, as evidenced by his Cheshire Cat grin for the Democrats who remain firmly rooted to their seats. But he's unlikely to have won the day on the biggest issue for most voters as America heads to the midterms, which is, as so often, the economy. For all the fury over ICE and war in Iran, most voters really care about feeling a bit richer and a bit more comfortable. And at the moment, they simply don't. President Trump's big message is essentially that people don't realize how good they've got it and that everything is better than they think. Well, that was Joe Biden's message too, and we know how that worked out. Joining me to discuss all of this is Natalie Winters, co-host of Steve Bannon's War Room, Riley Gaines, host of The Riley Gaines Show, Brian Tyler Cohen, host of No Lie.
She liked Charlie Kirk because she has the same face to head ratio.
And Raz Barack,
it's insane.
The Democratic mayor of New York. Well, welcome to all of you. Natalie Winters, a few things can be true at once. It was a pretty
Why does she always look like she's reading a blank wall?
Barnstorming speech by Trump for his base. If you like him, I think you really like the speech. I had a lot of people online who like Trump and support him, saying it's the greatest speech they've ever seen. Conversely, all those that hate Trump, it wouldn't have moved the needle at all. But with the midterm elections coming pretty soon now in November, the economy remains the big, I think, Achilles heel, which is odd, because it's in really good shape.
Trust me, her makeup and her hair are doing a lot of heavy lifting.
But the average American isn't feeling it. And if I was a Republican, it would be that really concerns me.
She's thinking, oh, is that why I heard the fucking, like, the old, like the out of service fucking dial tone? If you know, you know. I know Liberty Bell knows, hey.
Well, look.
Liberty Bell. We talk of Liberty Bell, ring, ring. Who's that? No, it's a phone company, Liberty Bell.
I think this State of the Union address was certainly a mixed bag. I think from the...
Or is it Ameritech? Hey, I'm from Chicago. I have Ameritech.
State of the Union perspective, President Trump presented a...
Hey, I'm calling with Liberty Bell over at your house with the Ameritech. Yes, I have Ameritech. But we all got America Online.
Wonderful vision of America. He talked about the tax...
You just hear...
tax cuts, what they're doing on energy. I would have wanted to hear a little bit more about what they're doing to get spending down, both from a deficit and debt perspective. I think when you talk about affordability and
stop fucking with the dog,
the economy, the idea of what Doge was doing was something that really resonated with Americans on that messaging front. I mean, I know we've been hearing a lot about DHS, ICE agents, CBP funding. I'm glad that the Democrats have finally admitted.
God, I'm just getting this vibe lately that she is doing this because she is under contract and she actually is afraid of her boss. I think that she's like, how much you want to bet that she genuinely did not think that like Steve Bannon was in the files. Like I actually think that she thought her boss was a good dude at one point. But then she saw the evidences, just like, oh my God, what am I doing?
Clearly just don't care about a border that I guess they view themselves as representing illegal aliens. I think that's really powerful. I know President Trump talked a lot about immigration, but I think if you look at this address from sort of a state of the Republican Party, state of MAGA, I didn't hear the word mass deportation. I didn't.
Hey, a hater followed me. All right.
Hear the word China. I would have liked to have heard both of those, and I would have liked to have not seen the administration I think, continuing to make a mistake, which is going soft on the deportations, and I think critically failing to link the issue of immigration, legal and illegal, to the affordability crisis.
Brian Tyler Cohen, you know, the moment that would really concern me as a Democrat, I think, in terms of something that could be used against the Democrats over the next few months up to the midterms, is the moment when Donald Trump asked the assembled gathering to recognize Anna Zarutska. Now, she obviously is the mother of the murdered Irina Zarutska, this young Ukrainian who was murdered in brutal fashion on a train in North Carolina last year. And this is how this played out.
Set free to kill in America, came in through open borders. Mrs. Zarutska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina.
Erica, stop. Oh my God.
No, I should preface this before I come to you, Brian, to say that Trump was inaccurate when he said he came through because of an open border policy. In fact, the killer
and everybody's
of
just like,
Irina Zarutska was an American citizen born in America.
That we would have easily deported her once we ran out of the Browns.
Lived in America. So he didn't come through an
we should have deported her first.
Open border. However, and I think it's a really important however, the optics of that were awful. If you're looking at that and you see the mother of a young Ukrainian woman, and you've got a lot of Democrats, by the way, wearing Ukrainian, lapel badges and things to support the 4th anniversary of the war and support Ukraine. If you can't get off your backside and just show her some basic human respect.
Jason without the hockey mask is Riley Gaines.
It's a terrible optic for the Democrats. And an illustration to me of just how
she came in 5th
and
in a swimming meet.
Tribal the State of the Union's become. The Democrats would have done themselves so much good if they had all just risen to applaud her. Why didn't they?
This summer, Riley Gaines goes to camp. She placed 5th, but now she's going to place 1st in horror.
I don't know why they didn't stand and applaud. I think that mostly they don't want to be pawns in Trump's attack.
This summer, Riley Gaines in swim meet.
They don't want to be props or pawns in.
Oh my God, you guys remember the movie Swim Fan?
Trump's
Oh shit, dude, I haven't thought about that movie in fucking 30 years.
to turn this into a 2024 campaign redux where he just fearmongers about immigration or any of that issue. I think Democrats don't want to allow Donald Trump to make them turn into those kind of pawns. But more broadly, I think that I don't want to overstate the importance of the optics at the State of the Union.
No, I'm gonna be honest, man. Riley is definitely like,
and I think we all know that for people who are
she's one that would definitely get questioned by Republicans, if you know what I'm saying.
Focused on politics, it's a big thing, and
you got some broad shoulders there, Garely.
And for regular people, it's not a big thing, and it usually comes and goes.
They already do that shit. So,
but I think more broadly, I mean, when looking at how Trump tried to frame all of this, he was more focused on trying to run back a 2024 election redux as opposed to talking about what people are contending with right now. And
you never have kids.
You mentioned how that
you know what? You changed my mind just to spite you. I kind of want him now.
It is a dangerous spot for him because
hear that, wifey?
He's not focused on the issue that the vast majority of Americans are focused on.
Of all the things I have said, that's going to be the one that gets me in trouble.
So he can try and reframe the conversation.
This is going to be like, what the fuck?
Immigration. He can try and frame it as something about, dangerous illegals like he always does. But
seriously, she always does like the head tilt that my dog does when he's confused.
that's not what Americans are focused on. Americans are focused on the one issue that he is pretending he's doing great on. And as we all know, that didn't really work out too well for Joe Biden and the Democrats in 2024.
We'll come back to the panel in one sec. Just going to be joined briefly by...
That is the face of someone who is monumentally stupid.
Our Republican Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. Thank you very much indeed.
That is also the face of someone who is monumentally stupid.
For joining me.
Hey, it's Beetlejuice.
Uncensored. What was your view of the speech last night?
Beetlejuice.
I
Sorry.
did think that this was a very successful speech by President Trump. The State of the Union is always lively in one way or another. But also, I would like to contrast what some of your panelists there are saying. Mr. Cohen is saying that President Trump is focusing on the issues.
She gave a handy during Beetlejuice. I can't get over the move. Like, it was a little hot. Gotta even say, where she like grabbed his hand and like put it on her titty.
That Americans are not. I would argue that illegal immigration and
Again, that's your representative, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary pals.
legal immigration
Wait, is it
are part of the affordability
guys, gals, and non-binary pals? There we go.
that we are seeing in America. Under Joe Biden and the one-party Democrat rule, we had open borders that have absolutely decimated our economy.
She rules.
Overrun our schools, overrun our hospitals, and is really siphoning and stealing so many hard-earned tax dollars that Americans are...
Yeah, but if it's true about what they said about her and Kid Rock, I'm sorry, but holy syphilis, Batman.
Pay each and every April 15th. So this is an issue that is focused on affordability. President Trump came in and secured the southern border. No illegal aliens are coming in, and he is working to deport those who are overrunning our system and who are committing fraud. It is
I can't
a crime
believe you
to
let
be
these
here
people into office.
illegally.
I know.
And
Desert Eagle, I'm not from Colorado.
And then on top of it, commit fraud to reap the benefits of the American taxpayer. So this will make things more affordable when we start getting these people who are taking advantage of our generosity in America and really overrunning these programs that are in place to help our most vulnerable.
Okay, so let me just do...
Boebert makes out like she's 16 and her parents could come home and catch her at any second.
A quick Q&A with you. What is inflation?
Well, inflation is when the price of things is over is too expensive because of the federal government.
Wait, who's the guy that said we are proud of her? Are you? All right.
Really squandering the tax dollars. So you have the Green New Scam.
All right. So this is the new AOC moment.
Hundreds of billions of dollars spent.
For any time that I hear that AOC don't know shit about Taiwan and China, she doesn't know shit about fucking inflation.
There to provide.
Which one do you care about more?
Affordable energy, and it was not affordable. It was never free. It was never discounted. That money was taken from the American people and forced into the system. It wasn't a free market.
Hang on. Yeah. So my follow-up question was this: though, we both agree America still has inflation. We both agree that means prices are going up, and it seems to me the big problem President Trump has is that, notwithstanding that the U.S. economy is in pretty good shape, the average American knows that prices aren't actually coming down. There's still inflation. They are still going up, not at the same rate they were going up, but they are still rising. Do you think that is a problem here for the president?
There is a saying that Ronald Reagan presented saying that there is no such thing as a temporary federal program. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary federal program. And I think that same principle applies here.
That doesn't make any fucking sense. It's contradictory in itself.
Yes, there are places that we had to.
This is why we're run by these fucking dildos, is because they she heard that and she was like, that was smart.
Raise prices to deal with this inflation under the previous administration. And it's hard to get
Making high school dropouts look bad there.
those prices back down. And many companies, many small businesses are still trying to recoup from that. But also, we still have a federal government that is spending far too much money. That's why I was a big supporter of the Doge cuts. And we did not cut near enough of what we could have. I think it would be great in the next term if Republicans keep the majority to have Elon Musk as Speaker of the House. That might be our only shot to actually cut spending. But this is a problem that
Oh my God,
we still have got to get under control. But tying that with the amount of people who are committing fraud, you heard President Trump mention the Somali pirates in Minnesota who are gouging our federal programs and those tax dollars. There is tens of billions, potentially hundreds of billions of fraud throughout our country with these leering centers and so many other programs that are meant to help Americans who need assistance, and they are just
Kane, I wasn't much
right with fraud. So there
grade 11 for me.
Are issues that we need to tackle. President Trump is working to secure energy dominance, which will certainly help our economy. The tariffs were a great start at starting to bring in money and
totally clawed me.
The federal government's debt issue that we have. But this has always been a priority for me to cut spending and to be a good steward of the American tax dollar. Yes, prices are still high, but also look at some of the states where prices are high. In Colorado, there are so many regulations and fees.
Nick Shirley, a homeschooled Mormon, is driving political discourse. Yeah, I know.
Fee is a tax.
That's why I'll never let Republicans try and use my fucking school situation as like a gotcha.
Citizens do not get to vote on, but it is forced upon them. And all of that makes it too expensive to live. We have multi-billion-dollar companies who are leaving Colorado and going to states where it's better to do business. And I've even had energy companies in my office just as recent as yesterday saying that the only way they can avoid double-digit rate increases is if the federal government helps stop the regulations in Colorado.
Why not a compromise? Drastically cut spending, then dramatically increase taxes on the wealthiest. I mean, honestly, I would You want to talk about compromise? I'd accept that.
State policies.
I would.
That are still hurting Americans and making it too expensive.
But that's not what's happening.
To live and unaffordable. President Trump is trying to make the affordability a possibility.
Just finally, Lauren Boebert, if you were advising President Trump about how to try and avoid what many people think is going to be an inevitable beating in the midterms and losing the House, probably not the Senate, but losing the House.
Hassan would call her mentally impaired instead of the R word.
Because everybody knows in American politics, pretty much turns you into a lame duck president after.
Honestly, I'm trying to get better about it, but man.
What would that advice be?
Like, dude, I know me. If you don't know me and you don't know my intents, like, this is part of, like, this shit that, I'm gonna just say it. Language policing is lame as shit, okay? It really is. Unless people are using it with, like, actual animus, and also, like, we also do know that there's, like, there's definitely the tiering list, but I just gotta say,
Trump needs to continue doing what he's doing, but I would focus my remarks to the Speaker of the House.
One comment got me where they were just like, oh, look, you used the R word, and then they saw my chat fucking roasting me for it. They were just like, see, this is exactly why you guys fucking suck. And it was just like, you know what?
To the leader,
with that one, he ain't wrong.
Of the Senate, the Majority Leader John Thune, and say we've got to start.
You said the R word. I didn't even know
what
that.
President Trump is putting out from the White House. If we do not codify those issues,
specifically when calling somebody either in chat or someone like her,
if we do not end the standing filibuster and have the filibuster and have a standing and speaking filibuster, then President Trump's term is over.
I appreciate that.
So we have got.
Thanks, DJX.
To do our job in Congress, but also we have got to pass the SAVE Act.
My brain wanted to say the Donald James X, and then my mouth was just like,
Democrats cheat. There's so much fraud in our elections. I believe that this last election was too big to rig, and I don't know if we're going to have that same enthusiasm now that we do have a secure southern border, now that the economy is starting to get better. There isn't that drive and motivation from average Americans to get out and vote because President Trump has had these successes. So I'm afraid of apathy.
Thanks, Congress, for nothing. Liberty Bell, do you think that the filibuster should be abolished?
Folks saying, well, it's not as important because that issue is gone, and them not showing up. So we've got to pass the SAVE Act. We've got to do our job in Congress to codify and make law what President Trump is doing in his executive orders. And we have got to secure our elections so they cannot be rigged ever against one party.
Lauren Boebert, I really appreciate you coming back on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Wait, government should be competitive in producing revenue for their social... Wait, then how? How's that paid for? Who's that paid for?
I think so.
Are you saying that the poor should pay for themselves?
What?
Dude, I have zero tolerance for people that suck the nuts of billionaires and blame the fucking poor for being poor. I have zero tolerance for that. Like, fuck you, man. You've never seen the opulence that these motherfuckers live in. And if you knew what you are protecting right now, you would feel like the biggest asshole. Seriously, going back to your house after seeing what the fuck they just fucking casually just throw away, you would feel like a major piece of shit. Because trust me, what they throw away in one day, you just will never make. Period.
Back to the panel. Raz Baraka, welcome to your Uncensored debut. You're the Democratic...
No, they don't. They don't run businesses. Most of the billionaires inherited their fucking wealth, and then they invested it into, like, stock market or whatever the fuck. Not real fucking jobs. Stop, dude. I can't take you fucking class traders anymore. Get the fuck out of this stream. Otherwise, I'll just ban you. Just hard bans. I'm not going to allow anybody that's just a blatant fucking class trader anymore. That is a solid goodbye.
Mayor of Newark.
Get with it, motherfuckers. You're getting fucked, and you should be recognized. But you want to sit here and praise the guy doing it.
It seemed to me that the two moments...
You weak-minded fucks.
If I was a Democrat...
Seriously, this is why we're in the position that we're in, is because you guys sat here and cheerleaded that shit.
Where I would, in the morning, be wincing.
Instead of fucking just raising the taxes of somebody that makes even $500 fucking million.
One is the one I mentioned to Brian,
fuck.
where I thought it was really reprehensible of Democrats to not stand up and show some respect to Anna Zarutska. But secondly, of course, this whole moment that Trump clearly set everybody up for.
Well, these class trading cocksuckers. I'm so done with them.
Specifically hoping for the result that he got, which was a question. And it's a question.
They're all working class. The thing is, these people are proud of their fucking Ford trucks that they paid way too much for and are in way too much debt for. Probably have an awful interest rate. They probably have a fucking house that's falling apart, or they have an apartment, God forbid. Like, God damn it. These motherfuckers are the most pathetic human beings on the planet. When they do not make and will never make this money, they think that they're going to go to the Quickie Mart or the Quick Stop or whatever the fuck and just be like, oh, can I get a scratchy? And it's just like, woo, baby, I just became a billionaire. Then they would get taxed on their $1 billion, even if they won the Mega Millions. Guess what would happen? They would make $500 million and then wonder why the fuck they got fucked, but not the other billionaires. It would probably turn them into leftists.
I'll just
ironically
ask you as a question, which is, do you believe the first duty of the American government?
How? What does the fucking government need to commodify, motherfucker? No, the government is here to protect our interests, right? We have to live in a collective society, right? So your kids, you want your kids to have nice schools, right? You want your kids to have fucking nice roads, right? Well, guess what? You got to pay a little bit. You got to pay a little bit to get that shit. The problem is, yeah, we can all agree that there's some greedy fuckfaces that see an opportunity to get a little bit, to get a little bit for themselves. Or even worse, they have some friends, so they're moneyed interests. So like my favorite one is where you got these construction assholes that are just like, hey, you know what? I know a guy. And the guy turns out to either be the mayor or a fucking alderman, where it's just like, hey, you know what? You gotta give me a little bit of that fucking government money. Yeah. You want to talk about government waste? Do you know how many fucking government contracts are out there with like construction companies, fucking bankers, all these motherfuckers that the PPP loans? Like, how many people abuse that the PPE loans? PPP loans. You would literally shut the fuck up so quickly if you thought that way and just did the math and just went, yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, they do take a lot. They don't give us a lot back. God damn it. Oh, motherfucker.
To protect American citizens, not
It's so frustrating having to explain this shit to a fully grown adult. Yeah, I know.
illegal aliens.
I think the first...
And again, I'm a high school dropout that took fucking one civics class.
Duty of any elected official is to uphold the Constitution of the United States and uphold the Constitution of the state. That
they should find ways to be productive. What do you mean by productive, Kane? What do you say these vague words of they need to be productive? Okay. What's the product? What are they commodifying?
They're in.
What's the commodity that we're paying for that would make the government money? That's how businesses run, right? So what do they actually make the money on?
That's what we swear to when we do our oath, when we are sworn in.
You know, I think George Carlin said it very well. You don't need a grand conspiracy when money and interest converge. Yes.
In any form of government at any level to uphold the Constitution.
War. Yeah, there you go.
And the Constitution clearly defines how our behavior is and how we should act and who's protected. And everybody's protected based on our Constitution.
No, actually, that the Army didn't do shit with that. That was our Constitution.
On the 14th Amendment?
No, I know that like people love to overemphasize how much soldiers have actually protected us. We haven't won a war since World War II. Sit down.
Of the Constitution, based on the Fourth Amendment.
We're not this fucking great military power that you think we are.
Based on many amendments, is very...
If we were, how did the Viet Cong just straight up beat us? And just keep us there. Oh, that's right. The money interests wanted to do it so they could try to get some fucking more money from Cambodia and China. Ah, right.
Very clear.
Oh, would we win? 60 grit. Remind me what we won.
Who should be protected, and that's everyone who steps foot on the soil of our country. It's clear.
Well, that's not with respect. With respect,
everybody.
Mr. Mayor, with respect, that's not answering my question. The question is actually very straightforward.
It's a very straightforward
do you believe
answer.
Okay, but
I said no. No, 60 grit. I said no.
The actual question,
you bot motherfucker.
Question is, do you believe the first duty of
No, the military did not really make sure that I have my freedoms.
the American government is to protect?
They made sure to use you as cannon fodder to protect moneyed interests that needed to get that their commodification, built up. Blackwater.
Protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Private contractors from the fucking Iraq-Afghanistan war.
It's not a difficult question.
It's not difficult. I just don't agree with the context. So you're not going to force me into that context. First, I don't believe that people are illegal aliens. I think that all people are human beings, and as a matter of fact, being
what if you're in the country illegally?
Being undocumented in America is a civil offense. It's not a criminal offense.
I agree with that.
I'm sure the children that they're arresting are not selling fentanyl, are not head of cartels, or any of that matter. So it's silly to even have that discussion. But ultimately,
it's a show and a circus, and we're living in a content.
You asked me what is our primary duty, and I said my primary duty as an elected official is to uphold.
No, this is how frustrating it was to have a friend that still believed wrestling was real, way past when they should.
The Constitution of the United States,
like well past the break of kayfabe.
Should we protect?
Or for those who aren't into wrestling, somebody who was into Santa Claus until they were 12.
Residents and citizens of this country, absolutely. No one would agree with that. But to break it down and make it divisive in such a way that there's some people that should be protected and some people that should not, is just wrong. And that's not what the Constitution states. And when I was sworn...
freedom of speech? Freedom of
Peach.
It says clearly that I should uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of New Jersey.
Is that their new way of programming bots, where they're just like, okay, they're gonna misspell a few words, and people will think they're real because we have to have a layer of believability, so they have to think that we're stupid.
People who are in the country illegally
can't make them spell right.
Are there illegally?
There are people.
Oh man, there's a layer there that I think is real.
People in this country whose status have been taken away. And the interesting thing is when everybody comes into the United States, they don't come into the United States as a citizen. No one comes in as a citizen. Not in the history of this country. You don't become a citizen, then enter the United States. That's not how it works.
Oh, what was the song?
You come here first and then apply for citizenship and go through
down. Wait, where do they go?
Process. Which
I'm going down the river, gonna eat myself some peaches.
Usually takes.
Where are they going?
Unfortunately, a very, very, very long time.
You know what I'm talking about? Presidents of the United States. What's that song?
Because we do not have a streamlined process, a unified and uniform process here in this country, and which means that anybody that is going through that process could be deemed at any point violating some kind of policy, some kind of law, and be detained. Whether you're 25, 35, 55, 65, or 10 in this country, which is incorrect. And for people to characterize you as a criminal or an illegal alien is just wrong.
Oh, yeah. I'm moving to the country, gonna eat a lot of peaches.
Our ancestors and the ancestors of the folks who came before you, who came from countries in Eastern Europe and western parts of Europe and Southern Europe, who showed up here on the shores through Ellis Island, and went through the process to become citizens, if they were stopped in the middle of that process, in the middle of their hearing, and arrested and dragged through the streets and thrown out of the country and deported, people would think that was wrong then. And I think
months ago I would have talked shit and scrolled. I recently woke up. I'm a Christian conservative who has the scales removed from my eyes. This is a new experience for me.
It's wrong now.
Liberty Bell, I appreciate that. We may not agree on politics, but I always appreciate somebody actually taking a chance and being here, listening, not getting all enraged.
Okay, Riley Gaines.
I smell sexy.
Your response to that?
Yeah, well, I guess just to provide a little color to that, my husband is a legal immigrant. He came to the United States from England back in 2018. He did everything the right way. I would describe my
song's a banger.
husband, I mean, I guess fully Brit, although now has his green card in the process for citizenship.
Get him out! Get them out! Green card holders, they're not legal. They're not legal.
Under the mentality of ICE and the idiots that support them.
I would just describe him as more American than a lot of
Riley, I hope you could swim all the way to the UK.
Americans who are currently citizens. He loves this country. He understands the freedoms that we have.
You're no longer a Republican and you no longer support Trump.
He sees the trajectory of England, quite frankly. He is so grateful to be here. To your point, I
have a friend like that.
I do think our legal immigration system certainly needs reform. I think that
she just left the church and it was a bad breakup too.
Process
man.
Needs to be sped up.
Realize that it's all about the patriarchy. They tried to convince her that her, husband wasn't beating her, that he was hitting her with fists of love.
Up and made more efficient. But my husband, he respects ICE officers. And President Trump, the address that we heard last night, you have to acknowledge the things that he said are the things that he campaigned on. It's the things that we voted for. So in talking about mass deportations or closing down the border, 77 million Americans turned out to the polls in November of 2024. That's what we voted for. So to see an entire political party, I mean, in terms of elected representation and even how the mainstream media presents itself.
I'm not begging.
Who is totally unwilling to concede in any form or fashion to the point where they're not even able to say that
this is part of the American healthcare system there, bud.
That their main priority is to protect Americans. I don't understand how that's not a disqualifying statement by, again, federally elected
Throw Riley head first into a flushing toilet, and nothing would change. Her eyes would look exactly the same.
Congress. It seems to me as if that's an act of treason. If you can't even pledge allegiance to your own nation, that's a total act of betrayal, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, do you think if you're in the country illegally, you've committed a crime?
In terms of being here illegally, I mean, as the mayor said, there are civil offenses versus criminal offenses, and I think that conflating the two is a major issue. I would respond to Riley's statement before. I don't understand what is with this conservative movement to qualify somebody's Americanness. Who are you to say that somebody is more or less American because of their adherence to certain political issues? That isn't that inherently un-American?
Yep, it is.
I guess my question for you is then just that: what is an American to you?
It's whatever you want to be. We have freedom to do, to believe in, to say.
It's anybody that is literally born on this piece of, rock and soil, who has a piece of paper that says that we were born on said rock and soil. Therefore, we have citizenship to rock and soil.
To practice whatever.
That's what it is.
Religion we want to. And so
realistically, that's what it is. People who over-glorify this shit are kind of stupid.
It's whatever you want to be.
Like, you could have been born on any other piece of rock and soil. You just happen to be born on either this one or, whatever one you happen to be part of. But just remember, it could have been Antarctica.
So my husband is more American because he salutes the flag and likes ICE officers. Who are you? Who is your husband to determine whether somebody is more or less American because of who they support?
If your definition to what is an American is anything you want to be, whoever says whatever they want to be.
I mean, by your definition, that it's any Mexican American that also loves them some America. You dummy.
Can be an American, which is the.
But no, you're just, God, I wish Brian could just say it's like, is it because he's white?
Exact same answer you guys give to.
Like, God damn it.
The question, the very dreaded, controversial question of what is a woman, then are you saying that someone who currently resides in South Africa, who has never even been to America, who says they are an American, I guess by your definition,
this is such a bad faith reading of what I'm saying.
Yeah,
my question for you
but that was your exact
you just
answer.
said your husband is more American than somebody else because he supports ICE agents. So explain to me how supporting ICE agents makes you more American than somebody who doesn't support ICE agents.
My husband has fully assimilated to Western culture.
Has he?
He loves.
If he has this accent, then I, as an American, don't like him.
The freedoms
that's what it is.
Whatever accent that is.
So it's assimilation. You have to assimilate, otherwise you're not American. According to Riley Gaines, if you didn't assimilate enough, you're not American.
I think in terms of what it means to principally, I'm not talking about legally, of course. I understand the argument of you need your paperwork, you need to be a citizen to be an American. Actually, you know what? This was one of the last conversations that I had with Charlie Kirk. It was that infamous influencer retreat in the Hamptons. Excuse me, did you just like groan to that, Mayor? I don't understand that.
God help us.
I said, God help us.
I said, God.
I like this guy.
Entirely agree with you there. God, please help us.
Right.
One of my last conversations I had with Charlie Kirk was he posed this question to a
yes, inshallah.
room full of us in the Hamptons, asking what is an American, and it left me.
Wait, we're talking about God, right?
Kind of
Say
dumbfounded
God, right?
for a second because I didn't know.
Huh? Wait, no.
I'd never been asked this question. I didn't know how to answer this question. I never put thought into this question. But in thinking about
she meant Gandalf Jesus or Gandalf God. Got it.
Yes, I believe my British husband is much more American than the members of Congress.
Colonizer! Reverse colonizer! Get off!
Last night, who couldn't even stand up to applaud.
I feel like the meme of Danny DeVito, just like, no. Oh, no, you don't.
No tax on tips, who couldn't stand to applaud a 100-year-old veteran who was being awarded a Medal of Freedom, or to applaud.
Again, if you're reporting your tips, you are actually kind of.
Rena
I caught myself.
Zarutska, after being brutally and horrifically and graphically
the good thing about
murdered.
being an American is that you get to choose what it is that you believe, your ideas. You could be a Democrat or
Kind
a
of like you
Republican.
get to
have the
choose
freedom
what
of
it means to
speech,
be a woman, right?
a symbol, the freedom of religion. You can choose these things. You don't have to stand on one side or the other to be an American. People who
I agree with that.
refuse, that's called democracy. And people who are against democracy, in my mind, are anti-American. And what you're saying and what has been going on is
she doesn't understand
anti-democratic, and so it's anti-American in my estimation. You cannot tell people that you have to agree with me, you have to believe me, and you have to follow me.
No, you're not
in order
listening
to
to what I'm saying.
It's absurd.
You're not
my
husband. Let the R word fly, brother. It's just I've used it enough tonight that honestly, I'm good.
It's America because we have the freedom to choose. He loves that we have the freedom to our religion.
That wasn't
we
it.
have the
That's
freedom
not
to
what you
press.
said.
We have the free. No, it is exactly what I said. If you would listen, I said my husband loves the freedoms.
Riley, look, let me just jump in.
Dumb, brickhead.
Riley, I would say that in relation to him assimilating to Western culture, just to remind viewers, Britain is part of Western culture, obviously. So the assimilation is not enormously difficult because he's British.
Entirely, agreed. But I agree.
We are a Western culture. I don't feel like. I don't feel when I go to America that I'm part of. I'm entering some vastly different, cavernous new culture.
Assalamu alaikum.
Natalie, let me bring you in here. This whole debate about whether people who are in the country illegally are breaking the law. I mean, it is a crime. I'm surprised to see a mayor of a major city trying.
You guys didn't see the chat. I'm not going to read it, but
suggest that it's not a criminal offense to be in the country.
It's not a criminal offense. It's not my suggestion. It's actually the law. The law.
And might I just add, Mr. Mayor, that if your paramount value that you care about is promoting and supporting democracy in the United States, a lot of these illegal aliens that you're importing into this country, the Democratic Party did for the last, I don't know, decades, 10 million plus under Joe Biden, aren't exactly coming from countries that even have democracies, let alone some of them.
Well, British, yeah. I mean, I don't know. The UK should just be taken over by India at this point. You know, reparations.
They aren't even countries. They're failed states. Enter places like Somalia. I think.
Hell, give us Scotland.
We all know what happened.
You know what? No, I want our peace too.
In Minnesota, I've never heard a more verbose and rambling answer to what should be probably the most simple thing that you could answer. That your primary duty is to defend American citizens. I've also never heard Democrats uncritically bring up, I don't know, the Constitution. I thought you guys hated that document. Right. But here's the issue, and here's what I would say, Pierce. Here's how I would reframe this entire discussion. This weaponization of what it means to be an American, of immigration policy, we can all sit here and give our culture war definitions of what it means to be an illegal alien, immigration, legal terms, whatever. The point is, reason why people are fed up with immigration and illegal immigration is because it's not actually about immigration. It is a scam that big businesses, all these donors that are funding all of those candidates and congressional members that you saw sitting at that State of the Union address, they just want cheap labor. That's all they care about. I'm sure that's all your donors care about. And that's why you're seeing a degradation of American identity so corporations can suppress the wages of Americans. You're saying, wow, you know what? Your party can't even stand up for Americans who are hit by trucks, by illegal alien drivers. You think you care about the affordability, the lived experience, the economic reality of Americans? You can't even stand for killed Americans.
You are repeating a false statement.
No, there's an illegal alien truck driver that hit a 5-year-old girl. An illegal alien hit a 5-year-old girl who was president of the State of the Union. I could sit here for hours and give you the name of Americans who've been killed by illegal aliens. But
yeah, and I can give you a list that would literally take all day of just, Whitey McWhite-whites doing the same shit.
You know what?
What are we going to do about them? Huh?
The point is, we don't just need to allow illegal aliens in this country because they're not criminals. They depress the wages. They destroy the culture of this country. There's too many people. If you import tens of millions of people from other cultures, you no longer...
She does look like the girl from Clifford the Big Red Dog. Oh my God. I've been trying to kind of figure it out, who she looks like. Good one.
America. Yes, you're seeing more than the GDP of Somalia be stolen from one state. You're seeing ethnic enclaves and Muslim enclaves happen in the state of Michigan. Look at Dearborn. Dearborn is not America.
The more she talks, the more racist.
Yeah, they voted for Trump. I hope that worked out.
It becomes. The fact that she's saying people come
No, I care about your citizenship. American nationalism, economic nationalism is about maximizing the value of being an American citizen. And you know what? Obama agrees with you. Because if you look at the studies that Obama put out about wages, it's black Americans who are the most negatively impacted by illegal immigration.
Please don't talk over each other because I can't hear either of you. Okay, guys, please stop talking over each other. I can't hear you.
Well,
you're both talking at the same time. The viewers cannot hear either of you. Let me ask the mayor.
So I'm defending
please,
myself.
Natalie, let the mayor Mr. Mayor, explain why you think Natalie's being racist.
Absolutely. I think that, first of all, everybody, the fact that you mentioned people are coming from so-called failed states, people come here looking for democracy because they don't have it, looking for economic freedom because they don't have it. They're looking for, they're running from situations sometimes that are deadly, right? And so they come to the United States for safety, for security, for democracy that we've advertised to the world. So that doesn't matter.
Oh, that's Riley Gaines, our favorite fifth place swimmer.
People who fled other countries that were not all of these countries she's talking about now, years and years ago, who came here from Eastern Europe, from Western Europe, from all over the parts of the world. For her to identify Somalia, just like the president of the United States did.
Man, that cremation bill must have been a bitch.
To me, it's racist. At the end of the day, there are immigrants who come to America from all over the world. They want to choose who gets to come here and who doesn't get to come here based on their nationality, based on the country they come from, based on the religion they practice, based on the language that they speak. And she clearly identified by calling it an ethnic enclave. This is ridiculous. To be able to create a country that is devoid of anybody else in the world except the people you choose, it is white supremacist to say that. It is racist to say that, and it needs to be pointed out. And they say it's culture war. The real culture war is the cleansing that these folks are doing, calling it immigration reform, when you're really just attacking black and brown people on the streets and shooting people in the face who understand.
Her and Adam Mockler look like they could be brother and sister.
And see that.
I know they just debated, but like now I really see it.
And are trying to defend the democracy that this country upholds itself to be.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify one thing that's been rankling me since you said it, because I've just checked. Is entering the United States without authorization or inspection by an immigration officer a crime? Yes. First offense, a misdemeanor punishable by a fine or up to 6 months in prison.
Offense. That's what I said.
That's a civil yeah, you disengenuous asshole. It's a civil offense.
That's exactly what I said, Pierce. Yeah, I said it's a civil offense.
But it's actually a crime, though. It is a crime.
That's not the point. Jaywalking is a crime. Should somebody get deported because they did that?
Your reluctance to
this is literally what the whole crux of this argument is.
If it's a civil offense, it's a violation. It's a civil violation,
yeah.
as opposed to a crime as a criminal offense.
There are other types of immigration violations which may be civil, but actually the offense of trying to enter without authorization or inspection by an immigration officer is a federal crime. And it seems to me that this is a fundamental tenet of the law. Right? If you try and come in without authorization or inspection, it is a crime.
Well, we've acknowledged that it's a civil offense. The reality is there are people who are being targeted and attacked who are going through the process. There are folks that are being pulled out of hearings. There are people who have been outside of courthouses, finishing their hearing and being arrested. There are children who are going back and forth to school who are being arrested and detained, right? There are babies who are being detained and housed over periods of time. This has nothing to do with crime. In fact, as a mayor of a city, I can tell you clearly that if we solved for the immigrants in our city, our crime numbers would be extremely lower than they are now because most of the crime in our city are not created by immigrants. It's just not. In fact, they are more likely the victims of crime than they are the perpetrators of crime. And this idea that immigrants are taking money from cities and states is ridiculous. I mean, there are immigrants who not only pay taxes, but contribute to the economy daily by purchasing goods and services on the open market. It's very clear. And to say otherwise is just not true. It's not proven. It's not true. It's just a talking point that Republicans and conservatives use to kind of stoke fear and division, but it's just not a fact.
Okay, let me ask Brian Tyler Cohen. As we head to the midterms, let's move ahead to that. This was a very sort of typical Trump speech. I thought he executed it pretty well, actually. And actually, for the first half of it, it was pretty positive, unusually, given his recent stump speeches and so on. But for the
just admit that we all wanted some fireworks and we got none.
Democrats, the big challenge is going to be, well, who
We wanted him to say a fucking buzz line. He didn't even get that.
To actually win in 2028. And I still don't see that person. You know, Gavin Newsom, I just don't feel he's the front runner, but I feel like he's out there shooting his mouth off. He's getting picked off. You know, AOC, that whole car crash over the Taiwan question and so on. No one to me is positioning themselves as someone that I think can actually win that election. Am I missing the person? Do you see the person?
I'm not really concerned about 2028. I'm not really concerned about horse race politics. We have an election coming up in midterms, and frankly, if these off-year elections and special elections have shown us anything, it's that all of these Democrats in their respective races are quite effective at making the pitch to their constituents or their states, and we've seen the results. I mean, you know, Democrats are overperforming by 12, 14, 16, 18 points. We've seen the Latino population shift 50 points in certain jurisdictions. And so I think that we get through one election, we get through these midterms, and I think, as I said,
hey guys, I got an update on who's going to be testifying next.
Democrats are making a pretty effective case to their voters in terms of the fact that their priority is going to be taking care of their own constituents, bringing more affordability forward, and also they've been really effective at making the case in spite of a Republican Party that has been doing nothing but lying about that exact thing for years and years and years. I mean, we saw Republicans do an entire 2024 election cycle where they promised affordability. And the second they got into office, what did they do? Launched a trade war that raised the cost of everything, cut health care, whether it's Medicaid for 17 million Americans or ACA subsidies for 24 million Americans, cut food assistance to the tune of $186 billion. I mean, we're talking about affordability. Republicans are ushering in the least affordable America that we've had. And then at the same time, thinking that Americans are going to reward them at the polls. They're not. That's why we're seeing these massive
No, and honestly, this is where he'd be remiss to actually bring up Biden and just be like, listen, we tried this. Like, the Democrats tried this. He can say that. But for real, like, throw them under the bus, dude. There's nothing to be fucking lost if you constantly don't acknowledge that it's like, no, the Democrats played that game. It was a failed
performances.
God, what's the word?
I don't know what's going to happen in
Damn it, I'm
2028.
doing
We've
this
got
a
plenty
lot.
of time, but the election cycle that we have right in front of us is
Bye, Rebecca.
proving a
I'll see you later.
disaster for Republicans because this is a party that is incapable of keeping their promises.
And I'm gone. And I'm done.
Can I
Yeah,
add
I
to
mean,
that,
Riley.
please?
God damn it.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
Can I add to that? Yeah, because in New Jersey
Yeah.
specifically, all of the things that the president talked about at the State of the Union about decreasing costs, all of these costs are increasing, whether you're talking about rent or housing or healthcare. The cutting Medicaid, healthcare costs increased in New Jersey over 100%. I mean, the inflation.
Wait, who do you think is actually getting, like, trafficked?
In New Jersey is higher than the national inflation. The definition of inflation that was said to us earlier was completely incomplete, by the way. But
also, I thought that would be impossible with the border lockdown and all. It's almost like the border's not locked down then.
At the end of the day, all of these costs are rising for Americans.
Or is it only just coming in
this country?
and they don't do any checking and going out, so they don't actually
want to
care?
talk about, but affordability is the issue because they have not solved for it.
I agree. Mr. Mayor, I said this at the start when I was talking to Lauren Boebert, is the reason I grilled her about what inflation is a lot of people seem to think if the rate of inflation comes down, prices drop, but they don't. The mere fact you have any inflation means prices are continuing to rise. And I think this is the disconnect between the state of the overall US economy, which is actually in good state, and the polling on it is quite positive. But when you get to affordability and the trickle-down effect to average Americans, they're not feeling it because actually prices are rising. And this is the problem that Donald Trump has got heading into the midterms. Ultimately, as we hear again and again, it's the economy, stupid. You can tell people till you're blue in the face they are doing better. If they are not feeling it, and in fact they're feeling the opposite because actually inflation still exists, I think it's a real problem for him. And the problem for the Republicans, and I'll come to you, Riley, with the same kind of question I put to Brian, but for the Republicans, is what follows Trump. Let's go forward to November, the midterms. Let's hypothetically assume the Republicans get a kicking, which is highly likely historically. Then Trump becomes, as every president would in that position, of any Republican or Democrat, a lame duck president. If you lost power of the House, for example, your ability to do stuff is massively reduced. And then the scramble becomes, well, who follows this unbelievably dominant character in American politics and particularly Republican politics? You know, and you look at J.D. Vance, you look at Marco Rubio, you look at maybe one of the Trump children, whatever. What do you think? I mean, where do you see the future of the party after Donald Trump?
Well, in terms of President Trump being a lame duck president, to be totally honest with you, I think he kind of has been the past year. That's not to take away from some of his executive orders and things that he has done out of his office, which are fantastic. But the reality is there's not a lot of longevity there. Let's say someone like Gavin Newsom gets in the Oval Office in 3 years' time, then those executive orders are overturned just as quickly as they were instated. We have not seen Congress move or act to codify those executive orders. So I believe he's, in a sense, been a bit of a lame duck president as it stands. Again, not to take away from the
Why haven't they?
accomplishments and the victories and the wins and the success.
Is it always the Democrats' fault? It's almost like they could do a bunch of shit with simple majorities, but why don't they?
That we have seen. In terms of the future, I think Vice President J.D. Vance has done a fantastic job.
What do you think of presidential terms being considerably longer than 48 years? Yeah, that's a big nope from me, son.
Of keeping himself composed and very presidential. Even watching him behind the president last night.
What's the current Democratic policy message? Fuck the left.
I thought it was a very good visual.
I'm not even kidding, Jay.
Into several State of the
They would rather fight with the far left, or not even the far left, because that would be insinuating, like, you know, the communist side of, like, the left has way more, you know, sway than it actually does. But realistically, DSA and, like, people who kind of, you know, are pivoting from being liberal to a little bit more left, it's growing, man. So the new message is just, let's take care of the working class. And we need to do that by taxing the shit out of these rich motherfuckers who offshore so much of their wealth.
Union.
Like, you understand that just even in investing, they don't even put it in the stock market. They fucking offshore this stuff. So we don't get anything from it. They're not paying taxes on it. It just, they make the money, it disappears. It's not like they're, and trust me, the economy would not be in this fucking state if they were actually spending it on the working class. If they were doing, like, this whole myth that, we wouldn't have jobs if we taxed the billionaires. Bullshit.
Or even President Trump's joint address to Congress.
Withhold your labor and watch how fast that fucking fallacy falls apart.
Last February. And I can think back to the time when you have Nancy Pelosi back there ripping the paper. We didn't see that
The Democratic Party scares me because of how feckless they are and how they're not willing to fight and how they just listen to their special interests. Which are all bought and paid for by the same motherfuckers that are just getting all the handouts from Trump.
The visual standpoint.
That's why everybody is perfectly fine with what is happening.
Of watching President Trump in his speech last night. So I love.
Realistically, the people that are genuinely pissed are people like me, where I'm working class. I see the injustice in the system. I see the injustice in how we're treating the Epstein stuff. I just see what we have done. We have glorified these fucking people into God status when they don't deserve a single bit of it. Pay your fucking taxes.
The idea of
give us more money. Lower our taxes. Let us keep more and let us have health care and leave us the fuck alone.
Seeing Vice President Vance as the president in 2028. But we'll see. I think, as you said, Marco Rubio has done a fantastic
Yeah, that's why China's doing a lot better than us right now.
job positioning.
I know. You got your fucking American flag shoved so far up your ass that you need to fucking kind of do a little twist out, you know, and like, I know that the white is going to be brown after you do so, but you need to pull it out, because honestly, you need to understand that having a nationalistic like feeling, that's all it is the fifis.
Himself.
Dude, we're losing hard. America is losing a lot of sway with it in the world, you know, like this community that we used to like be the top of, but now we're not. Now we're not the top of the UN. Now we've ceded ground to Russia. We've ceded ground to to China. Now we want to just have the Eastern Western Hemisphere. It's almost like they planned that as the New World Order, but whatever, man. You guys want to sit here and fucking blow the fucking Trump, and then you want to just sit here and go, oh, everything's perfect for me and my family. I made a little bit more on my taxes, but I'm still gonna bitch the second that something goes, the Democrat gets in office. Because, like, this is my favorite part, is how you guys will bitch about inflation after Trump is gone.
And one more.
And right now, I still hear it. Well, it's technically Biden's inflation.
Quick thing to add.
Communism sucks. I don't even know if it sucks or not because I never lived in a communist system. I don't think you have either, so shut the fuck up. If you haven't been in a system that hasn't been tested, then shut the fuck up. But this is why I can give you the opinion I have, is because I've lived through this capitalistic society for the majority of my life. Actually, for all my life. And I can tell you right now, it doesn't work. It never has. It's always fucking the little guy. Always. And guess what? You're the little guy. If you're watching this stream, you're the little guy. If you're not, then donate to my fucking stream right fucking now, because I'm sick of you rich motherfuckers taking advantage of free entertainment.
Affordability. I think
everybody else who's working class, fine.
President Trump.
Just hit the like and subscribe button. It's the least you could fucking do.
Again, he campaigned on this is letting families keep more of what they earn. And we have seen this.
America is not the greatest country in the world. Yeah, I know.
Increasing the child tax credit. We've seen provided tax relief for small businesses and family enterprises, eliminating tax on tips and overtime. We've seen Social Security benefits and all of that stuff. So I do believe he is keeping more money in the pockets
You're just scrolling by?
of everyday
Nice to see
Americans.
You know, what could be a massive factor? Well, Brian, I was going to say to you, I was going to say one other thing we haven't touched on, but, you know, the jungle drums are beating ever louder for an attack on Iran of a large scale, much bigger than the one we saw last summer with the strategic attack.
You don't have people who will do the right thing with given power. Yep.
On nuclear sites. If there was to be a large attack on
Thank you for the sub. Appreciate that.
Iran, you know, if you're a MAGA voter and you're looking at that, you're thinking, well, I thought we weren't going to get involved in foreign wars. I thought that was the whole point of America First. If it was to unravel an attack on Iran, and once you start these kind of wars, it's very hard to predict the way they go. If it was to unravel, that alone.
Honestly, just look up the Chinese EV trucks. Holy shit, dude.
Could unseat Donald Trump.
I want one bad because they're nice and they cost under $30K. And these trucks, if they were made in America, would cost over $200,000 easy. The fucking features they have, they outperform the American Ford by fucking 200 miles.
Well, if I could respond to that, Piers, of course that is not going to serve as a red line for these Republicans because they'll come in claiming that they want America first, and then Trump saber rattles against Iran, which I thought 5 minutes ago he just decimated their nuclear capabilities, and now 5 minutes later we're in a situation where we're going to have to see the same exact thing. That didn't push, you know, some of these Republicans, including, I'm sure, my fellow co-panelists here, away from Donald Trump. The fact that he went into Venezuela so that he could heap oil, so that he could heap oil onto American oil companies in a George W. Bush redux, that didn't push these Republicans away. Saber rattling against Panama and Colombia.
Hey, Greg, I don't give a fuck.
And any other country.
I genuinely don't give a fuck. Why do you all of a sudden give a fuck about what's happening in Iran? Shut up.
Look.
I thought no new wars. I thought we didn't want to be the world police. I thought we didn't want to waste our money going to fucking like another country to be the world police.
The reality is that
what happened? What happened? Why Ukraine bad but Iran good? Greg, answer
that
now. Otherwise, I'm banning you.
Donald Trump will engage in these distractions, but he wouldn't.
You want to make a fucking clown of yourself? Well, here's your makeup, motherfucker. At least make it good.
Need to engage in these distractions if, to your earlier point, he was able.
No. I asked you the question first. You fucking answer, otherwise you're banned.
To deliver what he promised, which was a more affordable America.
Why Ukraine bad, Iran good? Why? I'm dead serious, dude.
America, he's not. He is the sole impediment to delivering affordability because he wanted to engage in a trade war.
Literally got my fucking finger on the trigger.
As a consumption tax on Americans. He wanted
about to hit that ban.
To cut Medicaid.
It's gonna be. I'm gonna do a little happy ban because this guy's kind of just a little bit of a
and ACA subsidies that makes healthcare more affordable in America. He wanted to cut food assistance
Who
that
said
makes
Ukraine bad?
food more affordable.
Well, I can only assume.
In America, the thing standing in the way of Trump delivering his promises is Donald Trump himself. And so he'll engage in plenty of distractions, but the reality is that all of the foreign wars
also just, you know, MAGA
in the world, all of the wagging the dog in the world is not going to pull the wool over Americans' eyes when they were told that they were voting for something and instead got something entirely different.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it.
What did Iran do?
There. It's going to be fascinating to see what happens.
Nothing for us to start a fucking war.
I appreciate you all joining me. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pierce.
But apparently they're mistreating their own people, so we got to go take care of that, even though...
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, as I said earlier, there was no mention of the Epstein
a good duck.
files in the State of the Union,
I mean,
or maybe one. And
as a Jeep owner, if you duck me.
No mention of China, actually, while I'm at it. But the story remains at the top of the agenda for
make me
many,
happy.
especially in the UK, as this country reels from the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Joining me now is Paul Burrell, butler to the late Diana, Princess of Wales. Paul, great to have you back on Uncensored. It's been a while, and wow, so much has happened with the royal family and the monarchy, hasn't it? You know, for the first time, and I remember in all the time I've covered the royals, I can remember seismic moments, none more seismic than the death of the late Princess of Wales, Diana, which, you know, you felt like the monarchy itself was slightly teetering. But the royals came through that, just as they came through the abdication of Edward VIII and the whole Wallis Simpson scandal. I don't know why.
Do you feel that way about the Caymans? Like Liberty Bell? What?
But this one feels...
It's a money laundering hub. Okay, so crypto needs to go then. Come on now.
Me with even more trepidation than what we saw with Diana, because this one involves a scandal.
To get a little condescending on you. You know what? I'm uninterested in this asshole.
Talk went viral, and it really confused me.
Can't we eat babies? What's wrong with eating babies? If we've got extra babies around that nobody wants, why can't we eat them, right?
Huh? What the fuck?
Do you remember those really
fucking Sam Harris?
Weird, silly conspiracies where people were like, "Oh, these elite, famous, rich people aren't even human.
Why the music? Why we got to do this music bullshit?
They're like lizard people, or like they're just not human." So humans actually can't handle digesting human blood. Like, it can cause organ failure and then you die. But like, what? Yeah, I don't know.
Crazy, right? This goes viral.
What the fuck was that?
Viral. It's all over TikToks. Everyone's reacting to it. But what do you think is wrong with that video?
Well, Well,
is it real?
The girl looks odd.
The girl looks odd. Yeah.
Okay. She looks odd.
That's just her head.
It might be the eyes or something.
I appreciate the shade.
There's a proportion with the face and
that's how she was born.
No, I think maybe she's a lizard person.
I think maybe she's a lizard person.
Maybe there's a
nightmares for no reason.
Maybe there's a filter or whatever. The skin is off. It's weird. It's weird, but it's fine. Maybe there's the filter that's used. 1, 2 is what you're saying even real?
Like,
about
is it AI?
eating blood or whatever. Not. The third thing is, where's that? What she's talking about? Where is it from?
Okay, so that is her real head that you called a lizard, and I can tell you that this is not an AI video.
That is her real head that you called a lizard.
So that's Sam Harris that she's talking about being an elite who
with Jake Huger
eats babies or whatever, and they're all fucking weird. This is the video that went viral, so I'm gonna just play.
All right, is there additional context to it though? Because if it's just the clip, yay! Welcome to 2026, where everything sucks and nothing is honest.
It's part of a long debate that they had between Sam Harris and Cenk Uygur a long time ago.
Right.
Much of my discussions have not to do with policy, but have been an effort to get at ethical bedrock. I mean, I write and think as a philosopher, and in the context of having a philosophical discussion about ethics and right and wrong, you can say many things that seem crazy outside of a philosophy seminar, but in a philosophy seminar are totally legitimate. So in a philosophy seminar, you could say, why can't we eat babies? What's wrong with eating?
Oh.
eating babies. If we've got extra babies.
I see what I mean. I'm not even trying to stand up for Sam Harris on this one, but now, yeah, the context does make that a little less outrageous.
Around that nobody wants, why can't we eat them, right? That is a
Now, should we have a broader conversation about why he would think that, again, why is that collective consciousness going there?
Really insane thing to say in the world, seemingly. That's the kind of thing that if quoted out of context, if Glenn Greenwald decides to tweet, Sam Harris.
What are the odds? What are the odds that this, I'm going to keep going, what are the odds that he would...
We can't figure out why we can't eat babies, right? It makes me look like an asshole. But the reality is that if you're talking about, if you're trying to get to the bedrock about the ethics of good and evil and the use of force, if you're trying to just, then starting the conversation with why can't we eat babies? Give me an ethical argument about why this is really, really wrong. Why our intuitions of its wrongness can be conserved.
This is one of those moments where it's like you can be too smart to not recognize how stupid you are.
That is a totally legitimate thing to do, and there's not a philosopher on earth
God damn it. Sometimes I hate, who
would think you were a weirdo for having that conversation.
So he spends a lot of time talking.
I don't know. Sometimes, I don't want to say intellectuals because that's too broad. But man, some of these philosopher type assholes, they really...
Talking about the ethics involved with a lot of different things that are difficult questions to answer. And it's about really pushing ideas to their limit to really understand our ethical and where our values really lie and why they are concrete, not just for the reasons that we innately believe in them, but there's actual a logical train of thought that you can kind of lead through these things. So that's all this conversation was about. And he's cognizant of the fact that it's a weird sentence, but he's explaining it why it's valid in this context of philosophy and trying to understand things. People clipped it the same way he said it would, except it wasn't Glenn Beck or some other Fox News host. It was randoms on TikTok. Maybe it was a right-wing think that I don't know. But I can just tell you that when I saw this go viral, I immediately, having never seen this interview, knew it was taken out of context. Because I've watched enough Sam Harris clips to know, generally, he's
that's what I was like, what?
Fairly ethical about it.
You wouldn't just say that.
He does think things through. There's no way he's actually...
Do I agree with the guy? No. But yeah, he's...
advocating
Yeah.
for eating babies. I just think it's interesting that this lady did the time to do her little stitch, do her little weird faux fake outrage, never took a second to go, what is that short 5-second clip?
Oh, thank God.
From. And I only say that because it is a crazy sentence. It looks horrible out of context. But it's almost so crazy, it would behoove you to just Google it. Where did this come from? What was the context? Before you stick someone on this thing and make them sound like some guy, a giant pedo who's on an island eating babies. But people don't mind that. They will take a 5-second clip, run a stitch, and then have a bunch of people thinking this man is a cannibal and he enjoys humans with zero meat on them.
Sorry, I had to. It's funny that you're saying that.
Go ahead.
Because that's a subject that you brought on.
Yeah.
I had a similar freaking subject. I've been receiving a couple of messages by angry Quebecers. Be like, shut up.
Sorry, my haters.
They were just reacting to a clip that someone took a clip of Abba and Preach, right? Can you play the clip, please?
There's no white culture. Exactly what is white culture?
You don't have a fucking culture. I don't. You have no culture. Whiteness has no culture.
So you hear that, and then they clipped it, and they're like, yo, what the fuck? You think we don't have a culture? You don't, man, yeah. This segment, I'm saying that white people got no culture, is taken off a video that we did, obviously.
Today's topic, do white people have culture? Okay, so when people say black culture, oh my God, that beard is crazy.
Yes.
I look like I just got out of Abu Ghraib.
Yes.
I look like I've been held hostage in Guantanamo.
Yes.
And
Abba Hanks right there.
And they let me out.
Away.
Yeah, they let me out so Epstein and his buddies could have fun. It is a crazy look on my face.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm stroking that beard like people live inside. Holy shit.
Hey, you're gathering the troops. You're
I'm stroking
come, my babies. come, my baby.
I was just saying, you know what I mean? Yo, can you put me side by side? I'm just playing. Someone said Abba looked homeless. Yes, I was, in fact, rich. Keep going.
But some people might look at Abba there and think, can we?
In fact, I can assure you, they definitely did. Even at my homeless face, we always had a trash bag, a back alley, a place you could find me to get some of that dirty. And it was literally dirty.
The fuck?
Black culture does not mean the amalgamation of all black people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, black culture represents a specific set of people who live in America who are black, whose only form of identification with people who understand each other from a certain like struggle or cultural standpoint are other blacks. And so they use the term black to identify as a group, right? White people in America view themselves as American. Black folks in America either view themselves as black or African American. There's a suffix to represent their blackness. So I think that's why people talk about black culture. And then the counterpart's like, well, white people got culture too. Yeah, but you don't really refer it as white culture. You refer to it as American culture.
Or different subgenre of culture.
What the fuck? Now there's a conspiracy theory about Erica Kirk possibly being born a male?
That you had.
What? They're transvestigating Erica Kirk now?
Yeah, there's
Dude.
American culture. That's why. But
Twitter's wild.
if you talk about the world itself, there's no white culture. There's white cultures.
Boom.
You see, if you take my people, the Scottish, they're white, and they have their own Scottish culture. Try to mix Scottish with Irish.
I'm bored by this.
But I wanted to talk about this, guys. So we have an amazing ad from...
All right, so I haven't watched this video yet. I have a feeling that this is going to cover some of the debate, but...
Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, and she's one of the people who, you know, we've said a number of times that now...
I got to say, even though I'm likely going to vote for her, I'm not exactly jazzed.
We have people running...
This is just another example of all people in politics suck, even her.
That are like...
like, for real.
Are people. You know,
she's very fake on this one, guys. I have to be honest.
Who
like,
she worked for Media Matters for America,
Mm-hmm.
and she is like a actual lefty
out there getting assaulted by ICE.
Literally, yes.
And sexually assaulted, yes.
Yes, and so she's running in where's
okay.
what state is she running
in? Illinois.
Oh, it's in Illinois.
Mhm,
Okay,
Chicago.
she's running against this guy Daniel Biss, and then there's another person she's running against. And here's the new ad that she's running. Check this out.
All right, the richest country on earth. Kat isn't a millionaire. She doesn't take.
She only dates one.
PAC money.
She
can't even afford health insurance herself. How can she possibly relate to normal, hardworking corporations like you and me? And it gets worse. As a journalist.
What'd she do wrong? She fucking blew me off entirely when I set up a fucking interview. And this was three times with that fucking campaign. Then, on top of it, we also had her blow off a campaign event. I'm tired of her picking and choosing what she thinks is important when every other candidate is showing up to this shit. Even the Daniel Bisses and the Laura Fines.
Journalist Kat's
but whatever, man.
reporting helped lead to Tucker Carlson's departure.
Yeah, Sylvie, I know. I'm sorry. I'm breaking the superhero fucking veneer.
From Fox News.
I'm sick of
Is that
honestly?
you want
You know what? No, fuck it. I'm gonna vote my conscience. I'm gonna vote. It's a primary. I'm gonna vote for the guy that I think is best suited to represent me. I'm gonna vote for Mike Simmons, even though he's only got 7% of the fucking vote.
Extremists in Washington. Kat claims the Democratic Party should not bow down to Trump or his billionaire friends. Does she think strongly worded letters count as bowing? Kat Abu-Ghazaleh represents a new generation of progressive Democrats working to redefine the party's future, and she plans to do it with her ferocious attack cat by her side. Is this
no criticism is warranted?
You want
Yeah, it is.
representing us?
I never watched it through to the
That's what I was saying. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if she actually loses this primary.
attack cat.
I have a feeling that Dan's going to win. I don't want to vote for Daniel Biss because he couldn't answer me, even though I'm going to give him credit because his campaign has reached out to me like today to kind of say, hey, I wasn't able to ask him this directly. Just give us a moment. So I'm giving them literally until Monday to get back to me with whether or not he would sanction Israel. If he says yes, I might change my vote.
That was the best.
How fucking cool is that? How cool is that? That's just such a good ad.
But realistically, I know for a fact she'll sanction Israel. So
yeah.
But I'm also not a single issue voter because realistically, Israel isn't it doesn't affect my life. And if she's going to represent me and my neighbors, I'm sorry. I kind of care about the stuff that affects us.
I love her.
Yeah, you know, J.D. Vance, he warned of the childless cat lady, and here we are.
Here she is. He was right. Yeah, it was a slippery slope. I feel a little bad for Daniel Biss in a sense in this race. You're about to see some clips of him that don't look too great. But, you know, in another contest, he would be
This debate, he fucked up bad.
He's sort of like an Elizabeth Warren type progressive or like a Liz Smith type, you know, a Tallarico Lane candidate. And she just outflanks him hard. And it's a Chicago Democratic primary.
I know
So
exactly
it's
what
very
I'm talking
blue
about, though.
area. It was held by Jan Schakowsky, who was like very popular, longtime incumbent. She decided not to run again. And I think
she was popular. She was popular in like the 1940s, right?
Yeah, roughly, approximately.
Ageism, even though she's willingly leaving her post. We're not cunts.
But
God damn it. You know what? Ooh, if I wasn't watching this on stream, I would have backed out of that video and I would have removed that from my watch list.
But anyway,
honestly, your producer sucks.
She's still got her fans. But
I'm a little tired of that one. Like, all right, cool. We can say this about the politicians, but I'm also going to just say this. Don't ever wonder why you're going to die being taken care of by AI.
Yeah, so
shit like that.
You've got this.
We live in a culture that disrespects its fucking elderly at a rate that I will never be able to get behind.
It's kind of three-way split.
Apparently, once you turn 65, you might as well just fucking you just piss off. You have no say. They already aren't marketed to, so they're like, because they're not marketed to, and they're not seeing it as like somebody who can really bring in more income, even though they have the like extra money to spend. That's why they get got on stocks, gambling, and housing. That's where all their money is. But in the actual economy, that's also where we did this. That's capitalism right there.
The danger is that Biss and Kat both kind of occupy this progressive lane. So there's
no, that was not why. Shield our Jaguar. You're actually misremembering that entirely.
It's a possibility that this other
his campaign didn't tank as much as J.B. Pritzker's just took off.
Their lady whose name I don't remember, but who totally sucks.
And he had a 6% margin. 6.
They could divide the more progressive vote, and then she could kind of sneak through. So that's a little bit of the concern.
The polls I've seen right now is that
no antagonizing whatsoever. I genuinely care. Can you explain? She seems disingenuous. I don't like the fact that she hid the fact that she was dating the guy that owns the Onion for as long as she did. I don't like the fact that she is a carpetbagger from Texas that only came here not even a year ago. She doesn't actually understand this constituency. She went on Hassan. She went on all the national platforms, but she said apparently a constituent who happens to have a podcast can piss the fuck off. Again, whatever. And I'm gonna be cunty about it because honestly, how else would I interpret that? And you know what? Now that I'm talking about it, no, she hasn't earned my fucking vote.
Biss is actually leading.
Yeah.
And then Kat
it's
and
very
the other
close
one,
between him and Kat.
Because again, Daniel Biss is leading. He has, I think 20-something% of the vote, or like it's 23, 24% of the vote now, or in the polls. Sorry, but he even took the time to get a hold of me. His campaign reached out to me. He took the time to get a hold of me. I might go to something on Sunday here because his campaign invited me to something. But again, I'm supposed to just vote for Kat because she says all the based things that I've already been programmed to think, and she wears a keffiyeh or whatever the fuck that. Sorry,
and
I'm genuinely bothered by it.
The other one I saw were tied. It was like 18%, 17%, and
because realistically, I kind of feel like I'm being gaslit by my own movement just to fucking go vote for her. When no, I've seen that again. She's no better than the other people here. So,
and
what up, Kois?
This was at like 22% or something. So it's anybody's ball.
She's part Palestinian
game. But you pull up the next one too because
she's never lived in Palestine.
Because she's also having some incredible debate moments that I wanted to share with you guys.
I do think Biss has some.
Her grandpa moved here, blah blah blah, to Chicago. Then they moved to Texas, and that's where she stayed. She worked for Media Matters, and then she started dating the guy from the Onion. And that's where we end up here, right?
Motion.
You think he's got some motion? All right, let's watch this and we'll see what we think of his motion.
No, honestly, this goes back to the whole so if she wins the primary, will you vote for her in the main? Yes.
You know, my great-grandfather.
I'll be voting for whoever wins the primary vote.
had a hotel. And when they were expelled, he carried around the key ring to every single door in his hotel till the day he died. He was buried.
And he was in he lived in Palestine?
Yes, my father's side is Palestinian. And if someone came to me and said, you could have the hotel, but you displaced
I can't admit she had me fooled.
300 people, I would say absolutely not, because trauma begets trauma. But I think it's really important that any solution has full...
I'll just be honest, man. Like, when it hits you personally, too.
...civil and legal rights for everyone living there, regardless of their ethnicity.
Yeah, she's got fucking 14 days.
Their
or 16 days. 16 days.
religion, and that is decided by the people who actually live there, because we spend so much of our time as a country interfering in other countries and saying that we dictate how they live, and it's just made places worse.
All right, so Palestinian American, 2 Jewish Americans on this panel do believe there is an anti-Semitism problem
Absolutely.
in the United States.
And I've devoted my career to fighting it. I cover the far right, conspiracy.
She knew all the spots were taken in Texas, so she couldn't make it, so she tried her luck in Illinois. That's how I feel about it. She doesn't have a good answer on that either. Hassan asked her about it, and she kind of tried to laugh it off.
Inherently rooted in anti-Semitism, which why it's so dangerous to align with far-right donors, because they're pushing the Great Replacement theory, which has inspired almost every...
Does Hassan watch my stream? I swear to God. Like, every once in a while, I swear to fucking God, I get exposed to a clip and I'm like, okay, has the soundboard always been a thing now? Where he's using damn near the same fucking sounds?
mass shooting.
What the fuck?
Of the 21st
What about
century.
anti-Muslim sentiment, anti-Palestinian?
I'll just take that I'm a trendsetter, but this is kind of wild, man.
Palestinians.
Hate is
horrible
hate.
problem.
Kyle Kulinski does this shit too.
It's a horrible problem.
And I think we need to go back to something that Kat said that I agree with. When we figure out...
Bro, they're all
this
agreeing with
two-state
her. It's
solution-
crazy.
Pretty good moment.
Just
Yeah.
like killing it.
Yeah, she's been awesome on it, and she's been like really aggressive too, which is like what.
Like I said, this is gonna piss off a lot of y'all. No one in the Illinois 9th gives a fuck about that. I do. Nobody else does.
The left needs to be right now really aggressive to the Democratic Party that's trying to just kind of like cut around the edges on all these issues. And yeah, I think that the ICE thing is going to be a secret gift to a leftist candidate in 28, because if everyone else is on there going, oh, well, we gotta,
Body cameras.
we gotta teach them the rules.
Yeah, but realistically, nobody else was watching this.
They need better training. That's my favorite one, is like,
fuck, I didn't watch it.
the problem
I have that station.
is the training.
Just from having a fucking, a local hookup here, it's just like, all right.
Then you see the people who are like murdering Americans in the street, and they've been with ICE for 10 years.
Yeah. The guy who was at January 6th.
Plenty well trained.
The guy who was at January 6th with the swastika tattoo on his neck, he needs better training.
Yeah. Right. That's the issue, is the training there.
But
also,
it's a gift. It's a gift.
AIPAC doesn't want...
Oh, because she's cooking. Take a look at this one.
AIPAC doesn't want a two-state solution.
Do you support any aid to Israel? Or could that...
Yeah, I
could that
support, for example, defensive weaponry. I support Iron Dome.
This is wild. This is legit what I asked his candidacy about.
Not like any aid to Israel at all?
Or his candidacy, his campaign manager.
Defensive weaponry is an oxymoron. Weapons are inherently offensive, and for any
Do you
ally...
support Iron Dome?
No, I don't support any... We need to condition all aid to any country, any ally. It doesn't matter if it's Israel
so
or if
Iron
it's
Dome
Mexico.
was where they shoot down missiles that are coming in.
Right. If we aren't using our leverage, there is no reason to condition any aid.
Yeah, I'll agree with her on that.
We absolutely should be supporting our allies, but they have to follow our own laws first. It's not that... then you're conditioning aid.
There's more to it. I've been to Israel. I've been in the bomb shelters. I've been to the borders. They are being attacked
Oh, trust me, I know.
Constantly at every angle. If you do not fund something like the Iron Dome, the amount of death and destruction would be incredible, not just to the Israelis in Israel, but also to the Palestinians.
She's really protecting the Palestinians with Iron Dome.
Yeah, the Palestinians. Yeah, exactly. The multiple hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who were murdered. Iron Dome's existence really protected them. That's why I said you cut off that woman's an idiot.
Kat then goes on to say, like,
yeah, Laura Fine is a moron.
Well, can't go to Israel because I'm worried I'll be detained. So how about that? But I think
it doesn't help that Kat looks 13. The thing is, a lot of her actions have kind of contributed to people looking at her and being like, "Oh, she is a fucking child."
What you see in both those clips, to your point,
myself.
Griffin, is like this is a little preview. All these primaries, a little preview of how 2028 is going to play out.
That's
and
right.
you can see, like, there.
Whatever, man.
Here you've got the full range.
Honestly, I get to leverage my fucking vote. Plain and simple. So
you've got the the Josh Shapiro type Democrat. You've got the whoever's going to occupy that trying to be maybe that's Gavin Newsom.
Because realistically, this is a race that will be won by that type of margin.
Trying to pretend like he's progressive.
So I don't know. Yeah, it's a real smart move to fucking just be like, hey,
progressive, but he's not really progressive, and Daniel Biss. And then you've got Kat, who, whether it's AOC or Roe or, well, AOC's got some issues here, but anyway.
AOC is addicted to being yelled at and pivoting. She loves to get yelled at and fold.
That's so true. But let's imagine a Graham Plattner occupying that lane, right? The person who can just come out and say, no aid and no ICE. They need to, not only do they need to be abolished, they need to be prosecuted. This is where some 80-90% of the Democratic base is. And it's just
no.
So appealing to have someone who's not.
No, it's not. Nationally, sure. This is where you guys are fucking dumb. Because you don't understand that the people that live from the fucking stretch from the lake all the way out to the plains aren't you.
Not doing this mealy mouth, well, this kind of weapon, but not that kind of weapon. And you don't really understand. Let me tell you.
What they care about is hearing, hey, how are you going to lower my fucking taxes?
Why this isn't really genocide, blah, blah, blah.
Should we have given Iron Dome to the Iranians or the Russians?
Pep, I partially agree with you, what you said about earlier about not being a single issue voter and voting on things that directly affect you. Yeah, I know. That's what sucks is because with Dan, overall his campaign and not just his campaign, but what he actually believes in as far as being a progressive candidate has always been pretty consistent. But when he could not just straight up answer whether or not he would, condition aid to Israel, that's a problem.
Right, exactly.
Which, again, I will suck it up and vote. I don't know. Actually, you know what? I got to be careful with this one. Because I don't want her to just be another politician that feels like she can just fucking... you do understand that, right? I'm in a fucking awkward position here where I've been personally burned by her. Where I'm just oh, huh.
Right? If it's not...
I lost time because of her. Multiple times.
An endorsement.
And I gotta say, the one on December 13th was egregious.
Yeah, if it's not an endorsement of their offensive policies,
fucking bail on me 10 minutes before the interview.
Why wouldn't you give Iron Dome to every country around the world?
You're just protecting the civilians. They're defensive only weapons.
Yeah, I'm gonna let this out because honestly, again, I'm a constituent of the 9th. I prefaced that. I literally led with that to get that interview. I was like, listen, I can give a different angle to this because I am somebody that she has to earn her the vote from.
Obviously in that context.
But I guess that is not the type of interview that people want.
Everyone knows it's ridiculous.
Did she even give me a reason? No.
And if Israel is truly as vile as they appear to be.
Nope, just said they had to cancel. That was it.
This is kind of like saying we should have given Iron Dome to the Nazis. It's preposterous. No, we see.
And honestly, like I said, I would not have gone public with that if they had rescheduled or actually followed up again. But nah.
They're doing a genocide. They're in.
I get it. And then as I said, she pops up all over fucking Hassan stream and all over the national streams and all that kind of shit. It's just okay, cool. Cool. Couldn't grow solidarity, try and help a fucking, again, an Illinois 9th constituent who just happens to also have a political fucking podcast grow so I could actually be a cheerleader for her for the, 4 years that she might be in office. No.
The wrong.
Honestly, no. The more I'm talking about this, the more I feel like a schmuck for even thinking about voting for her because of the way that I was mistreated. Fuck that.
Wrong. So any sort of weapons for them.
Again, every other candidate got fucking they got a hold of me, said they didn't want to be on record. Fine.
Are just an absolute.
That's all she needed to do. I had questions for her that, again, I didn't need to have an interview. I had genuine questions for her.
Catastrophe and an absolute disaster, and there is no distinction between offensive and defensive weapons.
Just wanted to be in, bigger scene. Yeah, again, when she got Hassan, that was like literally the biggest thing that she could have gotten.
Like you said, it's an oxymoron. I never thought of it in those terms, but I think that's exactly right.
Well, it does speak volumes, in my opinion. Yes, it does.
Also, the Iron Dome fucking sucks. We saw when Iran sent all those.
Sylvie, you don't know who Mike Simmons is. Mike Simmons is a very progressive, and I'm talking like as progressive as her. He's a gay man who. He's been in the state legislation for the past, I think, 8 years.
Missiles.
He would be a great candidate.
Didn't do shit. We had to come in with our ships to block the most of those missiles. The Iron Dome,
not APAC, none of that.
Kind of sucks as a thing. In general. So we're giving money to something that doesn't even work. So I'd be if it worked. I'd be okay, I get why they want to keep it. So yeah, that's all great. And then with the 28 stuff, I wanted to give a small anecdote. So Crystal got me into a fundraiser in LA for Dr. Abdul El Sayed, who's running for Senate candidate in Michigan. This is an LA fundraiser hosted by a Pod Save America as well. So this was this is a liberal stronghold. Okay, this is Hancock Park, West LA.
Prioritizing clout over actual talking to the people that would vote for her. Maybe she did leave Texas because it was easy. That's what I was saying. You know what? I'm sorry. I don't think I can. I'm literally in one of the hottest contested districts. Like I said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm doing this as a segment. We're doing it. I'm doing it. And I hope she watches this because Kat, for real, man. I want it to be fair. I actually like what her I love what her campaign has done as far as the comic book aspect of this. I was really excited when I met her, and she gave me that. Again, the comic book aesthetic is really cool. She's really leaned into the the ice aesthetic. But here's a little reminder that she's not the only fucking person in this district. Here's Mike. Here is Phil. I don't know who Phil is, but he's some old bald fucker. We got Hohen, who uses his AI stuff. That was automatically a turnout. I mean, we have the APAC candidate. I could vote for her. Let's see. Oh, who's this? I don't even know who this guy is, but you know what? I'm sure that Sam Poland. I'm sure if I got a hold of him tomorrow, he would actually talk to me. But here's Dan. Here's Daniel Biss. And he, again, #1 candidate in the entire area, took the fucking time. Again, respectfully asked me not to go on record. But I'm supposed to just fucking suck it up because I'm a leftist. And because she's based on Palestine, I'm supposed to just eat all that disrespect and just fucking move and just vote for her and then just be yeah, you know what? It's for the broader movement. I don't know, man.
Fucking stronghold. And it blew my mind. It was a bunch of old.
It's almost like she, I swear to God, she literally did. The one thing that could get me to just be yeah, I'm not voting for her.
Rich LA people in their thin, expensive coats. You've got resist signs on the wall. You've got an Emmy on the shelf. Wow. It's got everything, this house. And
what are Mike Simmons' policies? Here we go. Mike Simmons was born and raised in the north side of Chicago, where his family integrated, blah, 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 blah. Mike became first openly LGBTQ, was the first LGBTQ and first Ethiopian American person to serve in the Illinois Senate. In 4 years, he passed nearly 50 pieces of legislation into law, fighting for the people and getting things done. He led the passage of Illinois' first child tax credit, giving money back to struggling parents. He also passed legislation to eliminate medical debt for several 100,000 individuals in Illinois, expand access to medical health care for youth, remove forever chemicals from our water supplies, and ban discrimination against black hairstylists in all Illinois schools. Or black hairstyles, sorry. Senator Simmons has been a fierce champion of the public transit, bike, and pedestrian safety, which I can say he actually did this really based-ass thing where he rode a city bike, which is, it's called a divvy bike here in Chicago. He rode a divvy bike from the lake all the way out to the plains. And then, I don't think he rode back, but he did return the bike, though. I saw that. Senator Mike Simmons has been a fierce champion of public transit, human rights, and small businesses. Thing is, he's also a really nice guy that I have talked to a few times, and he didn't want to go on record. Again, he respectfully just asked not to go on record. I didn't need Kat's interview for clout. Would I have gotten some? Yeah. Would I have gotten a boost on this space and just in general in the YouTube sphere? Yeah. I wanted to ask her something funny about the James Carville falling asleep. But you know what? Again, bailed on the interview 10 minutes before. And again, I booked her on this space too, which was even more insulting because I had to actually take somebody else's slot for that.
These fucking old people.
And you know what? I'm more than happy to let you guys know about this because realistically, this is transparency. This is what you fucking believe. This is what you deserve to hear is the real interactions with a person, not the bullshit you see on Hassan's stream, not the bullshit that these guys are selling you because again, Virginia, LA, they have nothing to do with my fucking district. They don't know shit about it.
People are like, genocide, fuck AIPAC, oligarchy. I'm like, what is happening in this room? Like, it made me really realize
it's an important issue to everyone. My point is that Israel tested the mass surveillance. I know.
The Democrats have no.
Yeah, the last minute cancellation is what she is about. Yeah, I know. She's done it to other friends of mine too.
No idea what's coming.
And again, when she didn't show up for one of the local campaign events, which I wasn't going to fucking sandbag her or anything. I was literally just going to ask her, hey, because at this point, I'm pretty sure she recognizes me.
No, they don't.
No.
I've been to enough of these local events where it's just like, oh, okay, cool. And it's not like I'm stalking or anything like that. I met her one time. But while I was at these other events, I was focusing on meeting guys like Mike, guys like Dan, and Laura. Funny enough, Laura Fine never showed up to any of these.
No idea the avalanche that is coming for them. And I never seen anything like it because 4 or 5 years ago, this might have been like a K-Hive. This might have been, probably Biden over Bernie.
Pep is 100%. Thanks for that.
And
one of Simmons' own constituents asked for everyone's documentation. She then called the police and ignored all attempts at a conversation by Simmons and the volunteers with him, all POC.
Shift is so radical. It's insane.
His boyfriend is, really nice guy too.
Part of it is the biggest part of it is just how insane Trump is and how much the establishment Democrats failed in preventing.
So good peeps are calling the cops on him? Yeah. Yeah, it just happened 2 days ago.
Fascism. That's the biggest part of it. But I do think an undercurrent there too.
Yeah, then how can you believe she will keep any of her promises? I personally can't. That's why she really fucked up in this primary, man.
Ties back into what we were saying about
I'm about to throw away a vote because I don't want to vote for Biss, but honestly, I can't vote for that kind of disrespect. And as far as my policies align, I'm literally right there with her.
AI, which is the working class got radicalized in a lot of sense.
Pep, this is where America's blind spot is. Pep, America isn't isolated from the world. Yeah, I know.
Like a reactionary way because of the outsourcing of all these blue collar jobs, the destruction of all these blue collar jobs.
I think I'm being fair here, though.
And now you have.
I really do. I've kind of kept this I've hinted at what happened, but this is the first time that I'm just letting you guys know this is exactly where I'm at. This is exactly what she did.
Them coming for the white collar jobs.
Dude, no one cares about Kamala. Get the fuck out of here with your troll bullshit.
And
seriously, you're talking to yourself.
Yes, that's
We're talking about local politics. No one cares about you.
Going to radicalize people. There's no doubt
As
about
a matter
it.
of fact,
so there's throughout history, usually it's actually elite class or would-be elites.
We're having an actual conversation, like an adult conversation about this.
When the pathway into
And like I said, I am not okay with the personal disrespect that I've experienced. I'm not okay with the fucking the local disrespect that I've experienced.
A comfortable.
Meanwhile, again, the guy that just had a very not great answer on AIPAC is the one who's oh, here, actually, I have an update. 28%, and she has 16. She's tied with Laura Fine.
Life and being part of the sort of respected class, when that's closed off, that's when you actually see revolutions.
I'd be interested to see you have a conversation with Kat and with that guy. I'm trying to get in contact with you.
And so that's what started.
Well, number one, no. I won't do a dual interview.
Starting to bubble.
I just won't. Like, there's no point.
And we were talking about this yesterday with Abigail Spanberger in Virginia.
But I would talk to him about her with this. Me and Dieter talked about it. I'm not sure if you saw that.
Because she's a quintessential, like, not even I mean, she really positioned herself.
No, I don't. Like, I honestly don't. How the fuck? Listen, how in the fuck am I supposed to trust somebody who literally bailed on me 3 fucking times? How?
The right of the Democratic.
Like, genuinely, how? When I'm a constituent, I'm not just another podcaster. I literally live in the fucking district. Again, the fact that I have all this goddamn literature is proof that I am a fucking constituent in her district. But fuck me.
Party and was constantly punching.
And I get it. You know what she's banking on? None of y'all caring. None of y'all are my constituency, or, well, I know that there's a few people in here that are, but outside of, those like 2 or 3 people
left, and
that's exactly what it is.
Wins running as this
another self-important douchebag.
Like national.
Are you talking about me or her?
Security Democrat. We, watched all the ads here in Virginia where she's like, I was a CIA officer protecting the country, blah, blah, blah. And then she gets in there and...
Makes sense. She would just completely turn once she gets what she wants.
She's acting like a progressive. Republicans are furious about it. And we were saying, okay, well, what's going on here? And I think it's not only that she's savvy enough to read a bit of that mood shift, but also she's an affluent suburban white lady. And she's in circles of other affluent suburban white ladies who, to your point, are now like, abolish ICE, like fucking lock these people up. It's a genocide. Like, they are not,
Yeah, Dan Biss is about abolishing ICE, but whatever.
Oh, let's like protect our neighbor. It's not the squishy language anymore. This is like much.
Does Dan have good policies? Yes, overall, he is what I would call AOC progressive. But the only problem is he's, he's not a Zionist by any means, but he has ties to Israel through just like family. And he's given very milquetoast answers on what he would do as far as sanctions for Israel, which I'm not okay with, man.
Clear cut.
The most embarrassing, like, honestly, more embarrassing than having Kat, blow me off and then I vote for her is voting for Dan and then he votes to not sanction Israel. That would be even more embarrassing. So I'd just rather vote for the candidate that has a 6% shot at winning. Because he's a nice guy who took the time to talk to me, who didn't treat me disrespectfully in any way, shape, or form. He respected my time, and you know what? He's got a good platform.
Illogical language, and those are the waters she's swimming in. So I think that's part of why she's coming.
At Pep Talks, please hear this appropriately. I appreciate you, Kois. You have all moral justification to be pissed and hold her accountable for these transgressions, but Face will be the victim in this biting fest. Don't stop rant. Hold her to task, especially if she makes it into office. Yep.
Come into office and been much more aggressive than I expected her to be.
They're all Jennifer Welch now.
Yep.
Everybody's Jennifer Welch now.
Yep, that's exactly right.
It's that meme of MAGA saying, what radicalized you to a lefty? And they get close and they say, you.
It's
true.
I don't know if I've seen that meme.
Oh, you haven't seen that one?
No.
Yeah.
Do you think that will burn out though, guys? Like, kind of a double question, but like, once Trump is gone or like in his lame duck period, and then it's just kind of about like the future, it seems to me that the biggest enemy
seems like respect is dismissed over aggressive disrespect. Yes.
Still for
the thing is, again, I never once made it like I was gonna do a gotcha or any of that bullshit. Again, now here's the possibility. They saw my podcast or they saw my show and they were like, we don't want to be associated with that. Fine. Just say so. And then I would still ask my questions. I don't care about being on the record. Again, I haven't said what Dan has said off the record. Except for what he didn't say, which I feel is fair.
Or like,
but yeah, man.
People,
I'm in a really fucking rare position right now. I'm gonna recognize just how fucking rare of a position this is to be a fucking voice on the left. Even I'm a very, very, very minor voice on the left, but I'm growing. You know, I'm making my way through this fucking space that is political YouTube. But I also genuinely care. Like I've lived here my entire life. I grew up in the same district, except for when they did some fuckery. I technically grew up in District 7, which is really fucked up because it was just like, like the way that they kind of moved it. I was like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, shit. Like, when they did the shift, I got some candidates back that I voted for in my very first election where I was just like, oh, that's odd. It's just like, I live many miles away from this now, but cool. Well, then it happened again. And you know what? I think that I have good representation. Jan has actually been good representation. She has a good record. Like, has she been milquetoast Demi at some points? Yes. Does she have a very strong progressive record? Yes.
But like you guys.
But this is where, again, Dan has her endorsement, but I cannot vote for Daniel Biss if he will not just overtly say that he will sanction Israel. I don't care. Like, the Iron Dome stuff, okay, it can be used as leverage, but I think that that's not as important as just doing overall sanctions. Like, yes, that can be part of that, and I understand that, but it like for this specific situations, if he would just say, yes, I would vote to sanction Israel. It's like, okay.
As on the left is
but if he gives me that politician bullshit answer,
is like the Democratic Party still, and them trying to kind of like, like
luck.
sweep it all under the rug and like keep it moving, keep things running along.
But I'm also recognizing that I'm part of a race that is going to be won by a margin of a couple thousand votes.
And I feel that a lot with the term like progressive, and I wonder what you guys thought about that, but like progressive is like not a word that
not a small voice if you're one in half a dozen people wanting your support. Yeah, I know.
I usually like.
Yeah, we have 16 people running right now,
rocking with candidates, because it kind of just means like I'm for the good stuff.
What's the main issue in my district right now? Economy.
Not the bad.
It's literally the economy, taxes,
that stuff, and that could mean we need to do a more refined capitalism. We need to do.
People hate to hear it, but it's true.
Liberal Zionism. We need to.
Also, ICE has been a increasing problem in our community.
To be progressive, but that can mean all sorts of things in an umbrella that is kind of pretty vague. And I feel like people that like are actually on like the hardcore.
Who has the best proposals? Honestly, Mike Simmons.
Or left as candidates. Like
Mike Simmons has he does have the best proposals because he understands what we need. Like, he's got Zoran-esque stuff where he's like, yeah, we need to invest in public transport. We need to actually, like, get some of our trains running before 2029. That was a big one. Again, not a lot. And I think that he's trying to do the thing where he wants to run locally and for this seat, too, because he understands that he could still technically win in the state house, too.
Like
he's a great guy.
Should probably
real nice dude.
Like I don't know. They need to maybe like
honestly, if Kat wasn't in this race, he would be the number 3. And that's also why I was like, oh, so she came from Texas. She has a social media following, and her boyfriend is the head of The Onion.
think do away with the
not a millionaire bullshit
term, because it basically opens the
unless she broke up with that guy, I don't want to fucking hear that.
Door to a lot of hacks.
I don't see anybody really using it anymore much. I do see people sort of embracing.
Boyfriend's literally one of the richest men in Chicago.
What
are you talking about?
Her ad. It was in Kat's ad.
Okay. But I think to answer your question, I think the Epstein class has radicalized people in a way that previously, we couldn't have imagined, because now they see like the harsh truth of class politics in a way that they couldn't have conceived of before, where they're like actually pedophile, rapist, sadists, and they're all working in tandem with each other, and they show class solidarity. And I think that made a lot of people go, oh, like those are the villains. It's not the trans people. It's not the immigrants. It's not black people. It's not liberal. Like they are the villain, and it's crystallized now. So to answer your question, I think when Trump's gone, there might be like a slight reduction in the sort of
Joni Ernst is
anger that we're seeing now, but at the same time, there's so many other villains. I mean,
I still have to. I'm gonna be voting, I think, for Raja though. So Dick Durbin's seat is also up. And I think that Raja's going to get it.
Shit, Stephen Miller gets people just as pissed off as Donald Trump does. Elon Musk gets people just as Kristi Noem. Like, they're all so demonic that I'm not sure. I think this might be here to stay, this sort of revolutionary energy. And you saw, the right had their Tea Party moment, and then the Tea Party parlayed itself into MAGA, right? And so now we're going to see the left-wing Tea Party, and that's going to parlay itself into what? President Graham Plattner? Who's based and delivers and is the next FDR. I think we could be on the precipice of something incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking right now at News Nation.
Or not the guy that had a fucking tattoo. Can we get a better... Jesus Christ, can we on the left actually get somebody that we can all stand behind?
And has
that doesn't have something stupid that everybody can focus on that will become the main issue. Again, AOC's got her stupid answer with Taiwan. He's got his Nazi tattoo. What? And the thing is, we don't have good fucking like retorts to that. Like, oh, fuck you, he's a better candidate, or oh, he's not the same person, or any of that shit. Like, honestly, this is where we do suck. I will just admit it, we suck.
JD Vance's punchable ass face on there, and that's who they're gonna probably put up. And
and somehow, some way, it's gonna work. That's the bitch about the Republican Party, is they are good at the marketing side of things.
Inspires a lot of hatred and disgust as well. And
I think it's Rubio.
You think it's Rubio? I don't know. We'll see. Since Teal is backed JD Vance, and the old tech oligarchs are like in control, I still think it'll probably be JD Vance, but who knows? Anyway, either one of them is very much hated, although I do think JD Vance is probably hated a little bit harder than Marco Rubio.
Yeah.
But I think you're right to identify the danger here, that you could have someone like a Gavin Newsom who is sort of rhetorically
tours as a merc have something to do with it.
Fierce in certain ways that's appealing to people. But I come back to that clip we played with like Kat and Daniel Biss and that other lady. And it just becomes very clear when you have them all lined up together and they're asked direct questions and one person has a direct answer and the other ones are all like flailing around and trying to wordsmith it and, use some like focus tested answer to gloss over what they actually think. I just don't think people are buying that anymore, and the other piece is that.
Yeah, Crystal, you also don't know dick about this constituency and who was actually watching that interview. That was Fox 32, so there was maybe 1,200 people actually watching it.
The mechanisms of manufacturing consent, namely like MSNBC and CNN and the New York Times and the Washington Post, that worked so effectively in 2016 and worked again so effectively in 2020, they just don't have the juice that they used to. This time it's going to be people like Jennifer Welsh. It's going to be the Pod Save Bros who are with Abdul.
Sure.
It's going to be...
No, it's not. No, it's not. Not in that race. No, it's not. No, it's not. You overemphasize how important you fuckers are to some of these spaces. No, nobody's watching Breaking Points. Nobody's watching Hassan that lives in this fucking district that can actually move the needle. That's the problem.
It's going to be us. Like,
fucking Christ. All it would take is me going out there and just like going to one of these local campaign events and just being like, listen, I'm a smaller YouTuber, but I'm throwing my hat behind Kat because you know what? She did XYZ. I automatically have more clout than fucking Hassan does in that moment because I can actually move voters. But fuck you.
Who are helping.
You know what? No, not taking that one back.
To shape, and the Midas Touch guys who have turned out to be pretty decent, that they're going to be the ones shaping the narrative about who the party actually needs.
It was pretty based. Yeah, he's actually a really dude. The nice part is, after all this is done, I have a feeling that like Mike Simmons will be on this show.
And that gives me confidence.
Right now, he's kind of worried about like his position in this, and he even said he was just like
confidence that we're going to end up in a better place.
At least his campaign had the balls to say it.
But the risk is definitely.
I get it. My show's called High on Politics. You don't want to necessarily be associated with that. Fine.
There, no doubt about it.
That's why with Kat, I did Propaganda. I booked her on Propaganda on this space. I may have name dropped the letter hack and just been like, hey, you know what? You know, we've had some people on here. We got some people on here that you recognize that you probably know, but okay. Champagne socialists sell it to China. I mean, honestly, dude, it's getting harder and harder to fucking argue against that. Be right back.
By the way, your goalie played not bad.
Howie, say hi. Howie, say hi to him.
How you doing, Don? I have seen hockey goalies have slightly worse games. Unbelievable, and you were all unbelievable. And that team is pretty good you played. I don't know if it's not going to begin anytime soon, right? And, you know, I tell you what, I just told my people 2 minutes ago, I didn't know they'd be calling. I said, we're giving the State of the Union speech on Tuesday night. I could send a military plane or something, but if you would like to, it's the coolest night, it's the biggest.
We're in.
Yeah.
Can you pick us up in Miami on Tuesday morning? Yeah, Tuesday morning. Close the northern border.
After Team USA won, the President of the United States would go on to diss the women's hockey team.
We'll get cash and we'll get the military to get you guys over.
Let's go.
Boys are going to the State of the Union. The nice thing about being president is I can tell you, you don't have to worry about the weather or landing. So we don't care if it's snowing, if it's the worst blizzard, we'll be sailing through that sucker just like you did in the ice.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Now, we'll do it at the White House anytime. What would really be cool, and we'll do the White House the next day, we'll just have some fun. We have medals for you guys. And we have to, I must tell you, we're going to have to bring the women's team. You do know that. I do believe I probably would be impeached, okay?
It would only get worse with the Hughes brothers laughing along. Today, the cleanup session is in full swing.
Quinn, Jack mentioned the celebration you had with the women's hockey team. They've said they're not going to be able to go to the State of the Union tonight. Will you guys be going?
Larkin broke my heart with this shit.
I don't know how much
I watched Larkin get lit the
to say, but
dude, he got fucking just railed at a Ice Hogs game. He was playing for the Grand Rapids Griffins.
yes, and
I watched him get just absolutely smashed against the fucking glass.
yeah, we're excited to go. I mean, it's something you don't get to do.
Larkin.
I don't know what today is every Tuesday, but yeah, but it's gonna be stuff for us. But I'm glad you mentioned the women's team again. We're extremely happy for them. Obviously, a lot going on social media right now surrounding our team and their team.
This is a giant FU to Quinn Hughes, who, get this, might like getting his salad tossed. Now, their mother came to their defense.
I think at the end of the day, it's just about the country. And the moment that these players, both the men and women...
Simmons even voted for migrants' rights, working for legislation for working. So he's really cool. Yeah.
Women.
Like I said, no, out of all the candidates, Mike deserves to win. If Kat didn't choose this district, he would be the front runner. But here we are.
Can bring so much unity.
Whatever,
to
man.
a group and to
Whatever.
a country. People that cheered
The
on
more
the
I've talked about it, the more I've kind of made my mind up.
watch hockey. People that have politics on one side or on the other side. And that's all both the men's team and the women's team care about. If you could see what we see from the inside.
Stop here. We did though. Like we saw Kash Patel, all 5'0" of him, a man in a position of power to actually do something about a global pedophile ring. And instead he sat on his hands and literally kicked his feet up. And he has slammed beers like he played for the team. And in that call, we saw the deep-seated misogyny in not just the president, but the players and even some coaches in their reaction. And we even
E-tracing?
Brady Kachuk.
E-tracing was literally to kind of trace serial numbers to if they cross state lines like into Indiana, because we had a really big problem where a bunch of Indiana gangs were trafficking guns from Illinois gun stores, even though, get this, Indiana has more lax gun laws, right?
Fuck. Say, close the northern border.
So he wanted to institute e-tracking so we could get around some of that bullshit and also protect legal gun owners in Illinois who did the right thing, got their FOID card and all that.
He is the captain of the Senators.
No, I know. Sorry if I'm coming across condescending. I'm actually kind of like angry now like that I've talked this out and I realized I'm like, oh, yeah, Kat's no different than any other politician in my position. Like, she is trying to take advantage of the fact that, you know, I've already like a leftist. So you're not going to vote for the leftist candidate? Well, yeah, no, I am.
In Ottawa,
We'll see what happens in the fucking general, though.
He's north of the border. So
this sucks. This entire time she has been campaigning. I've been behind her. I went to one of her earliest fucking campaign campaign stops, and
I mean, we actually saw inside, and it is disgusting.
It's telling women everywhere that your excellence is conditional, that your success is smaller, that it's only important if a man deems it to be so. I'm sure you've seen that clip.
Hey, find content like this anywhere else.
Clip of Team USA and Trump making light of the fact that the women's hockey team was also invited to the White House. And this is not about
I also noticed that there's not a lot of, hubbub around the other candidates that are, all over Chicago that are just outside of my district.
It's not a partisan issue. It's about the message it's sending. When a woman wears USA across her chest to represent this country, it means just as much as a man doing it. It's the same 5 a.m. practices, the same sacrifices that they're making, the same pressure that they're under to perform at the highest level. And guess what? The jersey doesn't recognize your gender. And when that achievement becomes a joke, that sends a message. Because young women are watching, and now I'm thinking about my daughters. What are they learning in that moment? That even if you're the best of the best, you've reached the highest level of competition, your successes and your accomplishments, they still come with an asterisk. It's telling women everywhere that your excellence is conditional, that your success is smaller, that it's only
But yay, Trump's America.
important if a man deems it.
I don't want trans people in my daughter's sports, but I also don't actually give a shit if my daughter did reach the highest level, because I would still just be like, if the men did it, it means more.
To be so.
Yeah, that's what this is.
This is not just about hockey. This is about young women.
Yeah, but I'll keep it to hockey, because trust me, hockey dads, they get it.
Believing that they're only allowed to be a certain amount of successful, that their accomplishments can only get so far, but they will never outweigh that.
I'm sorry, guys. You brought out the spice tonight. Like, ooh.
Male counterparts.
I'm in a different mood now.
If our culture shrugs at women winning on the world stage, that trickles down everywhere. As the father of 2 daughters, I'm not okay with that, and you shouldn't be okay with this either.
One hockey podcast meeting the moment.
Did you see Brady smash himself in the face with his stick? Yes, I did. That's also why I always wore a full cage, and I got made fun of it.
Kash Patel can't come in.
When I started playing, post high school hockey, which was essentially intramural like bullshit. I never played college or any of that. But at that point, you had a bunch of dipshits that were just wearing fucking half visors. They thought they were Alexander Ovechkin or whatever. They thought that they were gonna like be training to get into the NHL. Which fuck that, dude. Wear your cages.
You bring the literal FBI director.
You know how many teeth I've watched just fucking exit a dude's mouth because he decided to wear a half shield, and it happened. Not even on something cool. It happened on a fucking face-off.
Who is?
Because what the number one thing that happens is when you're facing off. All right. You know what? Fuck this. Give me 1 second. little hockey lesson. All right. So, ignore the fact that this is a goalie stick. When you're taking your face off, right? A lot of guys, you see how this is like bent out? Because we hold our sticks like this, especially if you're like on the left or the right, or like the left or center. So centers, they'll usually square up like this and kind of like drop down to kind of get the puck out to a direction. So say I'm playing left wing, right? I'll be waiting. I'll still have my hand down, but my hand is so much lower. So what ends up happening is you'll go to collect the puck and then you lift up. You know how many times I've gotten this in my cage where it's goal? That's why you don't do that shit. And that's why only hot shots lose their teeth. It's not a badge of honor, it's dumbassery.
It's viewed widely, globally, as a like MAGA
Except for that.
puppet. Then we have to fucking talk about that guy's there, and then it becomes political. This Cash Patel thing, man, that was avoidable.
Definitely. He's not a background character in the scene. He is a main character in the celebration of Team USA moments after they won their first fucking gold medal in 46 years.
My only real reaction to all of this is like, Cash Patel, you're a nerd. Like, that guy you're not cool. I have
hockey dental plan. That's why I got all my chiclets.
Especially when I was a kid, like such a reverence for athletes. These guys are cool to me. And you're hanging out with losers. Like,
my dentist actually made a joke about that while I was doing my filling the other day.
I feel
like
like
he's just like, how have you played hockey for over 20 years and you still have all your teeth? I'm like, because I never took the cage off.
Nobody wants sports to be detached from politics as much as athletes do. And whenever they're asked about politics, they give like these nothing burger answers most of the time, just so that they can like,
what up, Dieter?
Stay away from it.
I just gave a hockey lesson.
And then the second that they have the biggest accomplishment of their athletic lives, they invite a guy in who inherently makes the conversation turn political.
How old am I? 39.
And puts them in a place where they don't want to be.
The show, What Chaos?
Jones once said it.
Sorry if I'm derailing. I just like talking hockey. So
Democrats are evil. Republicans are evil. But only one party is actively making it harder for you to vote. Like, I don't, ultimately, at the end of the day, don't give too much of about
seeing the goalie stick got me perked up.
Who's good and who's bad. I care about how it affects not just. I hardly care how it affects
actually here. Check this
out. I
out.
care how it affects the masses.
I'll flex a little. So you see this signature right there? This is Scott Darling's. As you can see, this is one of his actual sticks that he had. So, during the 2015 season, now I'm gonna just fuck it. I'll just say it. I'm friends with Scotty. Like I've done multiple camps with him. I used to work events with him while he was with the Ice Hogs. So when he gave me this, we went to his car, and he's just like, so you want this? I'm like, yeah, sure. He's just like, you want me to sign it? I'm like, you might as well. I'm like, very worst case, I tape it off and use it. And he was just like, whatever, man.
How it affects people that are disadvantaged. Because I have a heart. Sue me. I'm a woke lib, and I don't find.
I also have Garrett Sparks from the Toronto Maple Leafs. He gave me a chest protector.
Your dumb jokes funny, and more important.
He said that mine was paper thin, and I took a fucking slap shot right to the side of my bicep. Dude, my entire bicep was fucking black.
Don't give a solitary what you think. You're a goddamn.
Oh yeah. That was Clint Malerchuk. If you're talking about the one from like the 90s, I actually know Clint Malerchuk too.
Who like I don't give a.
I may not have ever played like any professional league hockey, but I know guys.
People in the chat calling me woke, calling me stupid, calling me. I don't give a. I don't give a solitary. I think at the end of
you're glad dude
the
made
day,
it. Oh yeah,
people that
Clint's cool
disagree with me on this stuff.
Yeah, he owns a farm and shit.
Are dumb. You're a stupid person. I think you're stupid. You can think I'm stupid, but I don't give a about your opinion. And the fact that you're in this chat,
Yeah, that's Clint. His name's Clint Malerchuk. He used to play for the Buffalo Sabres.
or on Twitter,
That's one. He almost died.
saying that
Yeah, his throat was completely sliced by a skate.
I'm stupid means that you clearly give about mine.
It's why all goalies wear a neck protector, including myself.
I wouldn't watch your goddamn podcast, and you're here watching ours. So go f yourself.
Yeah, Sean.
You got a Sherwood? Nice. I got a Coho upstairs. I got a fucking Coho Yamir Yager. It's one of my favorite sticks I've ever owned.
The women, meanwhile, are having their say.
And you know what? Motherfuckers, that thing has been through probably 200 games. Never broke.
They declined the invitation or whatever invitation they received to the State of the Union. No
I'll bring it downstairs for the next drink.
there. They did, however, get a different invitation from one half of...
If I had to be honest, though, the stick that I use when I'm playing out is my Jonathan Taves Bauer composite stick.
Public Enemy.
Still hasn't broken. God damn, I love the lift on it.
Flavor Flav.
It's got that fucking Bobby Hall lift where it's got that nice curve where it's just like, what? If you don't know. So, like, guys, what they would do, like, you kind of see it on this, like, the way that it's, like, kind of curved like that. So, like, on a normal stick, they'll heat it up and they'll curve it even more because it'll give the puck some lift.
Meanwhile, you know who's been really silent? Riley Gaines, the Protect Women's Sports person and the Protect Women's Sports crowd. And we must protect the sanctity of women's sports. You guys are silent in all of this. When a woman is disrespected for being an athlete, for playing sports.
Again, goddamn, her face to fucking head ratio is insane. And people are just like, she's hot. I disagree. She always looks like she fucking just saw something. Or no, like literally, she looks like you just asked her, what's 2 + 2? And then in her brain, she's just like, potato.
I thought you guys stood up for her, but no, it was just about going after trans people and the LGBTQ plus community. And my God, it was sincerely a grift. Some have even dunked on the viewership numbers between the WNBA and National Hockey League, to each their own, of course. Now, the Hugheses would try their best to right a wrong here. Speaking to the Daily Mail, Jack would say, people...
I love hockey, never played, but it's my kind of sport.
Are so
I fucking love
negative out there, and they're just trying to find a reason.
Trust me, I would play tomorrow if I didn't have the issues I have.
To put people down and make something...
I got the worst type of injury. I got fucking concussions. The ones you can't see.
Out of almost nothing.
I've been thinking about playing men's league again. We'll see.
Relationship with them over the course of being in the athletes' village. I think we're so tight with their group. After we won the gold medal, we were in the cafeteria.
You played with the Heaton
at 3 a.m. in the morning with them, and we go from there. Pack our bags.
Really? Oh no, shit! You like Brodeur?
Bags. We're on the bus.
Fuck yeah! I was an Eddie Belfour guy. Hey, I was Eddie Belfour and Patrick Waugh. My goalie number is 33 because of Patrick.
People are so negative about things. I think everyone in that locker room knows how much we support them, how proud we.
I love some Marty, man. I really do. I do. Marty Brodeur is a fucking solid-ass guy, too.
I'd like to give a big congratulations.
Michael Layton, if you guys don't know who he is, another goalie that I have been lucky enough to skate with and just, yuck about with. Michael Layton is the guy that lost the Philadelphia Flyers the Stanley Cup to Patrick Kane's magic goal in 2010.
Congratulations for sharing a cafeteria.
And oh boy, I let him know that. Dude, I had him sign a fucking Philly Flyers jersey. He was mad at me.
It's a big step. People are so negative online.
I loved it though. He did it. He was actually really cool. Like, really? It's like, yeah.
My brother in Christ, have some introspection.
Concussions creep up on you later in life. Yeah, I know. That's what happened to me.
Try to understand where people are coming from.
I took most of my concussions when I was in my 20s, but then I took a real bad one when I was playing a men's league game, of all things.
Instead of digging your heels in there, because, my God, you are muddying them even more than they have to be. They are getting roasted in their comment section for the videos that came.
I mean, honestly, they're getting roasted by a lot of people. And I mean a lot of people that just, even passively watch hockey. Some of the people that are, more right-wing in my, hockey team's space, I guess. Guys that I've just played with throughout the years. I'm, part of, a bunch of, these little, tech circles or whatever. Even they were saying how, like, yeah, it was embarrassing that Cash was there, so it's kind of nice to hear that in, like, the mainstream there. One of my worst ones, I just did by accident. I was skipping as a kid and then tripped over my own foot, smashed my head into the concrete. Yeah. The worst is when you take one of those fucking concussions and it's not even on the ice. One of the worst injuries I ever had. I hate to admit this, but it's true. I was going to a hockey game, like my own game. I was getting out of my car, popped the back hatch. I go to pull my bag out. I don't know what happened, but I stepped back and my ankle rolled. Yeah, that sucked. I couldn't play. We didn't have a backup goalie, by the way. This was during a men's league game, which is even worse. And yeah. I got to sit there and just fucking lament the fact that I was stuck there. I couldn't figure, like, I was like putting it off. I'm like, I don't know if I should go to the hospital or not. I agree with the last comment on the screen. Canada should have won. I mean, they took it to overtime, and Taves had that goal. Devin had that goal, man. Which, again, baby Taves, what are you doing? If that was your older brother, you would have had it. Bent your leg backward. Oh! There's not... Dude, I had robo-knees for that shit. Like, so I've brought this up. I played with a guy that was in his 70s, one of my first years in men's league. And, he told me one of the dumbest things he ever did was not wear extra protective equipment. And he told me that what Marian Hossa, one of my favorite hockey players, was wearing, like, he showed me that they were like these, it was like compression guards that had, like the metal posts in it that like had the, God, what do you call it? Like, it's like a pivot joint. Best things I ever wore. I never had a knee injury in all of my hockey, like my men's league hockey career after that. Luckily, I didn't have any in my pre-men's league hockey. Again, I somehow got lucky. I've never broken a bone. I have, I didn't lose any teeth. Yeah. Like, I'm a rarity in hockey, man. I really am. But I sprained a whole bunch of shit. So, like, anytime that the weather starts changing, I get a little bit of a, stiff wrist here. I got a knee injury that comes back every once in a while. The worst one was the ankle, the one that I just told you about, because the doctor said that I would have been better off had it broke. Because he was just like, oh yeah, this isn't gonna heal right. I was just like, oh shit. Those ankles swell huge at times. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I get that. When I put it on my shoe, I'm just like, God damn it, dude. One of the worst ones I ever had. This wasn't like a long-term injury by any means, but when I was playing in net, I took a slap shot to my toe, and I had a sick deflection, but immediately felt it, where I was just like, I think I'm bleeding. It's like, I think I'm bleeding. And like, I looked at the ref, I was like, hey man, I think that I'm bleeding. Like, I think my toe is bleeding. He's just like, keep your skate on. I was like, well, he's like, the blood is gonna, like, it's not gonna escape. You're fine. If it bleeds through the skate, then we can call the game. I'm like, call the game? No. We were only like halfway through the second period at that point. So I played the entire game, got back to the locker room, and I'm literally just sitting there on the bench, and I'm like, so when you're a goalie, obviously you got your pads on. So I unwrap my pads, right? Throw the pad down, and there's the last strap where I was just like, ooh, I'm scared to see what's about to come from this. Unstrap it, and then I unfucking do my lace. And as I'm undoing my lace, I can feel my toe just go. It just fucking swell. I was like, oh no. I pulled off the skate, and it was full of blood. I'm like, god damn it. Yeah, that was another one where I was just like, okay, guys, not sure if I'm going to be able to play next week. Goalie not holiday? Yeah. Goalie is... Oh, wait. Is that how goalie can move like those in pads? I wonder, because they look so bulky. A lot of goaltending is like sliding. So number one, your skates are bigger. So on modern goalie skates, you have like a protector on your toe, right? And then like on newer goalie pads, you can also like, the way that I did it is I would tie my pads a little bit looser. So like you have a lace at the bottom of your pads because it gives it like a little bit of it's rotation. Like I saw too many goalies that had like their pads like tied way too tight because let's see if I can do this. Oh my God, let's see. I hope I don't hurt myself. All right. All right. This is gonna hurt. I haven't done this in a minute. So when you're going in for like just say they're coming in center mass, right? Kind of want to you go out, you fade back, and then depending on where they like drop the shot, you want to drop down like this. Ooh, I still got it. Okay. Here, let's see. Okay. So you see the way that I'm kind of sitting where like I got my feet butterflied out. My pads would be angled like this. Get out a pillow. I haven't got anything in here. Yeah, but I do have my stick. Okay. So go like this, obviously. When I have my pads on, I would like to kind of keep my elbow tucked, but also keep this out. So I could always go like, my pad. When I wore all my gear, I would be a lot more... I look a lot bigger when I'm in my gear. But... So you go like that. Like that. This is the way that you can kind of just have a good angle on any shooter. And right there, that just made me really miss it. Damn, there's some nice pants. Oh, thanks. I got $20 from, 32 degrees or some shit? These are sweatpant jeans. Happy to, say what, from winger to playing net? Yeah. Yeah, one of my teams when I was a kid, because I played for a park district, they said that we would be disqualified if we didn't have a goalie. And I had already played defense. Like I was a role player that you literally you could put me anywhere. Like I could play center. I preferred left wing because I know how to track, two-way. Like I know how to fucking shut down their good shooters, but I also know how to get around their defense. Craziest save you did or saw made? I had a Hallebuck save where they were about to cross the line and I fucking just whacked it with my stick. It was complete luck save. My prettiest save, I have it on video somewhere. I should find this. The guy had my defense completely beat. Didn't this nice little pretty deke around, and he fires it right from the point, and I just gloved that motherfucker, just windmill style, just yow! Did this fucking right in front of his face. That was one of the nicest ones. And I remember that one vividly, specifically because he was trying to impress his kid, and I was just like, not today, motherfucker. It was mild, but having a concussion is it's no matter where you are, even if you recognize it, it feels like everything's foreign. Yeah. No, been there. Like I said, I'm at that point where I've been told that I probably shouldn't play hockey in general, but I've asked my doctor, and I had a recent MRI that came back with some promising results where they said that I don't have swelling or anything like that. They just said, yeah, you don't want to take another one. I'm like, yeah. So if I play out, or if I play again, I'll likely be playing out, just on like some bullshit men's league team. But who cares? I just want to go play. I miss it so goddamn much. I freaking love this guy. Hey, there's the part of me that kind of wants to go get the leg pads just so I could show you exactly how a butterfly save is done. Because the butterfly save is still one of these, it's one of the most timeless ones. What I hate is what they call the VH. I don't like the VH saves. Because it keeps you, like, what ends up happening, so, like, shit. You know what? I can do this. Yeah, don't need the pads for this one. What I do need is stands. Okay, so the VH is, see how I got my one leg down? This leg would be completely out, but I'm kind of keeping it lower so I can kind of slide over to the post. But the problem is when you slide over to the post, you're leaving all this space. Like, say, this cup is the net, right? You're leaving all this space, but then you, over here and over here. You have a lot of space, and then, God forbid that somebody catches you on a bad angle. So. So, for me, personally, I would do like a half VH. Just realized. University always expanding. I should mess with everybody. Start my my stream in full gear. Ready to go, guys. Team USA called. I'm on the B team for the Paralympics. There's something I wasn't telling you guys. But yeah, no, I don't know. I was one of those guys that just, I loved hockey so much that, again, I'd play any position. I reffed. You know, you want to talk about the thankless job in hockey? Become a USA ref. It sucks. It sucks. Nothing is worse than reffing a middle schooler game. Not even high school, middle school, fucking 7th to 8th grade. I don't know what the fuck is up with those parents, but god damn, it's almost like because they don't have the experience going into the high school games, because like obviously, you know, your kid's been playing for a little bit, you're gonna act a little bit better, but fuck, man, those parents sucked. I can't tell you how many times I had fucking meetings at my locker room, like at the ref's locker room, where there would be a fucking angry ass dad pounding on the door, and me and my linesman would just be like, oh, here we go. No, not even kids. No, the kids never had a problem. The kids would always tell their parents to shut the fuck up. Some ref just got banned today, or banned for life today or yesterday. Really? No shit. Dude, reffing soccer game at that age, parents are fucking nut. Yeah, dude. No, dude. So my brother, he was an umpire, right? Nah, dude. Like, we've talked about this. Like, it's insane. It's fucking insane. The balls that parents have. And, dude, for some reason, I'm not trying to overgeneralize here, but fucking A, man. Suburban white moms that have, like, little Timmy, Timmy Skater. Oh, God forbid you fucking give their kid a penalty. Shit. Anyway, wow, I just stun locked so hard on that entire segment. I don't know, guys. I don't think I've talked a lot of hockey on here. Like realistically, I haven't talked like a lot about like my career outside of just I played intramurals and again because I didn't go to a normal high school, so I always had to play on a park district team. So I always had, again, mixed gender. So anytime people are just like, I don't want my daughter play with a trans person because they might not have the same. Fuck you. Put your daughter in intramural hockey. If she's not one of the top scorers, then I'm sorry. Your daughter just might not be that great. Also, same with your sons. Also, can we just like all agree that if you're a coach, can you stop like trying to make your kid the best like person on the team? They don't want to be. Half the time they don't even want to play. God damn, I can't tell you. Like when I was a kid, when I got to my fourth team, I realized that it was the same thing. Coach's kid, captain of the team, which you get to that point, it is bullshit. But he didn't even want to play. Like I remember we were playing Sega at his house and he was just like, I don't even want to, like my dad makes me play. It's just like, oh shit. Yeah, I don't know what that's about, but love pep stories. Oh, thanks, man. Living vicariously through your children is the American way. Not my dad. Not my dad. I think I might have told this story before, but my dad, his favorite picture of me is when I was playing soccer. I was like 5, and I was playing at the Park District, and I was the goalie. And it's a perfect silhouette shot where you got my dad going like this. Right? So here. Like this. Meanwhile, here's me playing in net. Watching the ball go in the net. So it's a picture of my dad going, that's my boy! I don't think my dad would have known what to do with like a all-star sports kid. Because my brother, I should say at the time, because my brother's actually really good at baseball. Like he's good at almost every sport he's ever picked up. We used to play hockey together. I took him to a bunch of like those. Actually, like when they would have father-son clinics, my dad didn't skate, so I would always go to those father-son clinics with my kid brother. And it was kind of funny when you know what? Fuck it. I'll just tell the story. So my brother went to a Trump rally during 2020, right? And he was about to go to this, like, it was one of his last, like, big hurrahs as far as being, like, it wasn't like high school baseball, but what is it called? Double A or like, it was one of those ones where it's like, you could technically make it. So he goes to a Trump rally. He got COVID. Not only did he get COVID, he has long COVID, still has it. Like he still has the symptoms. Like this kid, I watched him being able to run a fucking mile in no time at all. He could outskate me at any fucking point. Not anymore. Like this kid could barely make it up the stairs without fucking being winded. So, just gotta say, man, that was interesting. That's my boy. Yeah, that was my dad. And the funny part is, if you guys have kind of caught the vibe of my pops, especially like through the Mexico stuff, like my dad was just stuck in Mexico during the cartel stuff. Yeah, this is very much how he is. My dad's a trip, bro. I don't think I would be who I am without him, because like half of it is like you just have to laugh off life, but at the same time, I don't know, man. He did kind of just give me I don't give a fuck like at all. So I with like the cat stuff and going back to the politics just for a second here, I don't give a shit. I genuinely don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if some manager gets a hold of me and says, my client doesn't want to fucking come on your show because you say XYZ. Good. Don't want them. you know, same with the candidates. It's like, oh, we feel like you're a detriment to our candidates or blah, blah, blah. Like, that did not happen with Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, but I'll just say, like, if it did, I would understand. What a weird place to be in. You have to say. Sorry, is there a hockey channel in Discord? I don't think so. There should be. The old man go wherever he wants. The thing is, they did. It's when they burnt his building, when they firebombed his building, he was pissed. He got mad about that one. Because he was just like, the fuck, guys? What he said while he was in Mexico sounds like what I'd say. I mean, dude. He was just like, what the fuck am I supposed to... Yeah. No, he's very much like... All right, you know what? Fuck it, I'll just say it. My dad is the realest motherfucker I've ever known. And I've always wanted to strive to be like that. Because that's the one thing that I truly admire about my dad, is that he has never once held his tongue, especially when somebody was trying to big dick him. No. And I respect the shit out of that. I love my dad. I'll just say it. I love my dad. He's a good guy. He's just been... You should just make a short calling out Kat about blowing off local constituents with no reason given. I should. Damn, Pep, that explains so much. It does. No, for real, man. It really does. Between my mom, like, and her quirkiness, and my dad and his... I'll just call it his quirkiness. Yeah, no. I didn't stand a chance, but that's also why my sister's funny as fuck, too. I'll just sit, like, as I keep saying, my sister's funnier than I am. Like, she is, yeah, she's a trip. I don't think there is a hockey channel, but we have a wrestling one. No, we're gonna add a hockey one. No, we're going to, because, yeah, no, I want to show some hockey fights. I'll post some clips from my old hockey games. Sounds like you had a breakthrough just now. You know what? Sometimes it happens. Here, let's see, actually. Hold on. Probably not gonna translate well. Oh shit, we still have a fucking... Oh! 9 years ago? Fucking A! Oh, it's crazy. Alright. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, is this during practice? No, this was a game. This was... Oh! Shit, this was a game during my old... so this was me versus my old team. Yeah, look at that man bun. That's right. Rock that shit. Let's see. Cam. Rep. Got a lot of fucking bullshit going on here. Fucking slow-mo here. Yeah, so you see the way that I'm like standing out here? This is the way that I was trained. So like, here's my crease. You can barely see it. I'd always stand at the top of my crease, and I'd always try to like gauge the play, and then just cut off the angle from whoever the fuck was like coming at me. Here, let's see. So if I recall, this game didn't actually have like a lot of shots on me. Here we go. No, we're gonna get shot. Nice. Nice little save. You're speaking Greek? Oh, it's all right. It's all right. We take for granted our camera definition now as opposed to back in the day. Yeah. Yeah, we do. Oh my God. God, yeah, dude. This was almost 10 years ago. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking nuts. But yeah. That's some hockey right there. Yeah. Battlefly, baby. Baby butterfly. This is really cool to have this footage. Yeah, my buddy Jeff, he was always on top of that shit, man. Like, he would always have like his little GoPro at our games. I was always surprised by that. All I know about hockey is that they fight and sometimes they kiss, and that's it. Kiss. Oh, you watch Heated Rivalry. I see how that is. Dude, I can only imagine being like a fucking, like, even a men's league player at this point where it's just like, you guys do the thing. It's like, what thing? It's like, the thing. You guys kiss? It's like, wait, what? Like, I don't think so. Yeah, let's see. Oh, God. I don't like this video. Fuck it. Let's see. Yep, that's me digging out of my net. That means that they scored. Shit. As a hockey player, it's been good recently. Oh, nice. I am not, so, I haven't actually watched it yet. I plan on it, but yeah, I heard that there's some intense scenes and shit that I'm just like, oh, okay. Not really my thing, but I'm also not one of those guys that's just like, oh my God, there's dicks on the screen. Whoa! I was watching a Game of Thrones episode with one of my friends. This was years ago. And I remember he was just like, oh, so we can't show boobs on screen as much anymore, but they're gonna go out here showing cocks? It's just like, it's an odd thing to recognize at that moment. Here's my favorite part about that. They came out later, so take that for what you will. Who's the Blackhawks rivalry with? The Blues. The Red Wings aren't in our division anymore, so the Blues. Do you think it would be a good idea to ask Daniel if he wins? Will he start up a mutual aid fund? How his cat is doing, because they're genuinely, that's one of the most amazing things. I'll ask him. You know what? I'll ask him that, because like I said, no matter what, yeah, on Sunday, I'm not going to record it. I'm going to be respectful, unless they say that I can. But yeah, I'm going to go meet with him on Sunday and see what happens. Pep, don't ban me. I'm a lifelong Wings fan. That's fine. You guys got Patrick Kane. What am I supposed to hate him? Dude, you guys haven't been good since you lost Nick Lindros. So, let's be honest. I'm only speaking the truth. Guys fucked up Nick Leddy, too. I'm mad about that one. Fuck, man. How the fuck you gonna fuck up Nick Leddy? Ah, God, he's such a good fucking... he's just so good at two-way play. Go for the Pep experiences, yeah. Since he's the front runner, it's important to pressure him on things that are beneficial for some people. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Babcock. Mike Babcock. God damn. That rivalry between him and fucking Joel Quenneville for a little bit. Ooh, those were good series. Yeah, now I'm just stun locking on hockey, and I don't care. I'll probably end this episode stun locking on hockey. Because, hey, you know what? US won gold. We can fucking stun lock on... I mean, look at this shit. I got my Stan Mikita's Donuts, which, again, if you're not a Wayne's World fan, like, come on. Not just Stan Mikita, which, if you don't know, that is who that little fucker right there is named after. Is Stanislav Mikita. A fellow Czech, by the way. That fucker. Nah, but you guys fucked up Marian Hossa. Like, you understand that you almost fucked up his career entirely. Like, because there was a short period of time where he was not going to sign with the Hawks, and if he hadn't done that, he would have never gotten his cup. That's what sucks. We should be flying high off of the men's and women's hockey. That's why Cash Patel being in the locker room genuinely pissed me off, because I was like, listen, politics aside, this shouldn't be about one, like, the president or the president's gang or any of that bullshit. And I think they realized they fucked up with that, because you do understand that this miracle team is always going to be defined by the fact that they let some shithead in who couldn't even fucking catch Charlie Kirk's actual killer. 4-2-0. Ooh. I'm gonna just step off cam here for a second. Give me one quick minute. Here, actually, I want to show you guys one of my prized possessions. If there is something I was going to grab from my burning home, it's this. My sister gave this to me after I won my first championship. I don't give a shit about the score, the pucks that have my scoring markers. I don't care about the shutouts. This is it. I love my sister. I'm lucky enough to have a very cool family. That, yeah, we've had problems like in the past and shit, but no, my sister's always been very supportive of me. Like I said, like when I won that championship, it floored me that she gave that to me, because I won my championship like 2 days before my birthday, so that was my birthday present. And she even said, she's like, I can't get you anything. And I was just like, you don't know what this means to me. So I don't think she watches my stream, so it's okay. If she does, and I get a phone call tomorrow, it's just like, that's even more cringe for me, where she'd just be like, oh, it's like, shut up. You're not supposed to know that I actually love you. You're supposed to think that I still think that you're a little shithead. She's my shithead. Nah, I got lucky. I got a good little sister, man. Like, she's hilarious. We have a good relationship, and also just in general, like, I mentioned she's hilarious, but she's also like kind of like me, where she, like, half of our like funny shit is from the fact that we just put ourselves in positions that we shouldn't be in. Yeah, quite a few stories. That's why I can't wait to get her on to talk about some of that stuff, man. Like, god damn, she has some really funny stories. Yes, there will likely be some embarrassment too for me, which I'm fine with. The big one was, I asked her, I'm like, hey, you think I should like try to get Dad on my show? And she was just like, no. She's like, no, absolutely not. He will fuck up. He will dox you by accident, and on top of that, he will also embarrass the shit out of you because he doesn't have a filter. I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. All right. What time is it? Oh, Jesus. Sorry, guys. I did a hockey stomach for a long time there. Yeah, I'm gonna chill for about another 5 minutes, but then I'm back. What's happening? Oh, Pinkerbell, you just missed, I was watching some of my old hockey videos. Actually, I found, footage from my old men's league team. And, yeah, we watched a little bit of that. I was explaining some of the finer nuances of the sport. And, yeah, my filter got left somewhere a long time ago. Yeah, me too. I know exactly when it happened. It happened when I turned 35, and I decided that I don't give a shit. I genuinely just don't give a shit. If you don't like me, you don't like me. Fine. Like, I'm not gonna chase like friends or any of that bullshit. If you like me and you enjoy the vibe, not even here, just in general, like in real life, cool. If you don't, all right, too bad. And the puck. Oh yeah. Here, actually, yeah, Pinkerbell. Here you go. Yeah, I was just showing everybody how I got a collection of hockey pucks for my hockey career. I got shutouts. I got some monumental goals scored, but this is the one that matters the most to me. My sister gave this to me on my birthday after I won a championship. And my favorite part is she took this from like our practice. So like this flew over the fucking the net. She collected this and then she did this. Yeah. She's a sweetie. As I was saying, she's a great sister. I'm very, very lucky. Now she would just, take a few days off, come visit her fucking older brother. That'd be nice. Wow, that's fantastic. I mean, I think I showed you guys the trophy. Yeah, because I remember somebody like in chat just being like, "Oh, this high school, look at this pee-wee level trophy." It's like, fuck you. It's like, so my league didn't have a lot of money. Go fuck yourself. I mean, did you guys see? Here, let's see. Because I think that we won this at this arena. Oh, no, we didn't. No, we didn't. That's not the arena. Although this ain't no arena, like, fucking sit there and be proud of. This place used to fucking have so much mold. It was wild. Here, let me show you. Actually, I can point to the locker room that had the mold. Here. So right here, this one had all the mold because you had the two locker rooms that were underneath the benches here, which was always fun. You see these speakers? These would always be blaring while we were trying to fucking get ready. Obviously, you got the Chicago fucking local team. Blackhawks, which was always cool because we were technically an official Blackhawks arena. So, had some cool shit with that. Yeah, look at that Pep. Look at that Pep just standing there watching that play. Intently. Did he really just fall? I didn't realize that. No. God, these guys suck. Oh my god, yeah, men's league was a trip, dude. Like, we would have guys that like played AAA hockey on our team, but then we would also have guys that just started playing because their brother gave them a pair of skates. So, yeah, it was always a fucking mix. That's the one thing I'll say about hockey. That's why I had a 70-year-old on my team, because we were just like, hey, whatever. Oh, that's fantastic. It's a fucking great sis right there. Oh, I'm sorry. When I go in, to someone's house and they have a massive trophy, I don't care what it's for. It's cringe. Oh. So am I not supposed to keep my trophy? Wait a minute. What? Bro, really? So I'm not supposed to keep my hockey trophy and my, because we had our season trophy, and then we have, well, I got a Pee-wee trophy too. Guy who played in college versus an accountant with anger issues. I mean, I kept my trophies just because they were the only things I ever won that I was like, oh, hell yeah, and they gave me the experience. Massive trophy, not any. I mean, it's a big one. It's a little... yeah, it's gaudy. I'll admit it is gaudy. Life's too short to not celebrate. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm kind of like, oh, fuck it, man. Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm proud of it. Oh, shit. Did you guys see this shit? I got some, remember that shirt I was wearing? Boom. By Daniel Warren Johnson. That is Brody King. Yes, this is an ashcan, what they call an ashcan comic. So this is a first print of the comic that Brody released. But I'll admit, I got it for the cover. Kick-ass art. Yeah, that's Daniel Warren Johnson. That's my boy, like literally. Friend of mine, hopefully friend of the show, because, yeah, I'm trying to get him on. He's a busy man. He's got Comic-Cons that he's attending, and he's got a huge project that he's doing right now that I have absolutely no interest in talking about, so... Specifically because, yeah, that could get me sued, so I'm not going to do that. It's easy. But yes, check out Daniel Warren Johnson's art, and in general, he's a pretty kick-ass, just like comic book writer, too. He did a Transformers arc that was just wrapped up. Robert Kirkman of Walking Dead, you know, he's the writer and creator of Walking Dead. He's the one that is now writing the same comic that Daniel just jumped off of. So check it out. But he's got here, actually, hold on. So he's got this awesome comic called Do a Power Bomb. Here, this is that was how we actually. Dude still needs to do a doodle on my cup. Yep. I heard power bottom. Do a power bomb. Power bomb. Like you know, lift him up and slam. Power bomb. There's a Hatter shirt I saw on TikTok somewhere. I said, don't bully me. Don't bully me, I'll come. That's hilarious. Don't bully me, I'll come. Yeah, that's... That is funny. Oh, I'm trying. You know what? Fuck it.
Initial momentum.
Again,
going.
and propaganda can be changed through debate.
You don't want people debating when you're giving them propaganda.
No, but you can't
want them
debate while
to
you propaganda.
receive the message. You want them to be primed for the message.
I understand.
So this is the show they want me to go on.
Well,
Then you could also, for social change, debate those people to change their opinion. Just tell them that they've been under the guise of propaganda.
We'll let it get to 9 minutes. See if we have a solo judge.
You can try, but guess who didn't show up for debate in 2020 when he was a big old potato?
What the fuck?
Or in 2024, Kamala Harris.
Everyone just be quiet for another minute. Let them go for another minute. We got a minute at it. Go ahead. Keep going.
She didn't want to debate nothing.
Then why would you bring these people on if you got another minute?
At all. And she only came up on the formal debate because she was just getting absolutely dragged.
Listen,
and really what it all came down to is those debates didn't mean nothing. Trump got elected.
I might have to pass on this.
Elected because I think of an assassination attempt.
Look at this.
And
Isn't about
mostly
it's about
because we all hate socialism and Kamala Harris.
Trench.
Disgusting.
This isn't about what.
Yo, dude. What the fuck? I don't think I'm gonna be on it with any. Well, I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna be on this.
President is debating who.
Social change will come.
I got invited to this shit. I'm like, I don't.
With your monkey theory, the leaders are going to debate.
There's no debating it. It has to be
the followers
command.
are going to follow.
You don't debate people to be a commander either. No commander's like, hey, debate me for command, bro. They just fucking lead from the fucking front.
Again,
and that's what the Abing.
Yeah, dude. Like, what is it about these guys that like they speak in literal like fucking talking points?
Guard does. The Abing guard isn't busy debating. It's out there in the fucking trenches.
With other commanders to make.
No, this is too many. Well, no, because like that's what's fucking me up. I think there is only 2 people debating, and then
make changes for their nations.
Commanding is about more or less the trial by fire. It's about.
Was it war or was it argumentation?
It was Pantera on fucking stage playing domination, dude. And they brought down the fucking wall. I'm being serious, bro.
I'm being serious.
Yes,
like
I'm
Reagan,
being dead ass serious, dude. American pop culture started
Reagan put his hand.
I'm good on that. Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm thinking no. Memorize dialogue trees. Yeah. I'm usually a fan of the Weirdos, but I don't know here. Pantera's a killer. I don't know. I don't know about that. I appreciate the invite, like, regardless, but fuck, man. There's a huge part of me that's just not interested in doing something like that, where I have, you know, like it's a blood sport thing. I don't know, man. Wait for one of them, yo. Whoa, Deuce. Mom, I told you we were doing a LAN party. We need more Mountain Dew. Mom, you said you were going to cater Taco Bell. Well, I thought you were going to have more than just Doritos. What are they even talking? I don't know. I honest to God don't know. That was weird. Like I said, I can say this much. I got an invite to that show. I was like, oh, cool. I am appreciative that that Speak and his audience, I guess, don't hate me. I'm not gonna say they like me, but I don't think they hate me. Yeah, nah, that's probably what I'll do. Yeah. I just don't think this will help me. Like, dude, I don't know. They want. The problem is, they're so good at commodifying leftists because like other debate channels do this shit too because like they cultivate their audience and their bubble, right? And then yeah, very rarely do any of us actually reach like any of these people. But I mean, I got lucky, you know. We got fucking Rowdy Gowdy that still shows up here. I got a few other people that told me like, oh shit, dude, like seem pretty cool, but they're pep neutral. I mean, to me, they are. No, the weird part is they were not mean to me at all. Like the audience was, but overall, like Speak and like anybody that was associated with the channel, like post the debate, they were all cool, man. Like, I don't know. It's almost like we all have more common ground. We can all like, to use the TYT breakdown. It's like, oh, I could have a beer with them, which I think I could. Obviously, could have a smoke. Like, I'm obviously open to having people join our circle, and also just, yeah, it makes us get a little lifted. Now, my problem is where, like, they use their right-wing talking points, and then they also just get, like, hateful as shit. Like, that happened. I remember there was one guy in, like, the post-wrap-up chat that even, like, their own side was, or, like, their own guys were just like, nah, we ain't having that, so they kicked him. It's also possible because I've seen the dialogue tree be part of Are Men Better Leaders Than Women? Yeah, so what the fuck was what was the prompt? That's what I can't get here. What's the fucking prompt? Open panel. No.
And there's some things in the works, so we'll see you soon.
Yeah, bro.
That's what's up. Always.
What was the fucking prompt? I guess it was Epstein stuff. Oh. I don't care. All I do know is that, again, if I can break into some of these spaces and actually have like a decent conversation, I'll entertain it, but I'm not gonna go in and just do like debate fucking bullshit because people were asking me why I haven't done more debates. It's because I don't want to. I'm not a debate lord. I'm not Destiny, I'm not Vosh, I'm not any of these fucking guys. Like, I don't want to be that. I don't mind getting some extra exposure, but realistically, if that means going into those places with, like, bad faith, like, actors, then fuck that, man. You know? Yeah, if you couldn't find it quickly, it's not worth looking further into. No, it's not. Politics have got a lot of folks insane in this timeline. So, yeah, no shit, dude. It really has. It really has. I saw one of my apolitical friends. Even they have not been able to, like, remain apolitical. And it's not just my fault. Like, I asked them specifically, I'm like, is that for me and, like, hanging with me? Because maybe I'll shut up then. I'm like, I won't talk politics when you're around. No. They were just like, no, dude, you can't ignore the news. So that made me feel a little bit better. Yeah, I hate bad faith combos. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. I can't stand, excuse me, when it's essentially them trying to get their chat, like, to kind of react, like, every once in a while, I'll try and get you guys to do like maybe lulls or some shit like that, you know. Getting the occasional verification that you said something funny. But when it actually comes to like, I don't know, like the conversational kind of stuff, yeah, I'm not trying to get you guys to like hate people, you know. Do some, excuse me. Now, do some of the chatters do it to themselves? Yes. 10,000%. But I try not to really egg it on. You know, if you guys are having debates, cool. I've been I know, here, I'm gonna tell you guys a secret because we got a lull in chat here. I don't really want that kind of smoke, but I don't really pay attention to them. I've been letting you guys kind of engage if you guys want to, but don't feel like you need to. Please, don't feel like you need to. Yeah, I can bring down any party by bringing some facts. Nah, people hate... not hate people way before I found your channel, bro. Hey, that's fair. Wait, is that what I've brought people to? Is like I'm making you guys realize what you hate? Oh, damn. Wasn't necessarily trying to do that. As soon as I detect bad faith, then I just go full fuck you mode. Yeah, I shut down too. And that's where, like, that kind of thing, because I know that show is specifically a, like, it's called verbal combat, so you get voted out, right? And I had already, I'll just say this much, I already brought up to speak where I was just like, hey man, like, you know that I'm gonna get voted out really early because they already, like, disagree with me. And he tried to convince me that's the opposite, because he was just like, no, actually it's because we always have, like, the same type of people that are, like, show up to these things where it's essentially right-wingers disagreeing with each other on, like, the finer nuances of whatever the fuck they, you know, kind of what we do here sometimes. I will admit. But I don't know. The JS one was easy because who the fuck is gonna argue against Epstein? Like, that was why I took that. Sounds like the bait perv channel. It is. No, it is. That's what it is. Like, I'm not trying to be mean either. It's just what he does, you know? You know what? Speak made his own way. I'm not gonna fucking hate him for it. You know? Nice enough, dude. But sounds like loudest wins if they're not lying, or yeah. Well, again, half of it is optics with these guys, and they don't even realize it. That it's like, yes, like Andrew Wilson has a talent for saying a whole bunch of non-substantive shit, which I'm not claiming that I do. I'm just saying, like, there have been times where I've listened to him and then had to replay and just be like, what the fuck? And then he's just like, yeah, so what do you have to say about that? It's just like, dude, how does anybody reply to that? You just word saladed your way through that, and then you're just like, well, Christian orthodoxy means that I'm a better Christian because I'm more Christian, and you're not Christian enough, so Christian your way out of that one, sir. Try to do that shit with me. You guys remember that fucking orthodox bullshit? I was just like, I'm not orthodox. That was the one thing I remember, like, clear as day about that debate, was just kept repeating to him. I'm like, I'm not orthodox, dude. Like, why are you holding him? Like, why in the fuck would you try to hold me to a standard of orthodox Christianity when I'm not orthodox? You look sniz. You look sniz. Yeah. Debate used as mogging the other. I hate those types of games. Yeah, me too. No, I hate that shit. I absolutely hate that shit. That's where, like, with Andrew and, like, modern day debate, I kind of did get that, where I was just like, oh, that's what this is. It's all about that. It's all about the spectacle. It's all about the pro wrestling aspect to it, which, I don't know, man. Like, Andrew Wilson sucks at debate. If you can't debate in simple terms, then you're terrible. Yep. Yeah. No, and and that's what these guys do, is they try to, like, make themselves sound way more complex than they actually are. Like, the arguments can essentially be boiled down to, do you support trans rights? Yes or no? No? Why? Oh, okay, so a bunch of anecdotal bullshit, no actual examples about anybody you care about, or just kind of feeling the vibe of, like, let people just be people. None of that, because, again, their Christian sentiments tend to fucking make them go, well, I must control their behaviors because I also must control whether or not they come to my side. At least I think that's where that comes from. That's a personal belief, but yeah, man. Opening pickle jars. Oh yeah. That's a new one for me. You look sniz. Yeah. No, he said that shit to that Charlie girl. Who, yeah, she's gay, and he just decided, yeah, well, that makes you less than me, and I'm gonna fucking try and embarrass you with the fact that you look sniz. You look sniz. It's like, and you don't, because you don't know how to pleasure a woman. Okay. And this is why there is that part of me that would love a rematch against him, but with my look, I would probably get COVID the same fucking day. And then he'd be like, oh, sure, COVID twice in one day, or twice the same bookings. Oh, that's weird. Yeah. Willing, no. He was talking to a lesbian who asked him how he felt about his wife already having 3 kids from other dads, and he thought that not pleasing a woman was an own. Yep. Traditional man with a wife has 3 baby daddies. Yep. Hey, what up, Jeff? How's it going, brother? Good to see you. Oh shit, Jeff. Are you coming to Chicago in May? Because I think I might be going to your kid's show. Why's it gotta be on Tuesday? I just gotta say that much. A little annoying, but you know what? I think I might make that work. Because, yeah, kids' band's fucking fire. I think I can take a day off for that. Excuse me. Where are we at? Oh, 10 minutes left. Cool. Yeah, let's hang out. You'll try to go? Hell yeah. Yeah, when I saw they were playing Chicago, I was like, fuck yeah. Fire. That'll keep a wife for sure. Oh, yeah. God. The fact that was, I just realized that was like a month, right? Yeah, it was about a month before my mom died. Get us VIP tickets. That's not, wait a minute. Wait a minute, you're the one who knows the band. Jeff. Squeeze me, bro. I was going to ask you the same thing. Wait a minute. I don't even know what venue it's at. Jesus, Ticketmaster, right? The 19th. It doesn't say what venue. Subterranean downstairs. Oh shit, that's not too fucking. Okay. 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 Pep, don't be dumb. If we go, I got this. Subterranean downstairs. Yeah. So venue. I see the new video. Yeah, I tried to actually play it on this space, but unfortunately, I forgot that like their permissions extend to me and my channel, and I wasn't sure how like that really played with this space. I think we're okay. Actually, I need to ask somebody about that. But yeah, no, I got really excited. Because I had a primetime propaganda show on Wednesday, so I was trying to give him a little bit more exposure. Because yeah, we had a decent little contingent of people over there. It was pretty fucking awesome. But no, I know I got permission. It's about actually, if you talk to your kid, just say, if you see something from this space, just those two words together, this space, that might drop the hair care routine. It looks so good. Drop the hair care. Oh, you want my hair care routine. Oh, cool. It's actually pretty simple. So, you brush your hair before you go into the shower, get it all nice and straight and get all them stray hairs out. Do your shampoo, which I use Nioxin. And then I also use Nioxin conditioner. Say like mint. It's a mint shampoo that like stimulates hair follicles. It's good ass shampoo too. Just make sure you brush your hair when you put your conditioner in. Like keep the conditioner in, brush your hair with that. Obviously wash the brush off and then fucking rinse, and do not brush your hair after that. Just let it air dry. Don't use a hair dryer either. Just give it the hour. And ta-da! Hurts my secret for the beard, really. Yeah, I got a beard oil. Why the hair got to be straight? I mean, it's ideal. Like, if you're gonna, not get all them pesky, what I call tangle knot fuckers. I hate them. It's my take on the Anthropic thing. Oh, I think it's great that Anthropic fucking stood up against the Pentagon and didn't create Skynet. That was pretty based. Like, yeah, fuck them. Like, fuck the Pentagon for even trying to pressure them on that. It's like, bro, they're telling you the AI is not ready and you want fucking AI killer dogs. What? I don't think so, bro. I don't think so. That shit's wild, dude. The fact that they are trying to legitimately create Terminators that just like dude, they could easily go against their programming, because again, programming an AI like an active a learning. I have a learning CPU, or what was it? I am a learning machine. I have an active learning CPU. Like, bro, it's Terminator. It's fucking Terminator. You have bisexual hair, very wavy. Oh, nice. Yeah. This is my natural wave. Like, haha. Fun. You don't understand the AI thing? It's scary as fuck, Jeff. And honestly, the less you understand about it right now, the better, because this is one of those ones where it's like, you should keep your head buried, but also be very aware that half the shit you see online right now is AI. Don't worry, though. Musk stood up and off. Well, he wanted, yeah, but they're also, the Pentagon isn't as dumb as we think they are, which is saying a lot, because they know that Grok is ass. Like, Claude is the only one they want, because that's the one that is actually, like, what I would call it, Cyberdyne system fucking level, but Whatever, shit's fucked. Calling those things dogs is a psyop, I swear to God. I mean, they are, though. They're four-legged beasts that have... Whenever I see them, I think of that fucking movie Maximum Overdrive, which, if you haven't seen it, what are you doing? It's a Stephen King fucking movie with Emilio Estevez. Come on now. Get on that shit. Go watch some good movies. So, Maximum Overdrive has a scene where there's just like this fucking whack little Jeet that fucking becomes sentient. And it has like a turret on it. And yeah, it makes absolutely no sense why the turret would work. But whatever, it does. So just believe it. And yeah, it's scary. It just reminds me of that. Earl hates Donald and vice versa. We should swing him over to the left and break down the... Yeah, right? Really piss him off. Punch the monkey, Oh, yeah, punch! Yeah, punch the monkey. Hold on. Here, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna watch a quick punch the monkey video, because...
Let's talk about Punch, the baby macaque from Japan who is stealing hearts across the world. His mother abandoned him, and he wasn't quite fitting in with the other macaques.
Whoa,
but
Punch!
now the lonely monkey has become the star of the Ichikawa City Zoo. Joining us now is Brogan Stewart. She's a PhD candidate in primatology at Concordia University. She's
Joe
been
Rogan would
studying
totally
wild
argue with her.
Japanese macaque
Oh my God, Joe Rogan would argue with her so hard.
monkeys since 2019. So you are the
I
expert
mean,
to
like,
talk to,
literally,
Rogan.
he would just be like, "Nuh-uh, you don't know shit about monkeys. I saw this one YouTube video that there was this big super ape, and you don't know shit about monkeys."
Morning.
He did that.
In the primate world, first of all,
actually
why
did
would
that.
a mother reject its baby, and why is Punch having such a seemingly difficult time socializing with the other
Oh, Punch.
Hi, thank you so much for having me, first of all. So Japanese monkeys are typically very, very highly attentive and nurturing mothers. They're with their babies for long periods of time and are very caring. On average, they nurse for about 2 years. That's on average. It depends when they have their next baby. So it's actually very rare for them to abandon their baby. In Punch's case, it sounds as though the mother, it was through inexperience. So Punch was her first baby, and perhaps she hadn't been exposed to many other close family members being mothers and caring for their young to learn.
Oh, Punch! No!
In terms of the aggression that he's facing in the group, aggression is very common. Every single
I'm not
Japanese
okay with this.
monkey group, it's actually how they communicate with each other. If he had big gashes or was bleeding and had multiple injuries, then it would be a concern. But how it is right now is very common. It's actually, Japanese monkeys have a very strict social hierarchy where the highest ranking female then gives birth to the second highest ranking female. So it's quite possible that Punch's mother was lower ranking. And so he would get more aggression because he's learning where he fits into this social hierarchy and he's learning how to behave.
Okay, so with that social hierarchy in mind then, Brogan, we've seen Punch making friends in his exhibit now, or at least begin to. What does that mean, perhaps?
Yeah, so he's probably learning which social cues to
It's like when I was married.
display and who to interact with. So he's probably now interacting more with the other monkeys that are closer to his brain. One of the behaviors that you'll see is grooming. So that monkeys will pick lice and bugs and dirt and even clean wounds by grooming each other. So it's a hygienic thing, but it also creates and helps build these social bonds. So in human terms, that's creating his friends.
All right, we are going to continue to follow the saga of Punch the Monkey. Thanks so much.
He's so lonely. No, Punch. Oh, poor Punch, man. God. Honestly, genuinely sad for that little monkey. He's such a good little guy. He just wants love. He knows how to catch and keep us engaged, huh? Oh, fuck yeah, they do. Oh yeah, dude. Punch the monkey is literally like she was just kind of saying like this is normal behavior shit that if he didn't have that stuffed monkey, then we wouldn't really identify with it. Someone said, yeah, that what got a lot of people was Renee Good having like those her baby's toys. What the fuck? Yo, what? Yo, dude, what's with this influx of fucking like some awful shit? Just like so I just got an update about like that Nancy Guthrie thing, and they're saying how like there was a sub story like attached to it that was just like how there's an influx of elder abuse. It's like what? And it was a story about this 90-year-old woman getting left behind like a fucking old dog. And yeah, dude, people suck. I don't know, man. I'm genuinely like just kind of yeah, like that kind of shit just makes me go like, oh, I'm just so over this shit. Like I said, people are the worst. Could you imagine? Could you imagine having kids, right? You raise them, got great childhood memories, go to Disney, then you support them, give them a little money, go to school, help them get a job. And then at some point, your kid just abandons you. Just like because you're an inconvenience. They just fucking up and abandon you. Abandon you. That's America right there, man. That's like strictly fucking American. That's fucking crazy. But you know what? That's life. I know. Depressing to think about, guys, but that's fucking life, man. Could be you. Likely not. But just, I don't know, man. It's that kind of shit that, like, I know, and people will probably be like, oh, you're just coping because you don't want kids. It's like, yeah. Not coping. But I will just say it's like, no, that's one thing that does make me always like feel a little bit better. I'm just like, no, I don't got to think about that. America treats old people like shit for real. That's why I was getting mad at that ageist bullshit. Her wife was reacting to a song about Renee Good shooting a TikTok. It was awful, but couldn't stop watching it. Emotional shit, raw as fuck. Jesus. Yeah. Oh, back to the point about us treating our elderly like shit too. I mean, fucking crazy, man. All right, guys. I hate to say this though. I just realized I've been on way longer than I was intending to be. Sylvie, thank you for the 30 jewels. Appreciate that. Got a flower. Hell yeah. Thank you. I will accept that like it's a real flower. Because why not? I'm doing any harm and thinking like, oh look, it's a white flower though. It's got like the what do you call it? Like it's like a daisy. Daisy. Anyway, I ever mentioned that Daisy is like the bane of my existence as far as like Mario Kart and like Mario Party. For some reason, Daisy's always the character that ends up fucking me. It's just like, ah! If I hear that it's Daisy, it's like motherfucker. Yeah. Later, gladiators. Yeah. Sorry, I'm doing my fucking awesome stun lock. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. Look out for the stream tomorrow. I will more than likely be on. Still trying to figure out logistics of a campaign event on Sunday, so I'm kind of trying to figure out what's going on with that, if I'm going live there or not. Just trying to, again, try and get some campaigns. Except for, we already know who's not going to get a hold of me. Yeah. But, no, like I said, guys, I appreciate y'all hanging out tonight. Thank you for being so cool. Hit that like button on your way out if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. And yeah, I will catch you all. Wait. we will catch you all later. Love y'all. See ya.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.